The sky was shrouded in darkness, with only large gray clouds visible. The enormous monster, with its evil red eyes, dug its sharp claws into the stone ground before rushing towards Zhang Yi and his companions with a deafening roar. Its eyes emitted a bright red light resembling lasers, and the monster towered over Zhang Yi and the others nearby. Among them were Zhang Yi, Mu Chen, and a girl named Ruo Ruo. The monster questioned how mere humans dared to challenge someone of its stature. Zhang Yi and his guild made the decision to confront the monster and seize its weapons. With his large sword in hand, Zhang Yi leaped towards the monster and managed to defeat it. The monster let out a scream of agony before collapsing. As Zhang Yi approached the cliff, he was presented with a piece of dragon blood scroll as a gift. He proposed combining the 9 pieces of the scroll they had collected, resulting in the creation of the legendary 5-star dragon's blood scroll. Although Zhang Yi was overjoyed by this, his happiness was short-lived. Suddenly, he was stabbed from behind by one of his guildmates, Mu Chen, causing him to drop the scroll. It was revealed that Zhang Yi had been struck by Mu Chen's critical strike skill, resulting in a loss of 32.68 GP. With no possibility of resurrection, Zhang Yi met his demise. Zhang Yi was skeptical. The virtual reality game Apocalypse was developed by the collaboration of numerous top designers worldwide, costing 3 million yuan and taking 5 years to complete. It is a contemporary action game set in the mid-21st century, where alien creatures invade Earth through wormholes, causing havoc and mutations among non-human inhabitants. To survive, all individuals must participate in the game. Failure to do so will result in being eliminated by the Apocalypse system and transformed into non-playable characters within the game world. Upon the game's open beta release, players discovered a troubling issue. They were unable to exit the game and were trapped indefinitely. This revelation instilled panic and fear among the participants, including Zhang Yi. Despite playing the game multiple times in the past, Zhang Yi was shocked when his closest friend Mu Chen and his love interest Ruo Ruo betrayed him. This betrayal haunted Zhang Yi, leading to a terrifying nightmare that jolted him awake in a cold sweat. As he pondered the events, Zhang Yi noticed the calendar indicating that the gateway to the Apocalypse world would open in precisely 2 hours and 12 minutes. However, the date displayed was August 28, 2025, a day when the Apocalypse game had not yet been unveiled. The situation seemed impossible. Zhang Yi arose from his bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal the radiant morning sun illuminating his room. In that moment, Zhang Yi realized that he had been transported back to a time before the catastrophic apocalypse had occurred. Determined to exact revenge on Mu Chen for his betrayal, Zhang Yi resolved to amass a substantial fortune. However, his first priority was to locate the divine talent cards that had been scattered across the world prior to the commencement of the game. In this post-apocalyptic setting, the system would randomly assign talents to all players upon entering the game, and the activation of divine talent cards could only be achieved by discovering talent cards in the real world. The renowned company, Sky Fortune, had released 10 divine talent cards that were dispersed haphazardly throughout the globe. Zhang Yi speculated that the cards' locations would remain unchanged, with the nearest divine talent card to him being situated atop the roof of the tallest shopping center building in Linhai City. With great urgency, Zhang Yi hurriedly made his way to the building, scaling its walls with determination. After a considerable climb, Zhang Yi's intuition proved correct as he discovered the cards in their designated spot. However, his triumph was interrupted by a voice calling out his name. It was Lu Chengze, who claimed ownership over the entire Jin Mao building, including the divine talent card. Undeterred, Zhang Yi retorted that the card would belong to whoever seized it first. Memories from his previous life flooded Zhang Yi's mind, reminding him that Lu Chengze was not only the possessor of the last life divine talent card, but also the heir to the largest real estate company in Linhai City. A crowd gathered, witnessing the tense standoff between Zhang Yi and Lu Chengze, with weapons brandished as a threat. In response, Lu Chengze vowed to demonstrate to Zhang Yi the consequences of seizing what rightfully belonged to someone else. Zhang Yi hurried towards the clear sky where the sun was shining brightly to retrieve the divine talent card. Despite the bullets flying towards him, he successfully obtained the card. Lu Chengze warned him not to touch the card, pointing a gun at him. Zhang Yi managed to grab the card just as a bullet headed towards him. At noon, a question arose in the game about Zhang Yi's desire to enter. Data was downloaded, and others had the same loading process. An inscription appeared, indicating that the world was open for exploration. Zhang Yi returned to the Apocalypse world, noticing a pyramid with a large eye in the center. He saw the Divine Talent card and slowly approached it. As he reached out to grab it, the card transformed into a young girl with wings. She welcomed Zhang Yi into the world of Apocalypse, revealing his player information and age. The girl identified him as player number 8857 and referred to him as her unique gaming spirit. Zhang Yi was praised by the girl for acquiring a Divine Talent card that contained useful skills. As he stood up and held the card, he marveled at the skills it offered. One of the skills allowed him to mimic the abilities of other players, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. He found this ability to be incredibly cool. Within the game, there were 3 factions to choose from: elves, beasts, and humans. Players had the freedom to select the faction they desired to join. In a previous playthrough, Zhang Yi had chosen the human race. Human players had the advantage of increasing their honor income by up to 20%. In the Apocalypse game, honor was of utmost importance. Suddenly, the game spirit interrupted Zhang Yi, informing him that there was something else in store for him. The girl handed him a scroll infused with dragon blood. Zhang Yi was puzzled as to how the dragon blood scroll had ended up there. Zhang Yi found it amusing that the highly sought-after item had returned to him. Upon discovering the dragon blood scroll, he wondered if the hidden dragon camp had been unlocked. Zhang Yi was puzzled by the concept of the hidden dragon camp. As he approached the entrance, a bright light enveloped him, and he found himself inside a carriage. Zhang Yi felt that the beginning of the game mirrored his previous life. Observing others excitedly discussing the game's design, he realized they were eager to battle various monsters. Zhang Yi decided to first check his status, reviewing his characteristics and personal information. At level 1, he had no profession and belonged to the dragon race with no talent awakening possibility. Examining the unique dragon race skills, he noted the gold passive skill of the first-level Hell Dragon Fire. This skill had a low chance of summoning a Hell Dragon upon normal attacks or skill usage, dealing 150% attack power to nearby enemies. Zhang Yi was impressed by the skill's effectiveness, comparable to a Divine Talent card. He resolved to practice and master his Divine Talent card, preparing to emulate others' skills. Zhang Yi observed as a bald man spoke about it. How could everyone in the guild be so at ease with him? In that moment, Zhang Yi made up his mind that this man would be his primary target. He decided to utilize his skills for his own benefit. Zhang Yi approached the man from behind and placed his hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, the man turned around and asked if Zhang Yi wanted to engage in a fight with him. Such audacity. Zhang Yi promptly apologized to the man, explaining that he had mistaken him for someone he knew. By this time, Zhang Yi had already successfully acquired the abilities of a skilled treasure hunter. This power allowed him to locate the nearest treasure chest within a 500-meter radius. Zhang Yi believed that this talent was quite valuable and could prove useful to him. The host extended a warm welcome to all players in the Apocalypse, hoping that they would thoroughly enjoy the game. The bald man was preparing to disembark from the train, but Zhang Yi halted him. He cautioned that acting recklessly could be extremely dangerous outside. However, the bald man dismissed his concerns, claiming that it was just a game and there was nothing to fear. Before leaving, he labeled Zhang Yi a coward. He uttered those words to someone else. All they could do was hide and watch him. When the man leaped out, he discovered himself inside the mouth of a massive spider with glowing purple eyes. Reports indicated that 13580 players fell victim to the giant spider that had been unearthed. Player 13580 is confirmed to have no chance of revival. Onlookers near Zhang Yi, witnessing the terrifying scene, were petrified and held onto their heads. Zhang Yi surveyed the area and remarked to another individual that this was no longer a mere game. "If we perish here, it will be the end in the real world," he stated. "It has now become a battle for survival on the streets." Meanwhile, a large horde of giant spiders loomed. The primary task for survival appears to be locating an unexpected safe zone. Follow the map to discover 886 secure zones across 8 city districts. Hopefully, the player's safety is assured. With 3 hours and 58 minutes left, successfully completing the task guarantees the chance of rebirth in case of a player failing the death test. Uncertainty looms as people are unsure of what steps to take next, surrounded by giant spiders on all sides. Someone suggested that they must gather their strength and confront the giant spider. Suddenly, the spider approached Zhang Yi, recalling a past life incident where a passenger from the 7th carriage wielded a safety hammer as a weapon, which turned out to be a blue-quality concealed weapon. The other players envied that individual. In a train carriage, Zhang Yi stumbled upon a blue-quality ice knife crafted from cold iron and meteorites. Activating his treasure hunter skill, he borrowed a map from another player and uncovered the presence of a deeply hidden treasure chest nearby. Zhang Yi strolled along, hunched over, his gaze fixed on the treasure chest. Within its depths, he discovered the dragon's breath potion. The description warned against underestimating its power, as it contained the mighty breath of a dragon. Meanwhile, the number of colossal spiders continued to multiply. Once Zhang Yi finished examining the chest, he swiftly made his way towards the giant spiders, armed with an ice knife, ready to slay them. All the passengers on the train marveled at him. The fact that player Zhang Yi possessed a rare ice blade blue, renowned for its exceptional quality, was truly extraordinary. However, he was surrounded by numerous giant spiders. Even with a legendary weapon in hand, one must strive to avoid death at all costs. While Zhang Yi battled a giant spider, someone insulted him, claiming he must have a death wish. In that moment, Zhang Yi resolved to test the dragon's breath potion on the recently discovered giant spider from the treasure chest. He uncorked the bottle and unleashed a torrent of dragonfire. It was revealed that Zhang Yi had leveled up, earning 50 copper coins and a player life potion. Zhang Yi couldn't believe how useful and valuable it turned out to be. He wished he could acquire more dragon's breath potions. Standing atop a slain spider, Zhang Yi astonished everyone by annihilating all the giant spiders with a single strike. Some even suspected foul play or cheating. Someone questioned why they hadn't approached Zhang Yi to form a guild, given his immense potential. At that moment, Zhang Yi realized that his next step was to journey to the City of Hope. As night fell and the full moon illuminated the sky, Zhang navigated the darkness, determined to continue his journey. Out of nowhere, he encountered players from Hope City. Startled by the sound of footsteps approaching him from behind, Zhang Yi halted in his tracks. Without hesitation, he spun around, only to be met by a man pleading for assistance in rescuing his daughter from a monster in the forest. Memories flooded back to Zhang Yi about the dangers lurking in that very forest, yet also the treasures it held. Suddenly the man's expression twisted into a sinister grin, sending chills down Zhang Yi's spine. Zhang Yi ventured forward into the eerie depths of the forest, shrouded in darkness. Bats fluttered about, filling the air with their presence. Vigilantly, Zhang Yi shouted out, meticulously scanning his surroundings. He inquired about the exact location of the missing girl from the man who had sought his assistance. However, when Zhang Yi turned around, he discovered that the man had inexplicably vanished, leaving him clueless about his whereabouts. Undeterred, Zhang Yi resolved to press on, believing that the man would eventually catch up. Little did he know that the man was still observing him from the shadows. With determination, Zhang Yi continued along the path, determined to investigate the forest. Eventually, Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon a young girl, tears streaming down her face as she clutched a lollipop in one hand. Concerned for her safety, Zhang Yi approached her swiftly, offering his companionship. The girl eagerly rushed towards him. Suddenly, the man who had sought Zhang Yi's help reappeared, accompanied by a woman who expressed her gratitude for bringing another victim. Shielding the girl with his hands, Zhang Yi stepped forward. Just then, a new challenge presented itself. Zhang Yi, as the player, must rescue the lost girl from the treacherous forest and guide her back to the City of Hope. The task must be completed within a time limit of 59 minutes, with the reward being Talia's ring. Failure in this endeavor would result in no consequences whatsoever. Zhang Yi immediately recalled the one the player possessed. In his past life, he stumbled upon a hidden quest while exploring a dark forest. Many players eagerly accept such tasks to gain experience and rewards. Therefore, Zhang Yi, the player, believed he could not pass up the opportunity presented by the task he had received. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him. This woman had the appearance of a spider, with a spider-like lower body and legs, but a human-like upper body and head. She instructed Zhang Yi to remain still and allow her to consume him. Zhang Yi, the player, advised the young girl not to flee until he resolved all the issues and escorted her to safety in the City of Hope. Zhang Yi drew his weapon and attacked the spider-woman, only to discover that she had skin as tough as steel. The woman chuckled and informed Zhang Yi that his attacks were completely ineffective against her. The game spirit that players encounter at the start of their journey informed Zhang Yi that this monster was the 20th ranked boss who had captured the spider. With his current skills, Zhang Yi was unable to defeat the spider. The game spirit suggested that Zhang Yi abandon the quest and depart. However, Zhang Yi was resolute in his decision, stating that he would not leave without completing the quest. The young girl stood behind him, her cries of fear echoing loudly. The spirit of the game declared that this was the only way to survive. However, the spirit had faith in player Zhang Yi, believing that he would make the right choices and do whatever was necessary. Zhang Yi expressed his belief that things should not end like this. With determination, he repeatedly attacked the enchanting spider. Zhang Yi recalled that in the real world, there was a hidden chest nearby, possibly containing a book with skills to defeat spiders. With his treasure hunting skills activated once again, the brave Zhang Yi was proven correct. He discovered a treasure in close proximity. Zhang Yi launched an attack on the alluring spider monster, allowing him to reach the treasure chest. The spider soon realized that Zhang Yi's attack was not intended for it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had already opened the chest and obtained a new item, a skill book of blue quality, containing the lightning chain skill. Zhang Yi felt immense joy knowing that he had been right, and that the hidden chest indeed held a skill that would aid him in his battle against the captivating spider. Zhang Yi's excitement reached new heights as he received an extraordinary weapon, a poisoned dagger. This sword was infused with spider venom, causing the enemy to suffer 20 points of damage per second. With this powerful weapon in his possession, Zhang Yi felt confident that the battle was finally over. He reassured the little girl that they were now safe and could find a secure place to rest. Grateful for her brother's protection, the girl expressed her gratitude and they continued their journey hand in hand. Upon arriving at the bustling City of Hope, they were overjoyed to see the multitude of people. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yi, among the crowd was the person he had once stolen a divine talent card from right under his nose. Additionally, Lu Chengze, who harbored deep anger towards Zhang Yi, had ordered his men to closely monitor his every move. The young woman gazed at Zhang Yi with affection, offering a sincere smile as she graciously expressed her gratitude. His assistance had been crucial in ensuring her survival and safe return home. In recognition of his heroic act of rescuing her from the treacherous forest, Zhang Yi was gifted Talia's ring, which he now clutched in his hand. This ring had the ability to boost the player's luck by 55 points. The system commended Zhang Yi for completing the quest and obtaining Talia's ring. Zhang Yi pondered on the significance of luck in the apocalypse, realizing its rarity and importance in securing valuable rewards. As he contemplated this, Zhang Yi was startled by a series of loud noises behind him. A voice urged players not to miss out on opportunities for successful upgrades, emphasizing the absence of payment for failed attempts. A crowd of intrigued players gathered around the speaker, prompting Zhang Yi to consider the possibility of utilizing his skills for cheating. The man claimed to possess a unique talent for crafting, which left everyone astonished at the powerful sword he wielded. Intrigued by the prospect of enhancing his own abilities, Zhang Yi decided to emulate the man's forging talent. This endeavor resulted in a 50% increase in talent and success rate for equipment upgrades. Encouraged by his progress, Zhang Yi tested his newfound skill by applying it to his weapon, which proved to be a successful upgrade. Zhang Yi realized that his exceptional talent could potentially eliminate the need to constantly upgrade his equipment in the future, paving the way for a lucrative business opportunity. The crowd was quick to notice the player's impressive collection of epic gear and weapons, all at level plus 15, sparking their interest. As people began flocking to him, one individual remarked on the rarity of a plus 15 weapons with epic status, questioning the newcomer's origins. Suddenly, Jane's stamina took a nosedive, prompting the game's spirit to suggest a visit to the nearest shop for some rest. Zhang Yi agreed, acknowledging the importance of taking a break, before deciding to head to Yua's guild to level up his tavern, a place where players could unwind post-battle. Upon arriving at the tavern and securing a room with gold coins, Zhang Yi made his way down the corridor to his temporary abode. Overhearing a conversation between two men at a round table, he learned about a secret mission completed in the dark forest, with the reward being an epic weapon. Recognizing the element of luck in obtaining such a valuable item, Zhang Yi resolved to maintain a balance between his own strengths and fortunate circumstances. When Zhang Yi entered his room, he promptly settled into bed, enjoying the comfort of the soft mattress. Zhang Yi, the player, realized that in order to progress further, he must swiftly reach level 20 and switch professions to acquire more powerful skills. A profession change is only permitted once an Apocalypse player reaches level 20, allowing them to select from 7 classes: Knight, Berserker, Assassin, Mage, Priest, Archer, and Beast Tamer. Zhang Yi then recollected his past friend Mu Chen, who had betrayed him in a previous life, believing that retribution would be inevitable. The next morning, while strolling through the forest, Zhang Yi sensed a presence nearby, prompting him to urge the hidden individual to reveal themselves. The mysterious figure turned out to be an old acquaintance, Lu Chengze, who warned Zhang Yi that he wouldn't escape as easily as before. Accompanied by 9 others, Lu Chengze confronted Zhang Yi, who activated his squad mode and prepared to engage in battle against Jenny. Zhang expressed his suggestion that they should give it a try. The reason behind this was his desire to showcase his newly acquired lightning chain skill. However, Zhang Yi's attempt to utilize the lightning chain was abruptly interrupted by someone who imposed silence upon him. Consequently, he found himself unable to take any action. Lu Chengze, with a smile on his face, remarked that Zhang Yi would be unable to employ his skills for a full 2 minutes, and therefore, he should simply accept his fate. It was later revealed that the magician standing behind Lu Qinqi was responsible for the silence imposed on Zhang Yi. When Lu Chengze's men attempted to attack the magician, they were astonished to discover that he sustained no damage whatsoever. Additionally, Zhang Yi remained remarkably composed throughout the ordeal. The observers took notice of Zhang Yi's equipment, which was exceptionally powerful, rendering their attacks insufficient. Lu Chengze became infuriated and dismissed their efforts as mere nonsense, insisting that they should step back and witness his own prowess. Determined to retaliate, Lu Chengze launched an attack against Zhang Yi. At that moment, Zhang Yi noticed that Lu Zhangyi possessed a rare blue weapon, upgraded to plus 15. Lu Chengze aimed his crossbow at Zhang Yi and challenged him to withstand the assault calmly. Subsequently, Lu Chengze unleashed a meteor shower of arrows upon Zhang Yi. Observing that the number of arrows exceeded 100, Zhang Yi realized that he would be able to meet all the conditions and decided to release his inner power as an infernal dragon player. Lu Chengze was filled with fear upon encountering the Hell Dragon. Panic ensued as everyone around him screamed and fled from Zhang Yi, who was unleashing the fiery wrath of the infernal dragon upon their enemies. In the end, victory was theirs, and Lu Chengze found himself unscathed. Reflecting on his journey, he recalled how he once worried like a child about reaching the 20th level. Grateful for the experience and equipment provided by player Lu Chengze, Zhang Yi approached and retrieved his level 20 bow, a rare silver moon bow with a unique blue hue. Its special skill, the meteor shower arrow, had the power to shatter objects into 100 pieces, resembling falling meteorites. With the system's congratulations, Zhang Yi had finally achieved level 20. Now, he was instructed to head to the main city and seek out a career change officer to embark on his chosen profession. Explores the popularity of the Beast Tamer profession among players. Despite the ability to summon and command beasts, training these creatures proved to be a challenging task. Zhang Yi, however, decided against becoming a beast tamer due to the need to allocate limited resources to the beasts during training. This scarcity of resources in the apocalypse often hindered the progress of beast tamers, leading to their elimination by other players. The dragon race, on the other hand, was found to be suitable for the knight and beast tamer professions. Although knights were initially strong, they faced difficulties in the later stages of the game, resulting in the deaths of many players. Beast tamers, on the other hand, possessed divine talent that allowed them to acquire resources at a much faster rate than others. With the dragon race as an advantage, Zhang Yi could obtain powerful dragon partners and form a guild with a support person, tank, and damage dealer. Initially considering the knight profession, Zhang Yi realized the drawbacks of its later stages and believed that beast tamers were unique. With his divine talent, Zhang Yi could obtain resources 10 times faster than others, and by utilizing the dragon race, he had the potential to create a strong guild with ideal companions. When Zhang Yi contemplated his career choice, he encountered a man sitting on the floor with a book who happened to be a beast tamer. This man shared that he had waited in that spot for a considerable amount of time and noticed Zhang Yi's passion for the game. He advised Zhang Yi to carefully reconsider his decision, emphasizing the importance of choosing the right profession for an easier life. Despite this advice, Zhang Yi remained determined to become a beast tamer and proceeded to press the designated selection button. The man congratulated Zhang Yi on his decision and becoming a beast tamer. Subsequently, Zhang Yi returned to the City of Hope to pursue his new profession. An officer there congratulated him on successfully changing his career. While standing in the city, Zhang Yi overheard a conversation between two passing men. One of them expressed regret, mentioning that he had warned someone about the extreme danger in the ghost town, and now they were all dead due to elite monsters. The man was furious and blamed another person for causing his arm to be broken, resulting in the loss of valuable equipment. The accused individual defended himself, stating that he couldn't have predicted the strength of the monster and urged the angry man to stop placing blame. He also questioned why nobody had spoken up earlier, as they had just entered the ghost town. The exchange prompted Zhang Yi to contemplate ghost towns, drawing on his past life experiences. Confident in his ability to gather a competent group to defeat the boss, Zhang Yi overheard 3 individuals seeking skilled players in the Spirit Death City. Despite his recent change in profession to a beast tamer, Zhang Yi expressed his desire to join them. The guild members hesitated due to his lack of skills, but ultimately decided to include him as they were still missing one member. In the ghost town, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with graves scattered all around. As the guild proceeded forward, the chief inquired of Zhang Yi whether he had noticed it. Among all the professions, the beast tamer possessed the lowest damage output. Zhang Yi explained that he had chosen this profession due to his genuine fondness for raising animals. The magical girl chuckled softly at Zhang Yi's response. Out of nowhere, a medium-sized rock hurtled towards them. Reacting swiftly, the magical girl swiftly engaged in combat, wielding her spear to defeat their assailants. The chief cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. The enemies had already encircled the guild, standing shoulder to shoulder while numerous skeletons armed themselves and launched attacks on the guild leaders. Amidst the chaos, the guild members fought back, shouting commands to reposition the ranged attackers. The magical girl, wielding her staff, fought alongside them, utilizing fireballs to combat the skeletons. Suddenly, a monster emerged from behind, pressing a sword against Zhang Yi's throat. Drawing upon his strength, Zhang Yi employed his beast tamer skills and summoned a flock of crows. Zhang Yi utilized his beast tamer skill to summon a group of crows. This skill allowed him to divert the enemy's attention and deal 50 magic damage. The magical girl expressed her gratitude towards Zhang Yi for his assistance. Suddenly, Zhang Yi grabbed her hand and urged her to run, explaining that the monsters they were facing were undead and could regain consciousness soon. They needed to leave the area promptly. The chairman instructed everyone to continue moving forward. Eventually, the guild approached the castle where the powerful monster resided, which they needed to defeat. Zhang Yi and the magical girl devised a clever strategy. The knight would lure the boss and engage in close combat, while the rest of the group attacked from behind. They only had to evade the magic boss's attacks during the second stage. One of the guild members asked Zhang Yi if he was confident that everything would go smoothly. Zhang Yi chuckled awkwardly and admitted that his knowledge was solely based on his experience in online games. Zhang Yi produced his venomous dagger, crafted from the toxic fangs of a spider, and utilized it to poison his adversary. As he inflicted damage at a rate of 20% per second, doubts began to arise within one of the guild members towards player Zhang Yi. The guild member found it peculiar that a novice possessed a poison dagger of level 15, an epic weapon. Consequently, Zhang Yi's extensive knowledge of dungeons further fueled their suspicion. The guild member believed that Zhang Yi was clearly deceiving them, and speculated that he possessed numerous other remarkable items, presenting an opportunity for substantial profit. Upon entering the building, which was enveloped in darkness, Zhang Yi urged everyone to hasten their pace. He emphasized the dangers of splitting up, as wandering alone would be highly perilous. However, to their surprise, the guild leader and the others abruptly closed the door, instructing Zhang Yi to remain inside with the magical girl while they departed temporarily. Perplexed, the girl inquired about the situation. Zhang Yi surmised that they had likely joined an unfavorable guild, as it was evident that they intended to eliminate the boss and dispose of the two of them. They and the guild would then claim the experience and rewards for themselves. It was too late to escape, as the boss stood right in front of them and struck them. However, Zhang Yi managed to seize the girl and evade the boss's attack together. Alongside him, the girl expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yi for saving her life once again. The boss, an archmage and a level 30 undead, was bound by chains. Player Zhang Yi assessed the situation and acknowledged the difficulty they would face in withstanding the boss's assault. Consequently, the magical girls decided to summon undead warriors with soul talents to aid them. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi cautioned that these soldiers would not endure for long, necessitating a swift plan to escape from their current predicament. The warriors commenced their battle against the boss. Soul summoning is a talent that enables the summoning of lifeless creatures to fight on one's behalf. However, it only remains effective for 5 minutes and requires a 24-hour recharge time. Zhang Yi assured that he only needed a brief moment and employed the lightning chain. He claimed to be well aware of the boss's weakness, thus urging the girl to entrust everything to him. Unless the girl objected, in which case she would provide cover and utilize Zhang Yi's fireball technique. Recognizing that the gem on the back of the boss archmage's neck was the source of its power, they identified it as its most crucial vulnerability. Zhang Yi summoned a group of crows to divert the boss's attention, while he swiftly struck the archmage's weak spot with his poison dagger. The system acknowledged Zhang Yi's victory over the boss and commended his advancement to level 25. As a reward for his triumph, Zhang Yi received a staff imbued with a powerful skill. The staff unleashed a blizzard that froze all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 5 seconds, dealing 500 magic damage. The skill had a cooldown of 1 hour. The magical girl and Zhang Yi were delighted with the gift, especially since the staff had a low attrition rate of 2%. Zhang Yi then handed the staff to the magical girl, who was surprised by the gesture. Zhang Yi explained that the staff was more suited for a wizard like him, and that beast tamers like her didn't really need it. He also mentioned that her talent had been crucial in their survival. Outside, the merchant guild members observed the sudden silence and movement cessation, assuming the boss was handling the situation. Now the commander has declared that it is time for them to proceed and claim all the trophies for themselves. However, before the guild could enter, Zhang Yi and the magical girl emerged first. The guild was taken aback by their survival, and Zhang Yi inquired if they were disappointed about not witnessing the demise of the two individuals. Subsequently, one of the guild members informed the chairman that it appeared they had underestimated Zhang Yi and the magical girl. The commander reassured everyone that there was no need to fear anything, as Zhang Yi and the girl were expected to be at the final stage of the guild's attack. Zhang Yi valiantly shielded the magical girl from harm. However, their moment of respite was abruptly interrupted by the gang leader's aggressive assault. Zhang Yi's anger surged as he recalled his treacherous former friend Mu Chun, who had betrayed him in a previous life. Perplexed by the concept of betrayal, Zhang Yi grasped the girl's hand and successfully absorbed her soul summoner talent, known as divinity. In a surprising turn of events, Zhang Yi also managed to resurrect the recently slain undead archmage. With conviction, Zhang Yi declared that these individuals would now share the same fate. Unfortunately, the guild members were filled with dread and could not comprehend how Zhang Yi possessed the ability to revive the formidable archmage boss. Consequently, the archmage mercilessly annihilated the player guild. The system, recognizing that the players had no chance of revival due to the soul of the undead archmage, declared them deceased. In the aftermath, Johnny succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Yi's stamina had dwindled to a mere minute, compelling him to seek rest in the nearby area. As his vision blurred and his eyelids involuntarily closed, Zhang Yi expressed his exhaustion and confusion regarding the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yi ascended to the second position in the rankings while he slumbered. Zhang Yi reminisced about his childhood, particularly the moment he expressed his desire to his father. He had grown tired of his current games and longed to purchase something new. Perhaps his father responded by proposing a challenge. If Zhang Yi emerged victorious, he would reward him with new games. Zhang Yi felt elated and confidently declared that he would secure first place. Now, Zhang Yi pondered his predicament. He found himself trapped in this game indefinitely, unable to experience the joy of playing something new. Once again, Zhang Yi awoke and returned to his room at the tavern. The situation appeared dire as he sat on the bed, nursing a headache, and inquired about the duration of his slumber. Zhang Yi then rose to pour himself a drink and noticed a letter on the table. Zhang Yi was unsure of its origin. As he picked up the letter, he immediately recognized it as a correspondence from his new girlfriend. In the letter, she expressed immense gratitude to Zhang Yi for rescuing her. She mentioned that if Zhang Yi had not discovered the letter, it likely would have been lost forever, as she needed it to search for her brother. The girl revealed that the storage ring contained all the belongings left behind by the treacherous guild, and she might require them someday. Finally, she introduced herself as Han Yaro and expressed her sincere hope of reuniting with Zhang Yi in the future. Zhang Yi retrieved the ring from the table and examined its contents. Perhaps it held evidence of a gang responsible for numerous killings. Since then, the ring had been involved in various events. Zhang Yi believed that he no longer needed to worry about equipment and only needed to find a formidable creature. If Zhang's memory served him right, there might be a hidden dungeon. The northern part of the Dragon's Crown tomb was the only place where there was a high chance of encountering a level 40 ascended beast. However, this location was far from simple. Zhang Yi had to proceed cautiously, as encountering players like Wang Hao, who had their own motives and could cause trouble, would only complicate matters. In search of a guild, Zhang Yi arrived in the city with hope. However, finding a guild proved to be quite challenging. It was then that Zhang Yi noticed a group of individuals who were recruiting for their guild. They extended an invitation to join, boasting about their plentiful resources, dungeon raids, and the fun they had together. A girl enthusiastically joined the guild, expressing her desire to be a part of their group. Zhang Yi was taken aback, as he hadn't immediately considered guilds in his previous life. He quickly teamed up with them, realizing that guilds were indeed the best way to recruit players. Upon arriving at the guild hall, Zhang Yi was greeted by a manager who promptly inquired if there was anything she could assist him with. Zhang Yi expressed his desire to establish a sense of guilt within himself. In response, the manager suggested that players like Zhang Yi should select a name for their guild. This prompted Zhang Yi to reminisce about his father, who always emphasized that the game's creator was akin to a god, and the players were challenging this divine being by participating in the game. Inspired by this, Zhang Yi decided to name his alliance the God Hunters Guild. The manager commended Zhang Yi on creating his own guild dedicated to hunting gods, allowing him to recruit other players to join his cause. Contemplating whether distributing flyers on the streets would be a viable recruitment method, Zhang Yi ultimately dismissed the idea as inaccurate. Instead, he resolved to seek out a location where numerous experts congregated. According to the schedule, the first competition would commence after the survival mission, a prospect that excited Zhang Yi, as he relished the opportunity to compete against skilled individuals from various backgrounds. The upcoming guild competition, organized by the City of Hope, would feature one-on-one duels for players who had changed their professions. Winners of the competition stood to receive remarkable rewards, including rare skills. Zhang Yi accepted the mission and confirmed his participation, subsequently addressing the gathered audience to convey his enthusiasm for the upcoming competition, which promised to be akin to the renowned Sky Arena battles. Zhang Yi stood silently, eavesdropping on the conversations of his fellow players. He noticed that some had reached level 31, level 29, and level 30. Zhang Yi realized that he may have overslept as he was still at level 25 while others had progressed further. Determined to catch up, Zhang Yi made a decision to increase his level as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was unfolding in the Sky Arena. Zheng Ning, the skilled assassin, managed to corner the witch, leaving her with no escape. The spectators were in awe of his fighting prowess, especially due to his exceptional equipment. The wizard, unmoved, countered the assassin's advances effortlessly. Another mage named Wuki utilized the Shadow Prison skill to combat the assassins, leaving everyone wondering where he acquired such a powerful ability. Shadow Prison was an exclusive mage skill that immobilized enemies and inflicted damage, the intensity of which depended on the skill level. The assassin inquired the wizard about the amount of money he was willing to give up, repeating the question countless times. Eventually, they decided to withdraw from the competition. Although the wizard could easily obtain the required sum, he chuckled at the thought that if he truly had 1,000,000 in the real world, his company would not have faced bankruptcy. His life would have carried on smoothly, with his wife and daughter by his side. However, unable to live with him, he made the choice to join the apocalypse game. The wizard declared that he would not back down under any circumstances, determined not to face failure again in this lifetime. Just then, a notification popped up, congratulating Wu Qi for defeating player Zheng Ning and advancing to the next round. In the subsequent round, the other players were revealed, and it was clear that they would all succumb to him. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire Wu Qi's skills. Duan Feng was announced as the next contestant. The competition organizers announced that the random matchups for the first round had been finalized, instructing the players to report to the designated location at the specified time. Zhang Yi recalled seeing Duan Feng's name frequently on global channels in his past life, as this player had the ability to conquer challenging dungeons solo. Zhang Yi pondered the idea of recruiting him into his guild. Prior to the match, Zhang Yi received information that he had to head to the N20 arena stage to face his opponent, Duan Feng. When Zhang Yi stepped onto the N20 arena stage, he found Duan Feng already waiting for him. Duan Feng mentioned that he had been waiting for quite a while and suggested they begin the fight immediately. As a level 35 knight, Duan Feng's presence surprised Zhang Yi, who wondered how he had progressed so quickly in the game. Zhang Yi even considered Duan Feng to be a formidable player at that level. Duan Feng, however, assured Zhang Yi that his level was low and offered him the first attack to avoid any unfair advantage. He wanted to test Zhang Yi's resolve before they commenced the battle. Zhang Yi, in response, reminded Duan Feng not to underestimate his opponents, emphasizing that the outcome was still uncertain. Summoning a flock of crows, Zhang Yi impressed Duan Feng, who acknowledged his skill. Confident in his abilities, Zhang Yi declared that he would now demonstrate his intelligence. Duan Feng then utilized the Guardian Sword skill, a knight-exclusive ability that summoned multiple soul swords capable of withstanding 500 damage each, with the number of swords increasing with the player's level. The skill successfully reflected damage back to Zhang Yi, causing him to lose 200 HP. Zhang Yi realized that Duan Feng's strategy was a trap designed to catch him off guard. Duan Feng taunted Zhang Yi, questioning his courage to face him in battle. Zhang Yi understood that in order to counter Duan Feng's powerful attacks, he needed to strategize carefully. With the knowledge that each of the 4 sword souls could withstand 500 damage, Zhang Yi calculated that he could only endure 2,000 reflected damage, which matched his total health points. As Duan Feng prepared to strike, Zhang Yi knew that any hesitation could be fatal in a duel. He needed to act quickly to defeat his opponent. Remembering the undead armor he had obtained from the traders, Zhang Yi knew it was his only hope. This armor would prevent him from dying upon receiving fatal damage, instead restoring 10% of his health points. With the undead armor equipped, Zhang Yi unleashed his lightning chains in a last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the battle. Duan Feng inquired about Zhang Yi's strong desire to die due to his health condition. He was aware that Zhang Yi would succumb to the soul sword's power before he could even strike. Duan Feng firmly believed that this was the end, raising his sword in preparation. However, just as Zhang Yi was about to launch his attack, Duan Feng swiftly appeared with his own sword. Zhang Yi, utilizing the undead armor skill, possessed the ability to withstand fatal damage and instead restore 10% of his health points. This skill, however, had a cooldown period of 24 hours. Duan Feng was astounded that Zhang Yi did not perish from the soul sword's reflection. In a surprising turn of events, Zhang Yi landed a critical hit on Duan Feng with a poison dagger, causing him to lose 2,500 health points. Zhang Yi acknowledged that Duan Feng was correct in his assumption that it would indeed be the end. Consequently, Duan Feng was defeated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi graciously congratulated himself on his victory over Duan Feng and successfully advancing to the next stage of the competition. Approaching Duan Feng, Zhang Yi extended his hand and expressed admiration for Duan Feng's strength. However, he emphasized that it was not solely due to the undead armor that Duan Feng was formidable. Zhang Yi believed that Duan Feng would have been defeated even before he had the chance to make a move. With this in mind, Zhang Yi proposed that Duan Feng join his alliance. He revealed the existence of a hidden dungeon north of the city and suggested that by working together, they could undoubtedly conquer it. Duan Feng reached out to Zhang Yi and admitted that he had underestimated him from the start, noticing his attire as an undead. It became clear that Zhang Yi was not just a random individual, as he expressed interest in joining Duan Feng's guild. The presenter's voice could be heard congratulating the participants who advanced to the second round of the duel trials. The announcement was made that the next round of opponents would be revealed through the World Channel, marking the beginning of the second half. The World Channel broadcasted the upcoming duel between Wu Qi and the magical girl, who happened to be an old acquaintance of Zhang Yi. Hanya Ru, the magical girl, entered the arena as the host declared the start of the second round. A member of the audience warned against underestimating the magical girl, citing her previous victory in the last round. Speculation arose about a potential legendary battle between the strongest contenders. Wu Qi, the wizard, gazed at Hanya Ru and cautioned against showing any sympathy, emphasizing the ruthless nature of the arena. Hanya Ru, in turn, glared at Wu Qi with a menacing expression, challenging him to stop talking and demonstrate his full capabilities. In the Sky Arena, where a member of the crowd excitedly announces that everyone should hurry to witness the legendary second battle between the two most powerful magicians. Eager to witness this spectacle, the protagonist wastes no time and heads straight to the Sky Arena, hoping to witness the strength of the renowned wizard. Meanwhile, Duan Feng informs Zhang Yi that he will be temporarily absent and encourages him to reach out through the guild chat if he has any questions. In response, Zhang Yi expresses his belief that Duan Feng can do as he pleases, but also criticizes him for being insensitive. Eventually, Duan Feng joins the God Hunter Guild. In the guild chat, Duan Feng expresses his hope that Zhang Yi will emerge as the champion, fearing that anyone defeated by him would lose face and be defeated in vain. Zhang Yi privately acknowledges the pressure he feels from Duan Feng, despite his recent addition to the God Hunter Guild. Recognizing Duan Feng's potential, Zhang Yi believes he will be a valuable asset to their guildmates. However, before anything else, Zhang Yi decides to meet the strongest magician in the Sky Arena. Zhang Yi was taken aback by the sight of Hanya Ru and Wu Qi battling fiercely in the arena. The two opponents locked eyes, each displaying unwavering determination. Utilizing the Icewind Staff skill acquired from a defeated boss, Hanya Ru swiftly immobilized Wu Qi with ice. Despite being frozen, Wu Qi chuckled and complimented Hanya Ru's skill with the staff, hinting that it would soon be his. Hanya Ru retorted confidently, stating that they would see about that. Without hesitation, she unleashed her meteor shower skill on Wu Qi. summoning a barrage of fiery meteorites that inflicted significant damage. Spectators marveled at Han Ya-Rao's strength, puzzled by Wu Qi's lackluster performance. It seemed inevitable that he would lose the fight. Some had anticipated a legendary battle between the strongest wizards, only to be disappointed by the outcome. Zhang Yi sensed that Han Ya-Rao was on the path to victory, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Suddenly, Wu Qi's smile signaled a dramatic turn of events. A blinding light enveloped the arena, causing onlookers to shield their eyes. When the light dissipated, Wu Qi had vanished without a trace. It remains a mystery to everyone how the situation unfolded and where Wu Qi vanished to. Zhang Yi was baffled by Wu Qi's mastery of a skill he had never encountered in his past life. Upon Wu Qi's return, Han Ya-Ru was swiftly defeated. She lay defeated on the arena floor as Wu Qi stood tall, staff in hand. Expressing regret, Wu Qi mentioned that had Han Ya-Ru not faced him with such exceptional abilities, she could have easily made it to the final round. There is a general confusion among the spectators regarding Wu Qi's sudden disappearance and reappearance. Wu Qi not only emerged victorious against Han Ya-Ru, but also disarmed her. Zhang Yi, witnessing the scene, felt compassion for Han Ya-Ru as she struggled to stand up in the arena. Extending a helping hand, he inquired about her well-being. Han Ya-Ru expressed deep regret for failing to protect the item Zhang Yi had entrusted to her. However, Zhang Yi reassured her that there was no fault on her part and encouraged her to continue on. He promised to reach the final round and retrieve her weapon. Player Zhang Yi faced off against Cheng Feng in the following round and emerged victorious, securing a spot in the next stage. Wu Qi then bested Qin Long in the subsequent round, earning a place in the next phase as well. Zhang Yi later triumphed over the fire-wielding girl, progressing further in the arena. After numerous rounds, only 2 players remained for the final showdown. The first contender was the wandering wizard Wu Qi, while the second was the renowned beast tamer Zhang Yi. The host proposed a final duel to determine the champion, much to the delight of the audience. Eager spectators awaited the thrilling battle for the championship title to commence. Among the crowd, whispers circulated about Zhang Yi's ferocity, with some recognizing him as the one who had slain the fearsome spider monster in the dark forest. As Wu Qi stood face-to-face with Zhang Yi, he remarked that Zhang Yi appeared ready to devour him. In response, Zhang Yi expressed his disdain for those who take what isn't rightfully theirs. Wu Qi challenged Zhang Yi to come and claim Han Ya-Ru's staff if he dared. Wu Qi once again utilized his disappearing skill, causing both him and Zhang Yi to vanish. The spectators were displeased as they desired to witness the progress of the battle involving Zhang Yi. However, Wu Qi and Zhang Yi found themselves in a void-like space. Zhang Yi, being a player, realized that this was the reason behind Han Ya-Ru's disappearance. Wu Qi had successfully created a separate virtual space known as the Space of Nothingness. This legendary ability allowed players to generate virtual realms. By utilizing this skill, the creator's strength was enhanced by 30%, while the enemy's damage was reduced by 30%. The effects of this skill lasted for a duration of 5 minutes. Wu Qi confidently declared that no one could defeat him within this space. Furthermore, this space also possessed the ability to absorb the possibility of rebirth. Despite this, Zhang Yi remained present in the space. Wu Qi smiled and proposed a deal to Zhang Yi. If he surrendered and admitted defeat, Wu Qi promised to spare him as per his wishes. Zhang Yi attempted to strike Wu Qi, but Wu Qi skillfully evaded the attack. Zhang Yi realized that he would not be able to replicate Wu Qi's talent, and summoning the crow in this space would be entirely futile. In a swift motion, Wu Qi inflicted a significant blow on Zhang Yi, causing a health deduction of 700 points with a shadow arrow. Zhang Yi felt a deep disappointment as his health points were significantly reduced by a seemingly ordinary spell. If this trend continued, he feared that he would meet his demise. However, Zhang Yi found solace in the knowledge that he would be able to respawn in the same location after his death. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yi directed the poison dagger towards himself. Wu Qi was perplexed by Zhang Yi's actions, as he fatally wounded himself with the dagger's poison and perished. As Zhang Yi was a discovered player with the opportunity for rebirth, he returned to life in the same space as Wu Qi. This unexpected turn of events brought about a new dynamic, disrupting the functionality of the guild in this region. As per the competition rules, players could be reborn at the spot of their demise without having to go to the designated rebirth location. Zhang Yi utilized his only summoning skill, leaving Wu Qi curious about his intentions and actions. Zhang Yi confidently stated that even if he lost one chance to be reborn, Wu Qi would not be able to escape his fate. To further assert his dominance, Zhang Yi employed his beast tamer skill to summon another group of crows. Wu Qi expressed his discontent by attempting to shoo away the bothersome birds with his hands, declaring his intense dislike for crows. Zhang Yi inquired if Wu Qi was prepared, then proceeded to initiate the match with a sincere smile. Zhang Yi expressed his eagerness to observe whether Wu Qi would notice the difference this time, and launched an attack. Wu Qi found Zhang Yi's speed to be remarkable and distinctly different from their previous encounters, struggling to keep up. Encouraging Wu Qi to unleash his double lightning power, Zhang Yi commenced a series of attacks, striking Wu Qi with a double lightning chain. Mage Wu Qi let out a cry of pain, vowing never to accept defeat. Suffering significant damage from the double chain lightning, Wu Qi lost 800 health points. Despite the setback, Wu Qi reiterated his determination to emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, Wu Qi retaliated by striking Zhang Yi with a sword. Unfazed, Zhang Yi remarked on the turn of events, highlighting how Wu Qi, who initially seemed unbeatable, was now on the receiving end of relentless attacks. Ultimately, Zhang Yi emerged triumphant, claiming the title of champion and congratulating Wu Qi on a hard-fought battle. Wu Qi and Zhang Yi made their way back to the divine arena once again. The spectators who had missed the entire fight were extremely disappointed, unable to believe that it had already ended without them witnessing anything. They were elated to see Wu Qi suffer such a crushing defeat. This time, however, the staff moved away from him in the opposite direction. One audience member remarked that Wu Qi deserved it, as he was the first to defeat him. The girl retrieved her weapon from the host, approached Zhang Yi, and raised her hand, urging everyone to do the same in order to congratulate him on his victory and his new title as champion. Everyone was taken aback by the fact that a beast tamer had emerged as the champion of the competition. Someone even shouted that they aspired to be like him. Zhang Yi smiled and glanced at Han Ya-ru, who stood among the crowd of spectators. The girl returned his gaze with gratitude and kindness. He thought that they should really sit down and talk. The host displayed a magic wand to the player, and Zhang Yi also received a large chest as his prize. The presenter mentioned that within this chest, he would find incredibly rare equipment. The host then asked if Zhang Yi was surprised. He approached and expressed his delight, considering it a wonderful gesture. Since his level was now 20, it was time for him to switch to new weapons. Zhang Yi unlocked the chest that held the sword of ice and fire, lifting it up with a sense of purpose. He knew that obtaining the weapon was not in vain, it was a chance for him to make a difference. As he faced his opponent, Wu Qi, Zhang Yi reminded him that being in a simulated game did not give him free rein to do as he pleased. Zhang Yi's transformation into a better person was evident in his actions. Upon leaving the Sky Arena, Zhang Yi was congratulated for becoming the champion. One person even requested to be added as a friend. Han Ya-ru also extended her congratulations to Zhang Yi for his victory. Zhang Yi approached Han Ya-ru with a smile, returning the items he had promised. Among them was her wand, which she accepted with a smile. Han Ya-ru then joined Zhang Yi's guild, leading to an influx of over 900 applications from individuals who admired Zhang Yi's strength and leadership. Despite their pleas to join and promises of good behavior, Zhang Yi chose to evade them. When Zhang Yi and Han Ya-ru arrived at Hope City, Zhang Yi mentioned that it was the first time he had experienced being chased by so many people. He even made a joke that if people didn't know any better, they might think he owed all these individuals something. Zhang Yi was fully aware of the limited spots available in the guild, preventing him from adding just anyone. Currently, there is still a shortage of healers in the guild. However, with him, Duan Feng and Han Ya-ru, they could successfully clear the Crown Dungeon. A level 1 guild has a capacity of 10 members, with each level up increasing the quota by 5. Out of the blue, a man suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yi and launched an attack. Zhang Yi inquired about the man's identity and intentions. Han Ya-ru quickly recognized the man as Qing Long. She asked him why he was there and where her older brother was. Qing Long explained that he had seen Han Ya-ru at the city entrance, prompting him to follow her. He mentioned that Han Ya-ru's brother was preoccupied with an important matter, so he was entrusted with looking after her. Zhang Yi questioned how Han Ya-ru knew Qing Long, to which she responded that he was a good friend of her older brother. Zhang Yi mentioned their plan to venture into the Dragon Crown Grave dungeon and promptly agreed to accompany them. He instructed Qing Long to follow him. Meanwhile, Duan Feng was already positioned at the entrance of the Dragon Crown tomb. He admired Zhang Yi's abilities, considering they had only recently met, and was impressed by his swift rise to prominence. Zhang Yi, in turn, noticed Duan Feng's elation at leveling up once more. He extended an invitation for everyone to enter the tomb. Unbeknownst to them, they were being observed by two individuals, one of whom remarked that it was imperative to alert the boss about Zhang Yi and his guild's presence in the Dragon Crown tomb. Upon entering the guild, a plethora of statues greeted them. Han Ya-ru expressed admiration for the beautiful statues and proceeded to examine one closely. It depicted a knight with red-eyed sword. Zhang Yi warned everyone to be cautious, as this was the main monster of the crown tomb. The group huddled together, with Zhang Yi assigning Duan Feng as the tank. Zhang Yi emphasized the importance of staying close to each other. As they approached, the knight statues came to life and attacked with their swords. Duan Feng, realizing mere defense was not enough, drew his sword and fought back. Determined to defeat the monster, the group engaged in battle. Zhang Yi provided support with long-range arrow shots. Suddenly, they noticed a horseman with red armor on a horse behind the knights, a level 35 dragon blood knight. The knight charged towards them on horseback, ready for battle. Duan Feng successfully defended against the blood knight's dragon attack using his sword and shield. He then unleashed the protector sword skill, utilizing level 2 attack array swords from his knight profession. The skill summoned a sword array that dealt 3,000 physical damage to enemies in a line. The Dragon Blood Knight, however, managed to resurrect Lord Shigura. Meanwhile, in the Tower of Eternity, the Master observed Zhang Yi and the girl accompanying him. The Master expressed his interest in Zhang Yi, stating that he saw his old friend in him. Despite the possibility of his eyes deceiving him, as that person was no longer present, the Master recalled a moment of pushing a man off a cliff. He found the situation intriguing, especially for Zhang Yi and his guild, and decided to increase the difficulty for all of them. The insatiable dragon crown, Shigula, absorbs the essence of its fallen subordinates, ascending to a rank 2 dragon crown. Zhang Yi was taken aback by the sight of the powerful rank 2 dragon crown. He speculated that this upgrade would make the monster eggs dropped by the final boss even more rare. The rank 2 dragon crown's attacks were devastatingly strong, posing a threat to everyone's survival. The group quickly realized that they needed to disperse and evade the dragon crown's assaults. As the dragon prepared to breathe fire, Zhang Yi instructed Duan Feng to employ a sword defense technique. Despite Duan Feng's efforts, the dragon's relentless onslaught had already caused significant damage. Knowing that the shield would not hold up against another fiery breath, Duan Feng passed the responsibility to Zhang Yi. Together with his guild members, Zhang Yi launched a coordinated attack on the rank 2 dragon crown, targeting its vulnerable eye. Qing Long acknowledged his understanding of the situation. During that moment, Qing Long utilized the 4th level sleeping arrow, a skill exclusive to archers. This skill allowed him to shoot arrows infused with sleeping pills from his bow, stunning the target for a duration of 4 seconds. Qing Long successfully hit the dragon, causing it to fall. Zhang Yi exclaimed that if they were to strike the dragon's weak spot, it would temporarily weaken, urging everyone to attack it together. Consequently, the dragon is now in a vulnerable state, where it takes 100% more damage than Duan Feng and Han Ya-ru. Han Ya-ru, in order to attack the enemies, employs the Ice Wind Storm technique, temporarily freezing the dragon. He then switches his weapon and strikes the dragon with his new sword. The system commends the players for their triumphant defeat of the greedy dragon, Crown Rank 2 Shigula. As a reward, they receive several items, including the greed chest guard, greed leggings, greed sword, greed helmet, and a dragon pet egg. Zhang Yi, anticipating that a higher-ranking boss would yield more valuable loot, suggests that they examine the rewards. Now, everyone gathers around Zhang Yi, who states that they can claim all the equipment for themselves, while he only desires the egg this time. The members of the gang infiltrated the tomb of the Dragon Crown with the intention of eliminating Zhang Yi, who had already laid his hands on the dragon egg. Zhang Yi, who had long been shielded from his enemies, was suddenly ambushed by a barrage of arrows. Confused and in pain, Zhang Yi questioned Qinglong as to why she would sacrifice herself for him. Qinglong responded by reminding Zhang Yi of the time he had aided Miss Han Yaru, expressing her desire to repay the debt owed to his brother. She assured him that there was no need to worry, as he still had a chance to be revived. Qinglong pledged to wait for him in the city, hoping that Zhang Yi would be able to protect Miss Han Yaru. With that, Qinglong vanished. Zhang Yi confronted the gang, demanding to know who they were and why they had attacked him from behind like rats. It was then that Lu Chengze emerged from the shadows, revealing himself as the mastermind behind the gang's actions. Lu Chengze reminded Zhang Yi that he had warned him this day would come, the day when he would pay for everything. He vowed to exact his revenge twofold, making it clear that this was the day Zhang Yi would face the consequences of his actions. Zhang Yi found himself irritated by the presence of Lu Chengze and his companions once again. Determined to handle the situation on her own, Zhang Yi instructed Han Yaru and Duan Feng not to intervene in the upcoming confrontation. As personal issues between Zhang Yi and Lu Chengze arose, Zhang Yi made a bold move by cutting her hand and allowing her blood to drip onto the dragon egg. To her astonishment, a magnificent dragon spirit emerged from within the egg, revealing it to be an incredibly rare beast in the apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi proceeded to form a contract with the dragon using her own blood. Suddenly, the egg hatched, revealing a small and adorable dragon. Duan Feng couldn't help but comment on how cute a beast tamer's creature could be, while Han Yaru stood in shock, unsure of what to say. Lu Chengze, on the other hand, looked at the little dragon and burst into laughter, arrogantly claiming that he could easily crush such a weak creature with one hand. This boastful remark clearly displeased the others present. Curious about the commotion, Zhang Yi inquired about what had happened, only to have the little dragon become annoyed and ask her not to bite. In a surprising turn of events, the little dragon unleashed a burst of fire towards Lu Chengze and his men, narrowly missing them as they managed to escape in time. The sheer power displayed by the small beast left everyone in shock. Approaching her little dragon, Zhang Yi expressed her disappointment that Lu Chengze had managed to evade the consequences of his actions and declared that it was time for them all to leave and return. Han Yarou inquired about the identities of these individuals and their self-perception. Zhang Yi speculated that based on the symbols on their gear, they likely belonged to a different faction or race. However, Zhang Yi was uncertain about the purpose of their presence. Feng Duan, Zhang Yi, and Han Yarou made their way back to the City of Hope as planned. As they approached Qinglong, they were met with surprise. They were even able to obtain some adorable items. However, Qinglong displayed a mix of emotions, indicating he was not in the best mood. Zhang Yi cautioned Qinglong to be wary, as small dragons tend to have an aggressive nature. Suddenly, news spread that a player had successfully defeated Greedy Crown Shigula in a hidden dungeon in Area 886. As Shigula's partner, the world boss Gold Skeleton King was set to arrive in Hopetown sooner than expected. Players in Area 886 were advised to prepare themselves. Zhang Yi was taken aback by the fact that eliminating the secret boss had hastened the world boss's arrival, a scenario that had not occurred in his past life. Bright green clouds materialized in the sky, resembling dense fog and creating a surreal atmosphere. Zhang Yi, Han Yaru, Duan Feng, and Qinglong gazed up at the sky. Han Yaru remarked on the immense power of the Skull King's effect and inquired about his strength. Zhang Yi confirmed that he was indeed incredibly strong. In that moment, Zhang Yi recalled the depths of his previous life, where he single-handedly decimated half of Hopetown and eliminated 60% of its players. However, if he could successfully complete the mission to slay the Gold Skeleton King, the new Apocalypse City would be unlocked, granting him the opportunity to seek revenge on Mu Chen for his betrayal. Meanwhile, in a different location, a servant presented a man with 2 dragon eggs. The man questioned the absence of one egg, to which the servant explained that in Zone 886, they encountered a beast tamer who had already slain the crown dragon and formed a contract with the black dragon before their arrival. Intrigued by this turn of events, the man permitted his servant to depart and proceeded towards a door where a multitude of dragon eggs awaited him. After a considerable amount of time, the formidable world boss, the Golden Skull King, finally made his way to the City of Hope. The player's new objective is to protect the city from this menacing boss. The Golden Skull King expressed his apologies to Shigula and vowed to exact revenge on all the residents of Hope City. Summoning his undead soldiers, known as skeleton warriors, the Golden Skull King initiated his attack on the city. The Apocalypse players were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this level 50 boss, as it significantly increased the game's difficulty. Realizing the potential rewards that awaited them if they were able to defeat the Golden Skull King, one player mentioned that obtaining valuable equipment was highly likely. This led to other players speculating that the foolish individuals who brought the boss to the city must be held accountable. Their curiosity and anger towards the Golden Skull King intensified as they sought to uncover his true identity. In this new mission, the players of the City of Hope must defend against the invasion of the Golden Skull King. The 3 players who inflict the most damage on the boss will be rewarded handsomely. These rewards include a substantial amount of gold, experience points, and the chance to obtain legendary equipment. However, failure to succeed in this mission will result in the death of all players in Area 886. Zhang Yi, one of the players, couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, as everything seemed eerily similar to his past life. Alongside defeating the Golden Skull King, causing as much damage as possible became crucial in order to secure valuable loot. Zhang Yi's team must act swiftly this time. Zhang Yi addressed Duan Feng and Qing Long, urging them to remain calm and maintain a safe distance from the slow-moving boss. Long-range attacks were the key. Zhang Yi assured them that by following his lead, they could defeat the Golden Skull King. Duan Feng was tasked with drawing the attention of the masses, while Qing Long and Han Ya-Ru would join Zhang Yi in attacking the boss. The team unanimously agreed to follow Zhang Yi's strategy. As the Golden Skull King commanded his skeleton soldiers to attack, Zhang Yi's guild members engaged in battle. Duan Feng noted the strength of the skeleton monster's attacks, posing a challenge. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar girl tended to a severely injured player, promising to finish the task soon. One of the skeleton soldiers attempted to target him and attack the girl, but Zhang Yi successfully managed to fend him off. Zhang Yi warned that it was too risky outside the city, urging everyone to return to town. He emphasized the importance of being cautious around the group of skeleton soldiers, instructing Duan Feng to disrupt their formations. Duan Feng unsheathed his weapon and charged towards the broken formation to engage the players. Utilizing his special sword, Duan Feng valiantly battled the skeletal monster. Meanwhile, a neighboring guild observed Zhang Yi and the God Hunter Guild in combat. A member of the guild informed their leader that if the situation persisted, the God Hunter Guild would claim all the rewards for defeating the Golden Skull King. The guild leader asserted the need to communicate with other guild leaders, stating that it was unacceptable for the God Hunter Guild to monopolize the rewards. Zhang Yi, determined to attack his adversaries, except for the guild leaders, was accused of arrogance and subsequently targeted with fireballs. Confused by the sudden attack, Zhang Yi turned around to find another guild confronting him, questioning their actions, and what was the reason behind their attack on him. The leaders of the other guilds claim that they were there for the sole purpose of collecting the rewards for killing the Golden Skull King. They couldn't allow the God Hunter Guild to claim all the spoils for themselves. Zhang Yi believed that they were just another group of greedy individuals who wanted to snatch the prize away from others. They mistakenly thought that they could handle the formidable Skeleton King on their own. Zhang Yi mentioned that he didn't have time to deal with them and pointed out that the boss was right in front of them. He suggested that they could have killed the boss and claimed the reward for themselves. It was at that moment when the Golden Skull King realized how foolish these people were and contemplated sending them away. Unfortunately, he approached the crowd and raised his massive sword, intending to attack the player. He declared that he would send them all to hell. The formidable Golden Skull King showcased his mastery of the Golden Shield skill during his attacks. Zhang Yi, however, found himself perplexed by the unfolding events. Just then, a girl who had just finished healing some fellow players approached the one in need of assistance. Curious, Zhang Yi inquired why she had not left. The girl explained that she had noticed a shortage of healers in the God Hunter Guild and had decided to join their ranks to offer her aid. Zhang Yi looked at the girl, taken aback, and expressed his sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, the Qinglong player noticed that Han Yarou was in peril and urgently warned her. In response, Han Yarou revealed that her leg was trapped. As the Golden Skull King closed in on him, Zhang Yi urgently cautioned his comrades to be wary of the impending danger. The Golden Skeleton King, however, dismissed any resistance, claiming that death was the only escape. With his sword poised to strike Han Yarou's brother suddenly appeared and instructed her to flee while he confronted the boss. The Golden Skull King taunted Han Yarou's brother, labeling him as yet another player seeking his own demise, and questioned his belief in his ability to defeat him, the King of Death. To further emphasize his dominance, the Golden Skull King added, he had not yet begun to utilize his powers. However, brother Han Yarou expressed his desire for the boss to demonstrate his true strength and be hailed as the King of Death. With these words, brother Han Yarou swiftly launched an attack on his opponent, striking him multiple times. As a result of this intense battle, brother Han Yarou sustained significant damage, but he had anticipated this outcome. The Golden Skull King inquired if this was truly the extent of the Han Yarou siblings' capabilities, and even remarked that he was mildly amused. Standing before the player, the Golden Skull King burst into laughter. Han Yarou's brother cautioned the King of Death against being overly confident, as this was merely a warm-up and there was much more to come. In that moment, brother Han Yarou activated the Berserk state, an exclusive combat form that gradually depletes the player's health points by 1% per second. However, for each percentage of health lost, the damage inflicted increases by 10%. Big Sister Han Yarou then instructed the Golden Skull King to observe and experience the power of Berserk dissection skills. The player launched an attack on the Golden Skull King, causing him to initially lose 1,000 health points, followed by 2,000. As brother Han Yarou continued his assault on the King of Death, the impact of each attack was palpable, leading the player to inquire if he was now feeling the effects. The King of the Golden Skull declared himself as a mere mortal and refused to tolerate such behavior. Consequently, he ordered the Death King to punish the player by striking him with a sword. However, Han Yarou's brother successfully defended himself against the attack, catching Zhang Yi's attention. The God Hunter Guild observed that Han Yarou's brother enhanced his strength by sacrificing health points, although his health was dangerously low. Any misstep could prove fatal for him. During a critical moment, Han Yarou's brother was struck by the Gold Skeleton King's sword, causing the player to lose the majority of his health points. However, Han Yarou managed to survive by utilizing the Divine Immortal Body skill when he had only a sliver of health left. This skill granted him immunity to the fatal blow. The Gold Skeleton King was perplexed by the player's resilience. In response, Han Yarou commanded death upon the king, who, despite being attacked, found the player's strikes amusing. The boss monster grew increasingly agitated as the battle unfolded. Zhang Yi observed the fight, noting the player's remarkable strength in facing the Gold Skeleton King alone. After the king's demise, Han Yarou's sister stepped forward to showcase her own abilities. Han Yarou's brother launched a powerful attack on the Gold Skeleton King, depleting all of his health points and deactivating his berserker state. As a reward for defeating the Gold Skeleton King and safeguarding the City of Hope, players were bestowed with a level 40 undead ring of legendary rarity. This ring enhances all player stats by 10 and possesses a unique skill that boosts the ring's attribute by 50 for each enemy slain. Han Yarou's brother Yang gazed at the Golden Skull King ring and recognized its malevolence. He understood the potential havoc it could wreak if it fell into the wrong hands, causing trouble for everyone involved. Just as he was contemplating this, Zhang Yi, a player with a dragon perched on his shoulder, approached Han Yarao's brother to express gratitude for his assistance in saving the City of Hope and defeating the Golden Skull King. In response, Han Yarao's brother humbly stated that he had helped solely for the sake of his sister and did not require any gratitude. Overwhelmed with joy, Han Yarao embraced her sister and questioned where she had been all this time, as they had been searching for her. It turned out that she had been with Qinglong, as they had been looking for him. Zhang Yi was taken aback when he realized that this player was Han Yarao's long-lost older brother, whom he had been searching for. Han Yarao's brother affectionately reassured her that he was fine and there was no need to worry. He then handed her the ring, allowing her to keep it and play with it. The system congratulated the players of Zone 886 for successfully completing their mission and saving the City of Hope from the Golden Skull King's invasion. A new city, the Devil's Tower, was unveiled. Han Yarao's brother instructed the God Hunters Guild to claim his bounty from the Golden Skull King and declared that it was time for them to depart, as there was no reason to linger any longer in this place. The Golden City soul armor, golden belt, dead peony golden bow, golden robe, and golden boots are the gifts that Zhang Yi received. Among them, Zhang Yi chose the level 40 gold boots, which increased the rarity of the boots. This legendary item allows the player to enhance all their stats by 5 points when attached to their skill. Additionally, it provides a gold speed effect, which boosts the player's movement speed by 100% for 20 seconds. However, the skill has a cooldown time of 3 minutes. Zhang Yi was satisfied with the reward for defeating the Golden Skull King. As a result, he felt that he was getting closer to his past, where he had once partnered with a traitor, with the opening of a new city in the apocalypse. When the God Hunters Guild, along with Zhang Yi's brother Han Yarao, arrived at the Demon Tower, Zhang Yi noticed that this place was very different from his previous city, the City of Hope. He anticipated that they would face significant challenges here. The new girl from their guild expressed her fear of the tall tower, while Sister Han Yarao commented that such an intimidating environment was to be expected in a new city. In comparison to the City of Hope, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Zhang Yi recalled his past experiences vividly. The town Demon Tower stood tall with 100 floors, a challenging feat for anyone attempting to conquer it. Only those who managed to successfully navigate through the tower were granted access to the prestigious Iron Tower. In his previous life, Zhang Yi endured 8 years in an apocalyptic world. Now, he found himself on the 50th floor of the town Demon Tower, facing fierce monsters but also reaping valuable equipment they dropped. The higher he climbed, the better the items he obtained. The town Demon Tower itself was already impressive, but Zhang Yi couldn't help but wonder about the mysteries that awaited him in the Ion Tower. Meanwhile, the game's creator observed Zhang Yi and his fellow members of the God Hunter Guild from the top floor of the Ion Tower, hinting at an impending twist in their journey. Zhang Yi, along with his God Hunter Guild, stood near the Demon Tower, observing it. In that moment, Zhang Yi noticed 3 individuals passing by them, rushing towards the tower. One of them mentioned the urgency to hurry, as the Demon Tower would be closing within a few hours. The other person reassured that they wouldn't be late, or else they would have to wait for him to revive. Zhang Yi glanced at the players from the God Hunter Guild and suggested that the tower opened every 7 hours, presenting a great opportunity for them. Therefore, why not skip a few floors and take advantage of it now? Duan Feng readily agreed, and Han Yarao also responded positively to the proposal. Zhang Yi then approached Han Yarao, placing his hand on his shoulder, and offered to go together and explore the Demon Tower, as brothers. Han Yarao agreed to this without hesitation. As the players prepared to embark on their journey, Zhang Yi mentioned that the Demon Tower was a solo dungeon, meaning they would have to separate during their exploration. Player Zhang Yi proposed that everyone meet at the same location later. Player Duan Feng stated that he would go ahead and promptly left, after bidding farewell. Zhang Yi expressed annoyance at Duan Feng always leaving whenever there was an opportunity to level up, which irritated Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi mentioned that it was time for them to enter the Demon Tower. The players proceeded to the first floor of the tower, which all players had to pass through. They successfully cleared the first floor and continued to progress. The players achieved success on the second floor as well, reaching the third floor of the Demon Tower. They further ascended to the fifth floor. Zhang Yi, as a player in the Demon Tower, received a reward of Boar Wild Boots, a historical rarity at level 40, and Boar-level gloves, also a historical rarity at level 40. Consequently, Zhang Yi had already reached level 40. Zhang Yi believed that with his clearing speed, there would be no difficulty in progressing further. He continued to clear several more floors and eventually reached the 7th floor of the Demon Tower. However, he found the monsters on this level to be weaker compared to the past. At that moment, a level 55 demon-race giant beast appeared. The soldier inquired of the non-entity what kind of human would dare to disturb him. The game spirit relayed to player Zhang Yi that the warrior was exceptionally strong, serving as the commander leading the devil during the failed demon invasion of the city. Now imprisoned, the game spirit of the Demon Tower informed Zhang Yi that he only had 3 minutes left and wished him luck. Zhang Yi pondered why the warrior was on the 7th floor instead of being the boss of the 15th floor, realizing he needed to be cautious. The warrior, attributing his attack on Zhang Yi to missing lunch, threatened to make Zhang Yi his meal. Zhang Yi found the meat tough and warned the warrior of losing his teeth while eating. The little dragon perched on Zhang Yi's shoulder breathed fire at the enemy, but the soldier remained unscathed and laughed. Zhang Yi decided it was too early to engage in combat and contemplated attacking the warrior, who retaliated and caused significant damage to Zhang Yi's player. As the Demon Tower announced the closure of information in 10 minutes, all players were advised to brace for potential progress loss. Player Zhang Yi knelt, resting on his ice and fire sword, contemplating his imminent departure. As he faced the warrior with a weapon aimed at him, Zhang Yi saw this as his final opportunity to showcase his abilities. He questioned the audacity of the player provoking him, ready to retaliate. However, as time in the Demon Tower came to an end, Zhang Yi vanished, leaving behind a warning about the consequences of attacking fellow players. Frustrated by the temporary setback, he vowed to return stronger and overcome the challenges posed by the tower. Zhang Yi found himself outside once more, reflecting on the perilous monsters within the Demon Tower and the narrow escape he had experienced. Zhang Yi surveyed the entire guild, but only Han Yaru's brother was present. Meanwhile, his brother was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yi inquired if anyone had seen his brother. Zhang Yi expressed his concern, noting that it was peculiar since Han Yaru should have already emerged. It was evident that Han Yaru was deeply anxious about her elder brother, who was currently Qinglong. Zhang Yi approached Han Yaru and reassured her that she shouldn't fret excessively about her brother. He emphasized that her brother was exceptionally resilient and capable of protecting himself, or perhaps he simply had pressing matters to attend to. Zhang Yi made every effort to console her. Han Yaru descended and suggested that her elder brother might have had important obligations that prevented him from informing them. Zhang Yi concurred with Qinglong's viewpoint and advised Han Yaru not to be concerned about her brother's well-being, as he possessed ample strength to defend himself. Han Yaru expressed her disappointment at the high expectations she had. A new mission suddenly appeared before the players, a special guild war mission in the Source City. The mission aimed to foster interaction between guilds, with the battle set to take place in the Source City. It was mentioned that any large guild could participate, with the winner receiving a generous prize, the X1 teleportation device. This device, although not useful in battle, was highly coveted as it could be strategically placed to generate wealth through levying taxes for its use. Zhang Yi envisioned the benefits of the teleportation device, particularly in locating his old partner, Mu Cheng. He instructed the God Hunters Guild to rest before embarking on the guild war in 4 hours. Zhang Yi then approached 2 new players, Xiao Yao and Qinglong, inviting them to join the God Hunter Union after the battle to strengthen their bond. Xiao Yao readily agreed, flashing a sweet smile at Zhang Yi, while Qinglong also agreed promptly to protect Miss Han Yaru. Zhang Yi mentioned that under those circumstances, they would meet again at a later time. Qinglong and Xiaoyao, the players, decided to join the God Hunters Guild. Zhang Yi then smiled, realizing that all the positions in the guild had been filled. With this, they were confident that they would definitely emerge victorious in the upcoming guild war. Meanwhile, Brother Han Yaru remained on the 8th floor of the Demon Tower, contemplating that the countdown had long expired, yet he was still there. Clearly, something was amiss. Sister Han Yaru, on the other hand, was already quite exhausted. She stood up and leaned on her own sword, suddenly sensing a presence nearby. She called out for the person to reveal themselves. A young man emerged from the darkness and advised that it would be best if Sister Han Yaru hadn't come to this place. The individual was engulfed in vivid green flames. Han Yaru's sibling inquired about the identity of this individual, questioning whether he was a special character of the Demon Tower or just a regular player. The player responded that both assumptions were incorrect, but refused to provide any clarity. Han Yaru's brother, undeterred, launched an attack. In response, Han Yaru activated his immortal body skill and joined the battle. As the confrontation unfolded, the player recognized Han Yaru's brother as possessing divine talent and decided to withdraw. When questioned about his sudden retreat, the player suggested that Han Yaru's brother may have deemed the encounter a test and found it uninteresting to continue. In exchange for his silence, Han Yaru's brother offered to let the player go. However, the player threatened to disclose a secret to Han Yaru. The man inquired about the secret of the apocalypse. He then proceeded to explain that a major disaster would follow the apocalypse, and none of the players would survive it. However, there was a chance to avoid it. Brother Han Yaru asked how to prevent it, but the man did not provide an answer, stating that it was all he could reveal at that moment. Brother Han Yaru would have to discover the rest on his own. Subsequently, the man bid farewell to Sister Han Yaru. Han Yaru's brother inquired about how to leave the closed Demon Tower. The man informed him that the tower would reopen in 7 days, allowing him to exit. With those words, the man slowly vanished. Sister Han Yaru pondered her next steps. The man had mentioned a disaster, stopping abruptly after noticing her divine talent. Perhaps her abilities were linked to the impending catastrophe, but she was uncertain. Later, the man revealed the truth to her after a 4-hour break. He introduced her to the God Hunter Union, emphasizing the importance of resting well and striving to win the upcoming guild war. The system welcomed all players to Source City, assuring that those who perished in the guild wars would have a chance to be reborn. However, 20% of the crystals earned in the city would be claimed as payment. Zhang Yi convened with the God Hunter Guild for the event. They gathered in a circular formation and began strategizing for the upcoming battles. Zhang Yi pointed out that they were at a numerical disadvantage, so they needed to divide and conquer in order to secure as many crystals as they could. This way, if one point was under attack, they could defend it effectively. The skirmish against the God Hunting Guild's monsters had begun. Zhang Yi and his guild have separated. Each member is now fighting in their respective territories, owned by the players. Zhang Yi managed to acquire a 3rd-level water crystal and also defeated a large metal dog that was ranked within the guild. The top spot is held by the Guild of Disdainful Heroes, consisting of 20 members who have collected a total of 10,600 crystals. In second place is the God Hunter Alliance, with 5 members who have gathered 5,000 crystals. The third position belongs to the Promise Gate Guild, comprising 10 members who have collected 4,600 crystals. Reflecting on the situation, Zhang Yi realizes that all of them are currently on the 3rd level of the mine. If they wish to advance to a higher level, they will need to seize it from others. However, it seems that other guilds have similar intentions. The Promise Gate Guild, ranked 3rd, has set their sights on the God Hunter Union. Led by Zhao Fei Ming, the Promise Gate Guild plans to outnumber the God Hunter Union members and take control of their territory. Zhao Fei Ming has instructed his alliance to launch an attack on the God Hunter Guild, emphasizing that they must act swiftly and decisively. As the guild invasion commences, one member of the Promise Gate Alliance boldly declares that outsiders are not welcome in their domain. The alliance where Han Yaro is located was the first to be attacked. Han Yaro was captured by multiple assailants, rendering him immobile. In response, Han Yaru inquired about the identities of these individuals and demanded his immediate release. He then mentioned his affiliation with the guild and vowed that they would retaliate. Zhao Feiming remarked that Han Yaru possessed a highly aggressive nature and challenged him to see who would perish first. He subsequently issued orders to his alliance members to eliminate Han Yaru and laughed boisterously. Despite Han Yaru's attempts to escape, he was unsuccessful. The God Hunters Guild received information regarding the attack on their guild members, causing Zhang Yi to become deeply concerned. Upon discovering that Han Yarao had been targeted, Zhang Yi was ambushed from behind when he attempted to go to her aid. However, his loyal dragon managed to fend off the attacker. Zhang Yi then equipped his gold boots and instructed his dragon to remain in the mine, safeguarding the other guild members. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi resolved to assist Han Yaru. A notification appeared, indicating that Zhang Yi had activated his gold shoes and the accompanying speed boost. This ability enhanced his movement speed by 100% and lasted for 20 seconds, with a 3-minute cooldown. Zhang Yi reassured himself that Han Yaru need not worry, as he would arrive promptly. Another member from a different guild pointed a knife at Han Yaro's neck, questioning why he couldn't see the friends he was just talking to. Just then, another player appeared, and Zhang Yi inquired about the sudden attacks. A frail girl in the midst of the crowd seemed to be the target. Zhang Yi questioned how they could attack his group and still have the audacity to claim innocence. He warned that anyone who dared to come here must be prepared to face the consequences. These words were directed from player Xiao Faming to player Zhang Yi. Despite the threats, Zhang Yi managed to outmaneuver his opponent and approached Zhao Feiming, declaring that fate had destined him to die by his sword. A system notification confirmed that Zhang Yi had successfully eliminated Zhao Feiming and was rewarded with 500 crystals. He then rushed to Han Yaru, expressing concern and asking if he was unharmed. Han Yaru, touched by Zhang Yi's care, reassured him that he was fine. Grateful for being saved, Han Yaru thanked his savior. The leader of the Disdain Heroes Guild, Tu Yan, made an appearance, joking about the hero saving the princess scenario. Tu Yan expressed surprise at the unexpected reunion with Han Yaru. Zhang Yi observed the player and warned him to steer clear of Han Yaru, as she belonged to him. This immediately angered Han Yaru, who instructed Zhang Yi to disregard Si Tu Yan, labeling him as a peculiar individual who persistently seeks attention in reality. Zhang Yi then took Han Yaru's hand, urging her to leave the place with him. However, their path was suddenly blocked by a person brandishing a sword, halting their progress. The situation escalated when Zhang Yi proposed a duel to Si Tu Yan, who offered 10 third-level mind crystals to the God Hunter Alliance if he emerged victorious, but demanded Han Yaru as the prize if Zhang Yi lost. Zhang Yi, uninterested in engaging with a narcissist like Si Tu Yan, refused the challenge, provoking Si Tu Yan's anger. Si Tu Yan then unleashed his tenfold speed skill, attacking Zhang Yi with incredible speed. This skill, a legendary talent, boosted his attack speed by 1,000%, but came with a 2-hour cooldown period. Si Tu Yan insulted Zhang Yi, calling him a pathetic brat and offering him a chance to surrender. Zhang Yi, however, stood his ground and managed to dodge Si Tu Yan's sword strike, pushing Han Yaru out of harm's way. Enraged, Zhang Yi retaliated with his own sword skills, vowing to deal with Si Tu Yan before returning to the guild. Si Tu Yan declared to Zhang Yi that he would not survive this encounter. Zhang Yi remained composed, understanding he couldn't evade all of Tu Yan's swords. With a swift move, he thrust his sword into Zhang Yi's chest, asserting his superiority. Han Yaru called out Zhang Yi's name in distress. Zhang Yi, in his current state, expressed his desire not to let down Si Tu Yan, as he possessed exceptional talent. At that moment, Zhang Yi, the player, smiled and firmly grasped the Si Tu Yan sword. Si Tu Yan confidently declared that it was impossible for anyone to evade his sword strike. Zhang Yi retorted, stating that Si Tu Yan was too arrogant and that they needed to put his skills to the test. Si Tu Yan relentlessly attempted to strike Zhang Yi, questioning why he had not been defeated yet. Zhang Yi simply replied that it was not as easy as Si Tuyan thought, suggesting that it could all be an illusion. Frustrated, Si Tuyan decided to seek assistance from his guild members, urging them to come to his aid. As the fellowship members arrived, Si Tuyan instructed them to eliminate Zhang Yi immediately. In response, Zhang Yi chuckled and inquired if this was how they conducted duels. He then revealed that Si Tuyan had planned an ambush against the early players. Si Tuyan angrily warned Zhang Yi that he would be defeated that day. The alliance members, following Si Tuyan's lead, launched an attack on Zhang Yi's players, believing it to be a fair fight. Zhang Yi criticized them for their treacherous actions and taunted them, questioning if they had nothing more to offer. He then advised them to move forward and continue the battle. The detestable guild of heroes claimed that something incredibly peculiar was clearly evident. This occurred when player Zhang Yi effortlessly blocked all of their attacks with his own body. It appeared as though he absorbed every single one of their assaults with his physical form. Another player from the guild remarked that Zhang Yi must be some sort of monstrous being. Zhang Yi then inquired if the ordeal was truly over, and further asserted that it was now his turn to strike. He proceeded to summon the fearsome creature known as the Dragon Flame from the depths of hell. At that moment, I, too, was the player. I stated that Zhang Yi shouldn't assume that Tuyan would willingly hand over his mind crystal, as he would surely eliminate him. Tuyan shouted that victory might be their only option, and wished to convey something else. However, Zhang Yi's player interrupted him and delivered a forceful punch to his face. And that was it. He lost 500 health points. There is a report that Zhang Yi killed Si Tuyan and was rewarded with 1,000 crystals. Consequently, Zhang Yi assured Tuyan that there was no need to worry as he was already aware of the situation. When members of the God Hunter Guild arrived and inquired about the incident, Zhang Yi and Han Yaru confirmed that they were unharmed. Despite being attacked by the Promise Gate Guild and the Hero Guild Disdain, Zhang Yi managed to protect them and emerge victorious. Later on, the guild raid commenced again, with the Hero Guild Disdain securing the top spot with 20 members collecting 25,000 crystals. The God Hunter Alliance, consisting of 5 members, claimed the second position with 15,000 crystals. The Promise Gate Guild, with 10 members, took the third spot by collecting 7,000 crystals. Zhang Yi observed the statistics and noted that there was only half an hour remaining to surpass the Hero Guild Disdain. The only viable option was to steal the mind crystal from them by diverting their attention with long-range attacks. Han Yaru expressed confidence in their ability to execute this plan, especially with Qing Long's expertise in archery. Qing Long agreed to assist them without hesitation. Qing Long tightly grasped his bow, his fingers wrapped around it with determination. He expressed his regret and denied any wrongdoing, believing that he could overcome the weight of his past memories. The championships he had participated in lingered in his mind, the echoes of the crowd's cheers still resonating. If only he could strike the bullseye, victory would surely be his. Despite initially having an advantage, the other competitors closely trailed behind him. Ultimately, it all came down to the final arrow. Qing Long attempted to calm his racing heart, reassuring himself that everything would be fine. He reminded himself of his past successes, although now he felt anxious, clinging to the hope that the last arrow would salvage his chances. In this era, would he be able to live up to the expectations placed upon him? However, on that fateful day, Qing Long failed to hit the center of the target. The deafening cries of disappointment confirmed the harsh truth. The words of others echoed in his ears, branding him as anything but a champion. They claimed he crumbled under the slightest pressure, like a brother who had long been burdened by the weight of his failures. He was labeled a loser, questioned if he truly possessed the skill to shoot. The shouts of his uselessness pierced his heart, demanding that he leave and never return. Tears streamed down his face as he contemplated whether archery was a battle he could never conquer. Qing Long was already aware of the player. Zhang Yi claimed that he was the most skilled shooter he had ever encountered. Zhang Yi recalled how Qing Long managed to hit the dragon's eye, even under immense pressure. Zhang Yi confidently stated that it would be a simple task for Qing Long to handle. Qing Long's eyes lit up with determination as he expressed his willingness to give it his all. Xiao Yao joyfully exclaimed that the entire guild was united. Qing Long took aim with his bow at the target, preparing to draw the string and release the arrow towards it. Si Tu-yan expressed that he had never considered it previously. That troublesome individual would have the audacity to steal Han Ya-rao away from him. A member of the Detestable Heroes Guild mentioned that once they claimed the top spot that Han Ya-ru desired, you truly comprehend the level of that individual's charisma. Others from their group mentioned that everything would transpire as such, for it will conclude shortly, and the God Hunter Guild will assuredly make it happen, unable to keep pace with the Detestable Heroes Guild. In that instant, an arrow launched by Qing Long soared directly towards Si Tu-yan's chest. He was incensed by the unprovoked attack. He proceeded to question who would dare to commit such an act. The Guild of God Hunters launched another assault. Zhang Yi, a player, declared it was time to commence the hunt. Subsequently, the rankings were adjusted. The Despicable Hero Alliance, comprised of 20 members, maintained their lead in first place with a total of 30,000 crystals. Following closely behind in second place was the 5-member God Hunter Guild, amassing 25,700 crystals. In third place, the Gateway to the Promise Alliance, consisting of 10 individuals, managed to collect 10,000 crystals. The God Hunters engaged in battle with the Disdain Heroes, seizing more mind crystals and increasing their own crystal count. With only 50 seconds remaining in the competition, the God Hunters secured an additional 200 crystals for themselves. As a result, the updated guild rankings revealed that the Despicable Hero Alliance, with 20 members, still held the top spot with 31,000 crystals. The God Hunter Guild, with 5 members, claimed second place with 27,500 crystals. The Gateway to the Promise Alliance, comprising 10 members, secured third place by collecting 12,000 crystals before the countdown ended. The conclusion of the guild war reveals that there are 35 seconds remaining. Subsequently, there were only 20 seconds left. The updated guild rankings indicate that the Despicable Hero Guild, consisting of 20 members, still holds the top position, having accumulated 31,500 crystals. The God Hunter Union, comprised of 5 individuals, remains in second place with 13,000 crystals. The Alliance Promise Gate, consisting of 10 members, secures the third spot by collecting 12,000 crystals. As the timer counts down to 12 seconds, the final moment arrives, determining that the new God Hunter Alliance, with 5 members, now claims the first place with 32,000 crystals. The Despicable Heroes Union, with 20 members, falls to second place, amassing 32,200 crystals. The Promise Gate Guild, with 10 members, maintains its position in third place with 12,000 crystals. The system extends congratulations to the God Hunter Alliance for emerging victorious in the Guild War and earning the title of Champion of Source City. Following the conclusion of the event, player Zhang Yi, along with his guildmates, expressed their thoughts. Zhang Yi commended Qing Long, expressing confidence in his abilities to handle the situation. Han Ya-rao also chimed in, offering sincere praise to Qing Long. Meanwhile, members of the Disdain Heroes Guild felt disheartened by their loss to the God Hunters. One member acknowledged their expected defeat, emphasizing the need to move past this setback. Si Tu-yan expressed strong displeasure towards them. Meanwhile, at the Guild of God Hunters, they eagerly awaited their well-deserved reward. Zhang Yi, one of the players, retrieved a teleporter from a chest and claimed that it would make their task much easier. With this device, they would be able to reach more people and explore different places. Suddenly, the Guild of Disdain Heroes passed by the God Hunters. Si Tu-yan, a member of the guild, stopped by Zhang Yi and advised him to wait for a moment. He explained that another race from the God tribe had been observing them for a while. He urged the 2 young men, Zhang Yi and his friends, to leave the guild and forget about their peaceful lives. Han Ya-ru, curious about Tu-yan's mention of other races and the God Hunter Alliance, asked for clarification. Zhang Yi admitted that he didn't know the exact details, but speculated that it might be related to the recent attack they experienced at Dragon Crown border. Just as the guild was about to leave, a young girl in a robe accidentally bumped into Han Ya-rao, quickly apologizing and requesting to be let through. Unbeknownst to them, the girl was using her cunning theft skill, which had a high chance of stealing an item from a player's inventory. In this case, she managed to steal the ring that Han Yaru's older brother had given her. The girl smiled and swiftly walked away as if nothing had happened. It was at that moment that Han Yaru realized she should have been more attentive to her surroundings. Han Yaru observed a troubling situation unfolding. When questioned by Zhang Yi, she revealed that the girl who had hit her appeared to be a thief, as her brother's ring had mysteriously vanished. Despite the swift actions of the God-hunting alliance in pursuit of the thief, they were unable to apprehend her in time. Zhang Yi, eager to catch the thief, was informed by a player that she had seemingly teleported to another city, possibly Moonlight City. Determined to investigate further, Zhang Yi decided to venture alone to Moonlight City, considering the benefits it could bring in terms of his dragon race talent, camp prestige, and overall progress. Instructing guild members to remain behind in case Han Yarao returned, Zhang Yi set off for Moonlight City, with Han Yaru cautioning him to be careful. Qinglong assured Zhang Yi that he would protect Han Yaru in his absence. With his teleport coordinates set for a quick return, Zhang Yi requested to be teleported to Moonlight City. When Zhang Yi, the player, found himself transported to the city of Moonlight, he realized that he had lost his 100 gold coins. Zhang Yi felt a sense of disappointment as he pondered the loss of his valuable coins. It seemed as though they had vanished into thin air. He concluded that the cost of teleportation was indeed too high. Suddenly, he heard a cry for help in the distance. Zhang Yi thought that it might be too late to assist, considering the urgency of the situation. The fact that someone was in need of help indicated that the city was not as safe as it seemed. As the robbers attacked a young girl who was desperately calling for assistance, one of them remarked on her agility and questioned why she was in that location. Just as the robber was about to strike the girl with his sword, another sword intercepted his blow. The robber demanded to know who had intervened, warning Zhang Yi that he had picked the wrong fight. Zhang Yi responded by stating that he only knew how to defend those in need, particularly defenseless girls. Despite his desire to retaliate against the robber, Zhang Yi urged everyone to retreat, showcasing his strength as a player. The robbers, intimidated by Zhang Yi's prowess, fled the scene. Zhang Yi approached the girl and recognized her as the same individual who had stolen an item from Han Yaru. He asked her to explain why she was being targeted by these individuals. Then the girl confessed to stealing the boss's belongings from them. They had pursued him across multiple cities, yet they still persisted in their pursuit. Zhang Yi, the player, inquired about their motive. In response, the girl revealed that they were members of the Divine Alliance, a group that instilled fear in everyone. Zhang Yi pondered whether the people from the Dragon Crown tomb were also part of this alliance. Once Zhang Yi departed, he expressed concern for the girl's safety in such a place and advised her to leave. However, the girl clung tightly to her rabbit doll and expressed her fear and uncertainty about what to do if those people were to return. Zhang Yi gestured for her to accompany him, assuring her that she could come along. Excitedly, the girl exclaimed that she understood, and they headed towards Moonlight City for lodging. Zhang Yi, who was visiting the city for the first time, requested 2 rooms from the hotel manager and paid with gold coins. Finally, Zhang Yi and his newfound companion retired to rest. In Zhang Yi's chamber, he bid farewell to the girl and shut the door behind her. Zhang Yi then promptly collapsed onto the bed, relishing the feeling of lying on a clean and plush surface. As night descended, Zhang Yi dozed off by the door of his room. Suddenly, the girl quietly entered, wearing a smile on her face. With thoughts of acquiring all of Zhang Yi's gold coins, she drew her sword and lunged at the sleeping Zhang Yi, aiming to strike him. However, Zhang Yi swiftly dodged the blow, causing the sword to embed itself in the bed. The girl remarked that Zhang Yi was merely lucky this time, warning him that he wouldn't be as fortunate in the future. In a sudden turn of events, Zhang Yi slapped the girl in his sleep, muttering about his old friend, Muchen. Startled, the girl gasped, claiming she was in pain. Upon awakening fully, Zhang Yi demanded an explanation for the girl's presence in his room. She feigned tears, recounting a nightmare about people coming after her. Sympathetic, Zhang Yi offered her his bed to rest in, assuring her that he would take care of everything. The girl reclines on the bed as Zhang Yi rises to his feet. Zhang Yi contemplates that he will proceed gradually. He intends to uncover all the details about the girl's intentions. What else could she be concealing? Morning eventually arrived, prompting Zhang Yi and the girl to set out in search of the Gods' Guild. The girl led Zhang Yi to the Moonlight City Church. Zhang Yi inquired whether the Gods' Alliance truly had a hand in this matter. The girl recounted how she once followed them in secret, only to witness their disappearance at that very location. Suddenly, Mu-chan approached the girl from behind, reaching out to touch her shoulder. However, Zhang Yi intervened, questioning Mu-chan's presence. Mu-chan gazed at Zhang Yi in astonishment, inquiring how Zhang Yi knew his name. Zhang Yi retorted that it was of no concern, swiftly launching an attack on Mu-chan's face. Mu-chen was thrown backwards, causing a stir in the crowd. It was quite surprising, as they were used to seeing many of them beating others themselves. However, today was different. The others laughed and remarked that he deserved it all, considering his behavior towards the players. Mu-chen managed to stand up and took a seat on the ground. He demanded to know who the despicable person was that dared to strike him. The girl glanced at Zhang Yi and warned him not to provoke him, as he was a very dangerous player. She asked if she was right. Mu-chen pondered on this, realizing that he might have annoyed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, thought that it was nothing compared to what Mu-chen had done in his previous life, betraying his friend. In this life, he was simply making fun of others. Players often relied on concealment skills. Mu-chen inquired if Zhang Yi knew whose territory this was. He added that he definitely wouldn't leave here alive. Zhang Yi understood that the assassin's concealment skill made players invisible, allowing them to deliver critical blows to enemies from blind spots. At that moment, Zhang Yi realized that he should have been more cautious. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind brushed past him, leaving a wound on his cheek. Everything seemed to be repeating itself from his previous life. Many players relied on the same skills. He had killed before, and now, as Zhang Yi, he knew he would never be able to forget what had happened to him in his past life. How ironic it was that Comrade Mu-chen had betrayed him. However, Zhang Yi is now determined not to lose and is determined to improve. He unleashed a flurry of punches at his opponent, fully confident that he would not give them any chance. Mu-chen, on the other hand, could not fathom how Zhang Yi knew every move he would make. Zhang Yi's attacks seemed invisible, but their long history together had etched Mu-chen's patterns into Zhang Yi's memory. With a swift kick, Zhang Yi sent Mu-chen tumbling to the ground once again. He then brandished his sword of ice and fire, declaring that Mu-chen would meet his demise. The intensity of their battle caught the attention of other players, including Mu-chen, who wondered who Zhang Yi really was. Mu-chen couldn't help but feel unlucky to encounter such a madman. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi proclaimed that Mu-chen was about to face his doom. Suddenly, a black-robed figure emerged from the ground and attacked Mu-chen, dragging him underground. However, Zhang Yi realized he couldn't let the black-robed figure take Mu-chen away. He noticed that the trail left by the black-robed figure led to the same place as the traces left by the Guild Girl of God, who had mentioned the Fellowship of the Gods at Moonlight City Church. Zhang Yi warned that it could be dangerous inside, and that he might have been lured there intentionally. Mu-chen asked if Zhang Yi was certain, and if he should go alone. Zhang Yi insisted that he must go because he had his own personal reasons for doing so. As a gesture of support, a new acquaintance handed Zhang Yi 2 sleeping pills. Entering a place unprepared like this is not advisable. Without a plan, it was not the wisest decision. Zhang Yi inquired about the source of the sleeping pills, to which Wu confirmed that he was traveling alone. It was clear that he needed an opportunity to discreetly deal with his adversaries. Sensing the presence of their enemies, Zhang Yi urged everyone to remain silent. He swiftly took the sleeping pills from the mouths of 2 individuals, despite their protests and inquiries. Instructing them to lie down and sleep, Zhang Yi and his new companion exchanged their clothing with the men. Together, they entered the Moonlight City Church. Inside, they found themselves in the company of numerous unfamiliar faces. Mu-chen questioned the nature of the room, only to receive a mocking response about the unpleasant experience of being attacked by unknown assailants. Curious about the man before her, Mu Chen inquired about his identity and intentions. In a dismissive tone, he made it clear that he did not bring her here to entertain her questions. Warning her to comply with his instructions or face regret, he demanded her silence and obedience. Zhang Yi and his partner approached the guard, informing him that they could be released temporarily. The guard, exhausted, gladly accepted their offer, mentioning that he was so tired that he could fall asleep while standing. Another guard warned them to be vigilant and not allow anyone to pass, as it would have negative consequences for everyone. However, once the guards left, one of them returned and grabbed the girl's shoulder, stating that it was not the right time to change shifts. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Yi used sleeping pills to make the guard fall into a deep sleep and collapse on the floor. The girl then pointed towards a dark and slender figure, identifying him as the player Zhang Yi had been searching for. She suggested that they should proceed in that direction. However, the girl suddenly stopped and removed her armor, insisting that Zhang Yi should continue alone as his mission was now complete. Zhang Yi looked at her in astonishment and approached her, expressing his gratitude and promising her a gift. With these words, Zhang Yi handed a bag of coins to the player. The girl, upon receiving the bag, admitted that she had forgotten to warn Zhang Yi about the ease of cheating in Moonlight City. Zhang Yi pondered over the possibility that the girl might be affiliated with the Alliance of Gods or working for them. However, one thing Zhang Yi was certain of was that the girl had no intention of stealing the ring. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yi was determined to uncover the mastermind behind all his encounters. Thus, his cunning plan slowly progressed along the dimly lit path illuminated by torchlight. Suddenly, he spotted a group of people up ahead. A large man confidently declared that he alone would be more than capable of handling Zhang Yi, the player. He further mentioned that their boss had no demands for anyone present and would take care of everything himself. The man with green eyes speculated that their boss must have a valid reason for gathering them all here, but the bully believed he could handle the situation alone. The other two individuals agreed to stand back and let him handle it. Consequently, the antagonist suggested that they wait and witness his triumph as he defeated Zhang Yi. The intruder proceeded to retrieve a firearm from his back once again. Dan swiftly tossed it to Zhang Yi, who immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The intruder was formidable, and Zhang Yi had to act. He summoned a flock of crows, and with Zhang Yi's enhanced abilities, the number of crows doubled. The bully then questioned if Zhang Yi truly believed that he could defeat him with such insignificant skills, and struck him once more with the gun. However, the blow landed on Zhang Yi. The intruder then made his escape. In an attempt to apprehend Zhang Yi, the intruder utilized his transformation skills and leaped towards him. However, Zhang Yi countered with his refined ice skill, causing the intruder to slip and fall. Zhang Yi inquired why the assailant didn't attack him, to which the bully responded that he would never fall for such a foolish trick. At that moment, the man with green eyes expressed his newfound understanding of why the boss had instructed them all to gather and offered to assist the bully. Another masked man questioned why criminals behaved so arrogantly when they were weak and rushed to aid the intruder. One of them restrained Zhang Yi with bandages, rendering him immobile, while the others with green eyes employed the bone wall skill. Zhang Yi realized that he was currently unable to move and that there was a possibility of a direct attack. Zhang Yi expressed his certainty that he and player Zhang Yi would cross paths again to determine the victor in their next encounter. In response, Zhang Yi eagerly anticipated their future meeting. The leader of the group acknowledged that he had finally reunited with Zhang Yi. He then mentioned that it was not the first time Zhang Yi had ventured into the apocalypse, surprising Zhang Yi with his knowledge. Despite his astonishment, Zhang Yi made an effort to conceal it, and claimed ignorance regarding the individual being discussed. Undeterred, the leader insisted that Zhang Yi was indeed the person in question. Zhang Yi decided to cease participating in the charade as everything had become clear. Just as Zhang Yi entered the secret dungeon, signaling the imminent start of the game, he retrieved the dragon egg. Zhang Yi dismissed the conversation, stating that he was not interested and simply wanted to locate Mu Chen. When asked about his impatience, Zhang Yi inquired about Mu Chen's whereabouts. The boss then proposed a business opportunity to Zhang Yi, offering him a chance to work together. He mentioned the presence of powerful dragons and their leader, assuring Zhang Yi that if he accepted the offer, his reincarnation would remain a secret, and he would receive top-notch equipment and a substantial amount of coins from the apocalypse. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had set the teleportation coordinates within the city. Consequently, at that moment, player Zhang Yi employed teleportation and vanished from sight. The boss believed that this time he would allow player Zhang Yi to depart without any trouble. However, he was determined to engage in a fight with him in the future. Subsequently, the boss informed me that Zhang Yi is the reincarnation of someone who had done something in the past and now seeks revenge. The boss asked Mu Chen if he believed that player Zhang Yi would spare him. Many individuals shouted, asserting that Zhang Yi would undoubtedly return to kill the boss. The boss then stated that this was the reason why Mu Chen had to take action first. It was a matter of either killing or being killed. Furthermore, the boss assured everyone that they need not worry because he would undoubtedly assist Mu Chen. He firmly believed that everyone in the apocalypse must obey him, as he considered his command to be absolute. Since player Zhang Yi had rejected the last opportunity given to him, the boss concluded that he would undoubtedly meet his demise. In a place in a very tense situation, Zhang Yi is calling Xiao He because of resistance. The gray-haired man observes that there is a Dragon King who is currently ranked number 1 very great. In this case, he is very surprised why an ordinary tamer can have a very strong monster. The Dragon King was seen spewing very hot flames that made the situation even more tense. The gray-haired man now feels very unlucky because he underestimated this. Everyone ran when the situation got worse. Even they were afraid if they had to die in this place, while Zhang Yi, who was with the Dragon King, immediately said that his body was immortal. There was a man who was doing surveillance secretly and carrying a spear in his hand. The current battle is getting hotter because the Dragon King roared and continued to spray fire towards all of them. There the attack was still going on fiercely, even though the situation was indeed very bad. Zhang Yi immediately launched his action that his weapon could shine very brightly. The Dragon King still continued to provide attacks in the form of fire until everything there was very disturbed. Now the situation in the room has begun to subside. Some people there immediately lay weak due to the attack they had just experienced. He came and asked Yun to do enough of this, because now he was allowed to leave. When he saw the boss coming, the yellow-haired man immediately begged the boss to give him more time and promised to do his best. However, Zhang Yi said that this fight was over, so there was no more chance. He just wanted them to leave this place immediately. If they were still determined to continue fighting, then everyone would die miserably in this place. The yellow-haired man immediately stood up and held the pain in his hand. According to him, this struggle was not over at all, so he wanted to fight again, and then determine who would be the winner. Hearing that, according to Zhang Yi, if the yellow-haired man was not afraid of death, surely Zhang Yi would also look forward to the next fight. Suddenly there was a man who called Zhang Yi and said that they could finally meet again. The mysterious man's face immediately smiled, looking at Zhang Yi. He said that this was not the first time playing Apocalypse. In Zhang Yi's heart, he had no idea who this person was. However, the mysterious man could know about him. After that, Zhang Yi asked him what he was really saying, because he couldn't understand at all. The mysterious man immediately asked him enough and didn't need to say anything else. The mysterious man said that when Zhang Yi entered the hidden Dungeon Dragon King's tomb, he got an animal egg. He wanted to ask if Zhang Yi could confirm the fact. At this time, Zhang Yi was very lazy to waste his time talking to the mysterious man. Zhang Yi immediately asked where Mu Chen was so that he could get out of here immediately. Regarding this, the mysterious man observed that Zhang Yi was in a hurry to find Mu Chen. The arrival of the mysterious man this time only wanted Zhang Yi to listen to the important discussion that would be delivered. The mysterious man firmly said that he came here to meet Zhang Yi. Of course, there was a purpose that he wanted to ask for, namely to cooperate. If he was indeed very willing to cooperate, then the fact about reincarnation would only be known between us, so other people wouldn't know about it. The mysterious man guaranteed it. Not only that, the mysterious man will give Zhang Yi the best equipment in the apocalypse until he has unlimited wealth. After hearing the mysterious man's request, in Zhang Yi's mind he had just used the immortal body. Now his skill is on cooldown, so for the time being, he will not be able to use it again. In addition, Zhang Yi also does not know the enemy's fighting ability. Fighting and then failing will put Zhang Yi in a very disadvantageous situation. In Zhang Yi's hand, he held a bright blue crystal. First of all, regarding the teleport device information set. Then the others can immediately teleport back here. At this time, he did feel very lucky, because before coming here he had set the teleport coordination in Daybreak City. Zhang Yi continued to stare at the crystal in his hand. After that, he immediately used teleport until the atmosphere around him changed. Zhang Yi, who was in front of the mysterious man, quickly disappeared. In the heart of the mysterious man, when he saw Zhang Yi leave, he would not let him go just like that. Moreover, he would never guarantee that Zhang Yi would be lucky in this matter. Now Zhang Yi really had to know why the stranger was trying to kill him in such a terrible way. Zhang Yi was a reincarnation, and they were all known to have a grudge. Mu Chun, who was behind the mysterious man, immediately showed a very unpleasant face. The mysterious man immediately asked for an opinion whether someone like Zhang Yi would let Mu Chun go so easily. Suddenly, Mu Chun shouted loudly. He also didn't know what to do right now, but it was certain that Zhang Yi would kill him sooner or later. When the two of them were left, the mysterious man and Mu Chun were alone. He immediately emphasized to Mu Chun to take the initiative to take action first, then killed Zhang Yi before being killed back. In addition, the mysterious man asked Mu Chun not to worry because he would always help in achieving this goal. Whatever happens, he wants everyone to be able to listen to him and surrender to him. The order made by him this time was absolute. Now the mysterious man will give Zhang a chance but has been rejected easily. So, whether he likes it or not, Zhang Yi must die soon. On a quiet night, the atmosphere in the Moonlight City is visible. There is a system that informs Zhang Yi that he has teleported to this place. When he arrived at the intended location, he realized that the teleportation fee was really very expensive. Even so, he immediately ignored it. Zhang Yi looked back to see that the situation in this place was already night. His ears heard very clearly that someone was screaming for help. In his opinion, this Moonlight City can be categorized as an unsafe place. There was a pink doll that was currently lying on a quiet road. Then there was a beautiful woman who was currently in danger. There were 3 men who approached her using sharp weapons. She asked them not to approach her at this time. One of the bandits said that she was very good at running, so he asked to continue doing that again. The woman was still in fear because she couldn't do anything about it. In a short time, Zhang Yi came in front of the 2 evil bandits. One of the bandits immediately asked who this man was. He threatened that he would get bad consequences if he dared to obstruct. Zhang Yi said that the 2 of them should not disturb a little girl at night like this. Finally, the fight could not be avoided anymore. The 3 of them immediately moved to fight each other. When the fight was going on, it turned out that the bandit had just found out that Zhang Yi's strength was much greater. Because of this, he immediately said to retreat first. The bandit quickly moved back and did not dare to attack because he was very afraid. After the situation was safe, Zhang Yi immediately approached the woman. Zhang Yi asked her to tell him honestly why the bandits were able to chase her at night. She honestly said that she had stolen one of their bosses. Not only that, the bandits also came using a map. This made them chase her to the moonlight. Zhang Yi wanted to know who the bandits were because they were really arrogant. She said that the bandits came from the Fellowship of the Gods. Everyone in the City of Moonlight was very afraid when they saw the arrival of the evil person. After hearing that, as expected by Zhang Yi, they were evil people who were members of the God's house. In addition, they were also the same as those who appeared in the tomb of the Dragon Crown. He immediately left the woman, then warned she to come back soon. It was getting late, so it would not be safe for a girl to be outside. When Zhang Yi was walking, he felt the woman following him. Then, he immediately asked why she was following his direction. She was very afraid that the evil people would come back here again. He still didn't care, because the task he had done to help was finished. She continued to run to catch up with him, even to the point of being willing to promise not to be a burden. Moreover, she already understood very well about the moonlight here. In addition, he guessed that this was Zhang Yi's first time visiting. If something happened to him, she would definitely be willing to help him. A few moments later, the two of them finally arrived at an inn. Zhang Yi booked 2 bedrooms. Currently, the booked lodging is in the city of Moonlight. After that, she was escorted to her bed, and Zhang Yi immediately went to his room. When he arrived in his room, he immediately lay down and felt very comfortable. According to Zhang Yi, sleeping is the most comfortable way to do when the body feels very tired. When he was lying down, the door to his room was slightly open, while he had closed his eyes. On the other hand, she who was currently awake at night, in a suspicious state. Tonight, Diewu was very happy because 10,000 gold coins would be hers, after being satisfied with getting Zhang Yi's money. On this silent night, she was ready to use her knife to kill he who was sleeping. When the knife was about to be stabbed, Zhang Yi's body immediately turned and slept on his side. The evil action carried out by she had failed for the first time. Seeing this failure, she was very upset. For her, Zhang Yi was indeed very lucky in a situation like this. However, she wanted to see for herself how he could avoid the next knife. Surprisingly, Zhang Yi immediately rebelled while saying that he would die if he dared to betray him. She was immediately surprised and immediately felt pain because she was hit by Zhang Yi. When he woke up from his sleep, he immediately asked why she was in his bedroom late at night. Diewu immediately pretended that she had dreamed of the bad guys who came after her again. So she came to this room because she was very scared. Zhang Yi immediately calmed her down and said that the dream was okay. He invited Diewu to sleep because he would continue to guard her. While she was asleep, she was still thinking about the steps if she persuaded him in this plan. She naturally wanted to see what trick Zhang Yi would do next. When it was still night, the atmosphere in the city of Moonlight was quiet. Outside, Zhang Yi was looking ahead. There was a church where the gods met. Diewu said that she had secretly followed them before. After they reached the Moonlight Church, they suddenly disappeared. Unbeknownst to them, there was Mu Chen behind them. In his view, this girl did not look bad at all. Mu Chen's hand really wanted to touch the girl. Zhang Yi quickly held the hand and saw Mu Chen coming. Hearing that, Mu Chen immediately shouted and asked who this man was to know his name. When he knew Mu Chen had followed him, he immediately gave a fierce attack without any mercy. Zhang Yi was observing a blue gemstone in his hand. This time, he had the intention to leave the dragon. After this happened, Zhang Yi would be launched by the dragon breath. Dragon animals are indeed not easy to overcome. For Zhang Yi himself, fighting dragons has a strategy that must be done. Especially facing dragons must use great and strong strength. Zhang Yi continued to observe the gemstone carefully. He could not just stay silent and had to do something so that he could work well on an important and valuable mission. When holding the gemstone, Zhang Yi remembered someone. The person in his mind was a man. In his heart, he wondered who the man was because he did not know him at all. Zhang Yi continued to think about a young man who made him curious. Plus, the young man knew that he was not the first time in the apocalypse. With this, Zhang Yi was really curious and wanted to know where the information about him could be found out. He, holding his chin, showed that he was indeed very curious. After that, Zhang Yi could not forget the figure of the man. This time, Zhang Yi said in his mind that he was the same as himself, but that was just a possibility and could be wrong in judging and guessing. He would later find out the truth about the man himself. After thinking hard, he began to feel tired. A winged spirit with yellow hair came behind Zhang Yi. The face of the spirit who saw Zhang Yi was full of anxiety. Currently, Zhang Yi still continues to have anxiety about the trip to Moonlight. It turned out that traveling to the city had drained too much of his energy. Therefore, he had to return to tavern immediately to rest. If he did not return soon, Han Yaru and his other colleagues would be very anxious to see that he had not returned home. A few moments later, Zhang Yi met a woman who worked as a cashier. She didn't expect to meet a man who was so rich. This was the first time she saw someone who spent a lot of money to treat her tired self. Then she told Zhang Yi that if she had chosen the fast recovery service, she would be charged 20 gold coins. She kept wondering who the man in front of her was. Whatever it was, he would provide the best service, then asked her to rest so that she could recover from her tiredness. By spending 20 gold coins, it would be enough to buy one set. After that, Zhang Yi thought again that she had spent a lot of money today. Therefore, she would improve her abilities again so that she could earn income again. On the other hand, in a restaurant that was already quiet at night, there were two girls sitting there and worrying about Zhang Yi because he hadn't come home yet. Yaru wondered why it was getting late at night, and he hadn't arrived here. Likewise, Pink was worried and thought negatively that Zhang Yi was in danger. Surprisingly, with a smiling face, Zhang Yi came from behind the two of them. He told them that his fighting skills would be enough to fight against the entire guild's abilities. So, whatever happens, he is currently still in good condition. Yaru was relieved to see he finally return, while his female companion had a sullen face, because Zhang Yi had not come since earlier. After that, he immediately faced Yaru to tell her that the undead ring was temporarily unavailable. Even so, he asked Yaru not to worry because he would soon find the dead ring again. Hearing that, she didn't mind it at all and even smiled sweetly. The undead ring could be lost because Yaru couldn't take care of it properly, so it was stolen by someone else. Now the more important thing is to see Zhang Yi back in a safe condition. His companion also asked if he saw Qinglong's whereabouts. Zhang Yi explained to her that Qinglong had been given the task of finding information. There is a possibility that the undead ring thief is currently in Daybreak City, so Zhang Yi was very sure that there would be clues about the ring thief. Footsteps were heard walking. A few moments later, Zhang Yi, who was aware of Qinglong's presence, arrived. He immediately told her that he and his female companion were discussing Qinglong's assignment. Furthermore, he wanted to know if Qinglong had any information about the undead ring. Qinglong said that he had heard big news. In the news he received about the auction, the ring that was stolen from Yaru's property would be auctioned tonight. After hearing information from Qinglong, Zhang Yi observed that the undead ring was indeed used as an auction item. Then he could be sure that the ring thief would definitely appear. This was considered very good for Zhang Yi so that he could buy reliable equipment to strengthen himself. In addition, the challenges that would come would not be easy for him to conquer. With all his confidence for the sake of a mission, Zhang Yi would invite his colleagues to come and see the auction event directly. The atmosphere at the auction event arrived. A female host gave information. She immediately greeted the honorable players. This monthly auction event would begin soon. Then, there were some very valuable pets. Then there were various kinds of high-quality equipment and other rare items being auctioned. On the other hand, Yaru and Zhang Yi suspected that he did not want to come with them to see the auction. He immediately smiled and said he did not want to go in. Yaru and her other friends could go in first. On this occasion, he would handle something. After finishing, he would return to the auction. After that, she was seen in front of the door wanting to go in, while Zhang Yi rushed to go out tonight. If Zhang Yi remembered well, there was actually a shop near here. Moreover, the shop had many kinds of things for sale, especially hidden menus. Even in Zhang Yi's previous life, only a few people knew about this information. When he got outside, he saw the wall, and there was a sign that said, "The shop sells everything." Zhang Yi looked at the sign and made sure that this was really the shop he was going to. When he was inside, there was a woman with long red hair who immediately asked Zhang Yi what he came here to buy. Before answering, he thought first about the undead ring thief, although it is not difficult to deal with a thief. However, the auction that is being attended by many people will easily cause problems. So Zhang Yi will always be careful and prepare important items first. After that, Zhang Yi spoke to the shop assistant that he wanted 800 nights without discount and a set of pancakes and fruits. After saying that, Zhang Yi really felt embarrassed. She explained that she had given the authority for the hidden menu. Then she asked again what Zhang Yi needed now. There was a system that informed him that Zhang Yi had now succeeded in opening the shop's hidden menu. He continued to think that in his previous life, 5% of the apocalypse would open the hidden menu. although it is undeniable that the price is very expensive, but the effect of the potion is much better than the normal one. In Zhang Yi's hand was already a bottle of green potion. Zhang Yi said that he wanted all the green potions. The shop assistant immediately said that a handsome man like Zhang Yi did have good observation in choosing potions. The most amazing part of this shop was the green potion that Zhang Yi wanted. She also said that he was the first person to buy the potion after so long. In his heart, he actually lost a lot because he had spent 4,000 gold coins. With this purchase, he felt that he was poor again, but whatever it was, he really hoped that this operation would go smoothly. After making the purchase, Zhang Yi finally arrived back at the auction, which was still ongoing. The situation inside the auction was really very quiet, even though this place was an auction hall. He immediately asked himself if he had come to the wrong place. The host was telling the starting bid for the sheepskin was only 100 gold coins. She asked the players in the audience whether they were interested or not. If no one was interested, the sheepskin item would be passed over. Several voices from the audience were heard asking the host to change the auction item, then asking to show something valuable. For the audience, such an exhibition was a waste of time. Zhang Yi immediately asked Yaru if the undead ring had been displayed in the auction. She told him that the item currently being displayed was a sheepskin scroll. Moreover, its origin was unknown. Hearing that, Zhang Yi was very curious about the sheepskin. The host said that if no one was interested in this item, he would replace it immediately. Zhang Yi himself said that the sheepskin was a hidden mission scroll for the dragon race. In his past life, all the big families and guilds had fought just for the sheepskin. Zhang Yi raised his hand and said that he was willing to pay 1 gold coin for the sheepskin. There were voices of people criticizing Zhang Yi and calling him a fool for spending 100 gold coins just for such a useless item. In addition, other people considered Zhang Yi's actions very bad. Even though the item was given for free to others, he also did not want to take it. The host immediately said that if more than one call was made for an agreement to purchase auction items, it was declared a deal. Now Zhang Yi has got the sheepskin roll. For Zhang Yi, for fools, it is not much different from insulting this roll of tissue. But it is different for a dragon army player like Zhang Yi, when he gets a hidden dragon race mission, then get exclusive dragon race equipment, then they will all be guaranteed to be jealous and regret it. The next item displayed by the host is the undead ring. She further explained that the ring is a very extraordinary equipment. This is because the undead ring has legendary quality. So the bidding price for this undead ring is 10,000 gold coins. The host is very curious about who the rich people are who will buy the auction item. In the audience, Yaru immediately whispered while saying that the bald man in front looked very strange. The bald man was seen enthusiastically raising his hand. He said that the undead ring is a legendary item whose growth cannot end. Moreover, the ring is a very rare item. However, he wondered why someone would dare to sell the ring to an auction. In addition, Zhang Yi saw that there was a beast race that came to the human city with Yan tonight. Meanwhile, Yaru praised Zhang Yi as indeed extraordinary, because he knew about many things. Zhang Yi, who felt embarrassed, denied Yaru's praise. He said that before choosing a campi, he would first read information from the beast race. The man from the beast race immediately said that he would buy the undead ring. He didn't care how much the price was offered because he was willing to double it. So once again the fanged man warned everyone not to waste any power. One of the men became curious about where the fanged man came from, whether it was true that the undead ring was so amazing. The fanged man named Wuhan Shui immediately boasted because of course he could get the rare and legendary ring. Hearing this, the man in front immediately protested until he questioned what right the beast race had to come to the human city. Not long after that, Wuhan Shui immediately gave an attack by hitting him hard until he fell. Everyone at the auction was very shocked to see the beating incident. From behind, there was also Zhang Yi who witnessed it. The situation was getting more tense. He said that Wuhan Shui's presence here must be fought. Zhang Yi approached one of the poor men and said firmly that Wuhan Shui should not dream of getting the undead ring. The battle between Zhang Yi and Wuhan Shui will take place due to the problem of the undead ring. In Zhang Yi's observation, The beast raced like Wu Henshui disappeared in a threatening situation like this. When Wu Henshui used a shield around his body, he made a punching movement. He will show what will happen if Zhang Yi dares to fight him. Player Zhang Yi has been hit by a beastkin attack from Wu Henshui so that his HP immediately decreases. Zhang Yi is seen falling while holding back the pain in his stomach. The blow given by Wu Henshui really hurts. It is undeniable that the attack from the big body is indeed very powerful. The initial defense of the tamer beast is too low for Zhang Yi. Therefore, it is certain that his body will lose a lot of health in this attack. Wu Henshui immediately showed a large, sharp axe. He said that Zhang Yi could hand over the girl and prostrate himself at his feet. If Zhang Yi apologizes, he will consider saving his life. When Wu Henshui was holding his weapon in a ready position, he saw for himself that Zhang Yi had hugged a girl named Diewu very passionately. When he heard those words, Zhang Yi wanted to know exactly when Wu Henshui saw him doing something that was considered intimate. Zhang Yi asked he to stop saying such nonsense, otherwise Wu Henshui would be sued. The whirring sound of the axe weapon was immediately heard and aimed at Zhang Yi's body. With an ugly face and great anger, Wu Henshui said that he had seen with his own eyes that Zhang Yi and Diewu were indeed together a few days ago. So he did not lie at all about what he saw with his 2 eyes. At that time at night, Wu Henshui saw Zhang Yi and Diewu on the rooftop. From a distance, he saw that the 2 of them looked very close. In addition, he also knew that Diewu was the girl who had previously run away. In Wu Henshui's heart, when he saw this, he was so upset. Moreover, Zhang Yi, who was considered by he to have acted intimately in a place like this. So for this matter, Wu Henshui would not hesitate to kill them both in the future. In he's vision, Diewu did appear strangely and in revealing clothes. If Wu Henshui had not appeared from now on, then maybe no one else would know about Zhang Yi and Diewu's actions. Wu Henshui's face was indeed very upset to the point of shaking his hands. After remembering the memory, Zhang Yi said that honestly, he did salute Wu Henshui's actions. Zhang Yi also saw that Wu Henshui's trolling was at the next level. Quickly, without wasting time, he immediately took action using his weapon. He also used attribute change. His footsteps immediately sped up very fast. Zhang Yi asked if he was a man who had disguised himself for all of this, but he just kept quiet and didn't respond. Zhang Yi easily attacked Wu Henshui. Due to this, the Wu Henshui player was damaged because some parts of his body were exposed to fire, reducing his HP. Despite being burned, Wu Henshui said that this incident was just a normal thing. Although this incident had taken 300 of his HP, he considered his HP as a gift given specifically to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi immediately retreated due to being attacked by Wu Henshui. In tonight's fierce battle, he would show the real difference between the 2 of them. Wu Henshui, who was burned earlier, would not give up so easily. He walked back, carrying the large axe. In an instant, his emotions immediately flared up until he shouted and his eyes lit up brightly. So did Zhang Yi, who was in the middle of the flames surrounding him. In his heart, he didn't know for sure what was happening. However, Zhang Yi was very sure that Wu Henshui was using the same skill as him. This has caused even higher damage. Suddenly, Wu Henshui immediately laughed loudly and said that he had forgotten to tell something. The lower the HP owned by Zhang Yi, the higher the damage of Wu Henshui. After being hit by a fairly draining attack, Zhang Yi immediately drank a potion quickly. When drinking the potion, his HP could increase quite a lot. The potion he drank was the Advanced HP Potion. The fierce attacks continued to roll fiercely because Wu Henshui was very enthusiastic in giving blows. A few moments later, Zhang Yi stood proudly in the midst of the smoke that was still around him. Zhang Yi said that Wu Henshui had run out of energy after being busy fighting him. In this case, he wanted to challenge his opponent again to fight. In addition, he admitted that he was more generous than Wu Henshui. The thousands of damages that had occurred were Zhang Yi's responsibility to be able to resolve them. Wu Henshui, who saw the toughness of his opponent's body, could not be trusted just like that. Moreover, Zhang Yi almost died from this incident. Suddenly, Diawu appeared and told him that no matter how many potions Zhang Yi had at the moment, later it would be useless if Wu Henshui used a much more powerful force. Wu Henshui's eyes immediately gave a very sharp look. According to him, by having an advanced HP potion, then it would not be able to save Zhang Yi in the battle that had just begun. Without wasting any more time, Wu Henshui immediately used his bloodthirsty frenzy power until it immediately showed a reaction. He felt that he was much stronger now with the increase in HP in his body. The actions taken by Wu Henshui made Zhang Yi immediately panic and avoid him a little. However, he did not expect why Wu Henshui's HP could increase in quite a large amount. After using the power to increase HP, Wu Henshui's body immediately disappeared without knowing where. Zhang Yi felt that the situation was getting more critical, and his HP would also decrease again. Therefore, he immediately took out the green potion that he had bought at the shop earlier. In Zhang Yi's mind, he never thought that Wu Henshui had extraordinary talent. This could allow Wu Henshui to restore HP by causing damage around here. Wu Henshui, who was still covered in his power, said that all this happened because of the offense that made the area around here bleed. Zhang Yi immediately went up and looked down. If it's like this, then using potions to fight the reduction war is useless at all. In addition, Zhang Yi wanted to know if Wu Henshui really thought that bloodthirsty frenzy was invincible from any power. Even so, Wu Henshui should not be proud of the strength he currently has. This is because it is not necessarily the strength of bloodthirsty frenzy that is the most superior. As the night became more tense between Zhang Yi and Wu Henshui, it had not yet ended at all. In this fight, Wu Henshui saw that Zhang Yi had a potion in his hand. It seemed that it was indeed carried in large quantities. This time, Wu Henshui asked Zhang Yi to stop dreaming too high. He would not care how many potions were used to increase the HP. Wu Henshui confidently ensured that the HP owned by Zhang Yi would be his later. He laughed loudly after threatening Zhang Yi. Without having to delay any longer, Zhang Yi immediately drank one of the potions in large quantities. A few moments later, he was getting stronger again. Zhang Yi's 2 hands had tremendous power. He asked Wu Henshui to see what he would do now. Wu Henshui, full of enthusiasm, did not want to lose to Zhang Yi's strength. He immediately ran towards Zhang Yi and would prove everything in this fight. The 2 opponents were attacking each other. Wu Henshui's big axe was aimed at Zhang Yi's chest. Wu Henshui increasingly felt that Zhang Yi really enjoyed being beaten in this way. When the situation was tense, Zhang Yi was able to protect his own body well using his strength. The use of the power of the potion made Zhang Yi's body not injured or anything like that. Seeing this made Wu Henshui very surprised. Because of this, he did not expect that the effect of the potion he drank could reach Zhang Yi's head. This kind of thing was completely beyond Wu Henshui's prediction of the potion he drank. Zhang Yi's face immediately smiled faintly at his opponent. He had thought that Wu Henshui wanted to absorb his cell phone. So Zhang Yi happily allowed it and asked him to immediately take the cell phone. The power in Zhang Yi's body was immediately channeled to Wu Henshui. When the power was channeled, Wu Henshui became curious about what potion Zhang Yi had drunk so that it could become like this. On this occasion, Zhang Yi explained that the potion he drank was only an advanced poison, while currently Wu Henshui's body has lost as much as 200 HP every second for 1 minute. Moreover, with the debuff that is currently strong on Wu Henshui, if he wants to add more, Zhang Yi will happily leave only a little. The kind Zhang Yi immediately gave a bottle of the green drink to his opponent. In a situation like this, Wu Henshui felt that his opponent had done it on purpose by letting his body get injured. This is so that Wu Henshui can absorb the poison. He looked at his 2 hands with an unpleasant expression. The absorption of power made him even stranger. A few moments later, Wu Henshui drank many bottles of potions without stopping. Whatever could make his opponent happy, Zhang Yi's health was much lower than his own. In addition, Wu Henshui also made sure that Zhang Yi would be the first person to die here. Hearing those words, Zhang Yi didn't care at all. After a long time, he would activate immortality. Around Zhang Yi's body, there were several auras of power that continued to appear. Meanwhile, Wu Henshui was still drinking the potion given to him. In Zhang Yi's analysis, the advanced poison potion would last for 1 minute. As long as Zhang Yi used immortality to survive this critical moment, he would win. After that, Zhang Yi said that the potion drunk by Wu Henshui was not effective. When drunk as much as 1 bottle, it meant that he had lost 2 bottles of HP. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi still had 1 bottle of advanced potion that had properties. Hearing those words made Wu Henshui's face look angry. There was already a bottle in Zhang Yi's hand. If Wu Henshui wanted it, he had to be willing to buy it. Wu Henshui's body immediately moved to take the potion in Zhang Yi's hand, but failed. In the current situation, he still had a chance to rise. However, it can only be obtained after risking his life with a full struggle. The chance of resurrection is something that no one can buy with money. So the way to get it is from a survival quest. But still, no one knows when the next quest will appear again. Wu Henshui, with his body that looked terrible, wanted to know how much the potion cost because he wanted to buy it now to drink. At this good opportunity, Zhang Yi said that the original price of this potion was 1,500 gold coins. But because of their relationship like this, he would give a discount of 50,000 G. Hearing the amount of the discount, Wu Henshui said that Zhang Yi could finance a guild of 500 people with that money. Wu Henshui immediately made another offer of 48,000 G. At this time, he admitted that he only had that much money and nothing more at all. With that offer, Zhang Yi finally agreed and would not refuse it. The body reaction experienced by Wu Henshui was truly very terrifying because many streams were clearly visible. He felt very disgusted and then asked who had agreed to this deal. He should have given a much lower offer. Zhang Yi, who was happy, immediately checked the screen on his system. According to him, the faction of the animal race did have people who were completely useless. Therefore, it was really very easy to get money from all of them. In a state that had worsened, Wu Henshui still wanted to drink the potion without stopping. Diewu came through the air and deliberately stepped on Wu Henshui's body hard until the potion fell. This incident made him feel annoyed that the cost was 48,000 G. As a result, he did not accept it and intended to kill Zhang Yi. Over time, Wu Henshui's body experienced a severe reaction. It turned out that the poison that was drunk in large quantities had made his body die. The side effect felt by Wu Henshui was that his body could not move at all. Meanwhile, Diewu was still carrying out his actions in front of Wu Henshui. He was still trying hard to move his body, but it was indeed very difficult to do. She said that she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Wu Henshui panicked even more when he saw Diewu getting more ferocious. Without waiting any longer, she immediately pointed the sharp knife at Wu Henshui's chest. He said that he would never forgive she for what she did. The system informed that Diewu had killed Wu Henshui. For this, the system had detected that Wu Henshui had one more chance to be able to rise again. Later, Wu Henshui would be resurrected in Frost Peak City. Zhang Yi quickly came and said that he had no relationship with Diewu. However, she said that Wu Henshui did not really believe those words. Even though whatever happened now, Zhang Yi would never be able to clear his name. Moreover, the burden experienced by he was very boring. The system informed that Zhang Yi's current poisoning status was over. He immediately asked Diewu why she could come back to this place, even though he thought that she had run away. However, it seemed that she did look very worried about Zhang Yi. When she heard that, she did not admit that she was worried about Zhang Yi. The purpose of coming back here was to make sure whether the person who came from Duan City would kill him. From behind, there was a man who was looking at Zhang Yi with Diewu. According to the man, someone like Zhang Yi was very lucky in love. What was even more surprising was that he wanted to know why Zhang Yi could get such a beautiful woman. Then, one of his men who was behind with a worried face pointed that his colleague was dead while telling Boss Yan. Seeing this incident, he was very upset and did not expect it. Even though Boss Yan knew that Wu Henshui had always said that he was the strongest person in the animal faction. However, this incident could not prove that Wu Henshui was strong. Previously, the boss thought that he had received strong support. But in the end, Wu Henshui was killed by the bastard named Zhang Yi. After that, he immediately turned around because he was annoyed, while his men were still observing from a distance. In this case, Boss Yan had to run away immediately before they found his whereabouts now. But something happened. It was clearly heard whether Boss Yan could leave this place. The floor that he stepped on immediately vibrated until the stones scattered. Boss Yan's face was really very panicked. When the situation was tense, Zhang Yi quickly acted to chase towards Boss Yan. His men were immediately given a beating just to prevent the boss from escaping. At this meeting, Zhang Yi asked Boss Yan to tell him what the faction in Khotan Dawn had actually done. Boss Yan's body was in a lot of pain, and Zhang Yi's foot stepped on his back. When he was trapped, he said that he only knew they were chasing a girl named Diwu. It was done in order to get back a card. In addition, Boss Yan admitted that he didn't know anything else. He was immediately whimpering and trembling when prevented by Zhang Yi. When the boss uttered a card, Zhang Yi and his heart became curious. Perhaps the card was so valuable that they chased it all the way to Duan City. There came a Daewu that showed that the card meant by Boss Yan was this, after she tried to commit murder in one of the cities. According to Daewu, this card only looks good, but has no other use. To the naked eye, the card is very shiny, just like a divine talent card. Zhang Yi's face lit up when he saw the Daewu holding the precious card. He suspected that the card he was holding was indeed similar, especially very similar to the divine talent card. Boss Yan was still in pain as Zhang Yi's foot continued to step on his body. This time, Zhang Yi did a good job of analyzing regardless of general, epic, or divine talent cards. It was thought that each player could only have one talent. It is possible that this is why Daewu can activate the divine talent card. For a woman like Daewu, he didn't know the details of this kind of thing. But after observing the card, he thought carefully again. Daewu had said that he got the card after killing someone, so it can be tentatively concluded that the rumor about the divine talent card is true. A while later, Boss Yan remembered when he met someone. The man was holding a card and asked Boss Yan to go to hell. Then Boss Yan's divine talent card would change ownership. Boss Yan tried to take his card back from the other person's hand. Divine talent cards can be passed on to other players. This can of course be done by killing the previous divine talent card holder. After telling him about the card, Boss Yan asked if Zhang Yi could now let him go freely. He honestly told Zhang Yi everything he knew. Zhang Yi quickly took out his sword weapon. He would have been willing to let the boss go if he hadn't seen the card, but now he just wanted the boss to take this secret to the grave. Boss Yan looked up, and his mouth was bleeding from the sword attack. The system immediately informed him that player Yan had received fatal damage from Zhang Yi. This left Boss Yan with no chance of resurrection and was considered dead. That way, Zhang Yi immediately removed his sword weapon when he defeated Boss Yan. Daewu, who saw the incident, said that people like Zhang Yi were afraid that she would kill him. Zhang Yi is not afraid at all, and knows that she is indeed a woman with good intelligence. After that, Zhang Yi says that the blood sect has been chasing after both of us. While he is still alive and well, he can provide assistance to Daewu to divert the firepower from them. Zhang Yi again thought well that each divine talent card had its own uniqueness, so he was very curious what powers were in the card. Afterward, he immediately told Daewu that the two of us should make a deal. If Daewu gives an undead ring to Zhang Yi, then he's sure that we can both let the past events to pass quickly and well. Daewu ascertained whether Zhang Yi really wanted his undead ring for that decision. She wonders if the undead ring is really that important. Even Zhang Yi was willing to chase Daewu all the way to this place. Perhaps the undead ring is so valuable because it belongs to a girl. He honestly said that he had promised Han Yaru to get the undead ring. Whatever happens, he is willing to do it to fulfill his promise. In Daewu's hand, there is already an undead ring and a card. With full sincerity, Daewu said that Zhang Yi could get his ring back. Now the ring was successfully in Zhang Yi's hands. Afterwards, Daewu confirmed that the golden shining talent card was his. He immediately turned around and said he was a trading partner of Daewu. He reminded her with kindness it was better for her not to tell others about the card with the golden glow. When they were both still on top of a tall building and Zhang Yi wanted to leave, Daewu would also give Zhang Yi good advice to leave quickly. She was sure that the blood sect would continue to be on the prowl and would not let its prey go unnoticed. Besides, in the dead of night, the blood sect would come to this place on a mission to take revenge sooner or later. Zhang Yi thanked him for the warning. He asked Diawu not to worry, because the big man would never be able to defeat him. On the other hand, the atmosphere outside the Zhang Yi team courtyard seemed to be gathering while looking at one of the men lying down. Han Yaru was very curious as to what was happening there to the guild leader, his face full of anxiety. Duan Feng saw that the people of this beast faction really knew how to fight. He said that they were really a tank, while Qing Long added that it's not just that kind of thing. They had ambushed all of us when the guild leader wasn't around. Surprisingly, a big man from the elven race had brought a bat to attack Han Yaru. Luckily, she could immediately sense the danger behind her body. The man asked her to die quickly and enter hell. The axe attacked the elf man fiercely. Zhang Yi shouted while asking Han Yaru to be careful. The elf man was immediately in pain as his body was cut by a sharp weapon. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who was still running towards his friend, informed him that he had sent boss Han Yaru to Frost Peak City. By that tap, they would all follow him later. The man immediately lay helpless near the axe-bladed weapon. Xiao Yao saw that the guild leader Zhang Yi had come back again. Han Yaru immediately checks to see if Zhang Yi has any injuries. Zhang Yi told them he was currently fine. In addition, he complains that the people of the Beast faction are very difficult to exterminate. But even so, he will show that he has managed to get Han Yaru's ring. When she saw the undead ring again, Han Yaru's face brightened. She was already very confident that Zhang Yi could get it back. Then he also told his partners Duan Feng and Qing Long to level up quickly. This was because the majority of the players were already around level 50. Therefore, we all couldn't afford to lose or fall behind in leveling up. Duan Feng was very excited and ensured the others to leave right now. Qing Long didn't expect that our training agenda had all started moving again. A while later, Zhang Yi noticed his companions chatting warmly. Duan Feng immediately showed his muscles in front of Xiao Yao and Han Yaru. He promised to crush the monster's head with just one punch tomorrow. Xiao Yao immediately showed his enthusiasm to support Duan Feng. In his heart, Zhang Yi felt that possessing the fortune of heaven was often associated with much higher risks. If the secret of inheriting divine talent is revealed, then Han Yaru and Zhang Yi would become prey for other players in this apocalypse. No matter what happens, he already has a determination to improve his skills before the dangerous situation arises again. After that, a notification system appeared and congratulated Zhang Yi for reaching level 50. With that achievement, he could do a job change mission. After that, the system also informed the current information of the player, Zhang Yi. He realized that he had spent too much time dealing with people from the blood sect. In the end, he had managed to leave others in charge of his level, showing Zhang Yi and his entourage on the main street of Dawn City. Xiao Yao, who is being carried by Duan Feng, wants to know what the next mission is. In addition, she says that we are all at our maximum level now. Zhang Yi said that the action that will be taken is definitely that we all have to increase the level limit. The atmosphere in the city of Dawn today is very quiet, with no people walking. While walking, Zhang Yi is constantly thinking well. He said that we should be able to complete the second grade changes before leveling up. If he was determined to take revenge, then having a level 50 wouldn't be enough. Han Yaru and the other companions also urgently needed to level up. After traveling quite a distance, they arrived at the job change hall. It turned out that there was an uproar that was happening very fiercely. There was a large hammer that sent one of the men flying into the air. Everyone downstairs was in a panic. Some people said that it was a difficult test. A few moments later, Zhang Yi came to see one of the men lying on the ground and cracking the road. The 20,000 points required for a second job change was considered too high by one of the people in the crowd. The points were so high that no one could reach them or pass them. Then there was a guarded voice saying that he had just made 100 Gs just for the test fee alone. Next came a man who asked everyone to forget about the cost of money, because we all spent a lot of money for the test. After that came a woman with her trademark pink clothes and tools. This woman offered to everyone if anyone else wanted to try the test. While still at the Dawn City trial grounds, the unnamed woman offered again if anyone wanted to challenge her. It just so happened that Zhang Yi himself was already in the crowd right in front of the woman. He immediately told her that he would try the test. According to him, one should not only rely on stat values in the apocalypse. The most important thing was to use one's fighting skills. Zhang Yi asked her to take a good look and study it. The woman immediately threw an object into the air. She asks if Zhang Ye saw the object up there. The system tells you about the job change mission done through exams. Then this mission was also done by challenging the test instructor. The time limit is 10 minutes. Then the reward for doing this mission is to increase the level cap to 70. It can then unlock skills related to the second job. The woman explained that the object flying in the air was a point-scoring machine. It is usually used for the second job change test. As long as Zhang Yi later earned 20,000 points in 10 minutes, he would pass. Zhang Yi quickly moved swiftly with a flash of gold. Seeing that move, she said that attacking from the front was not a smart move. Even so, Zhang Yi didn't care and kept moving forward. The female instructor instantly realized that he was very quick in moving. He guessed that she thought she would be doing long-range combat against boxers if she didn't have any special tricks. In Zhang Yi's hand, there is already a power that is electricity. So he wanted the female instructor to feel it directly. The electricity was spreading like chain lightning. The female instructor's body was instantly affected by the electricity. With that kind of attack, the scoring machine told him that he had successfully dodged the attack. Then the skill attack was also done well. This gave him 2,000 points. Knowing that, Zhang Yi was even more eager to increase his score to 20,000 points. Then one of the men in the crowd wondered if he had really gotten 2,000 points. Then the other man complimented Zhang Yi on his skill. He thought that Zhang Yi's challenge was just to bully the female instructor. Afterward, the woman jumped into action again by pulling out the chain. She admitted that she had underestimated someone like Zhang Yi. But she wanted to feel his clarity with the power of the Void Warhammer. The people watching were immediately confused as to where the Warhammer had gone. Her attack was so powerful that it knocked Zhang Yi down. The scoring machine told Zhang Yi that he had taken damage, and the 2,000 points were immediately forfeited. The 4 comrades who saw Zhang Yi felt very anxious. Xiao Yao said that the instructor of the second job change trial was indeed very strong. She then asked Han Yaru if Zhang Yi could pass the test. No matter what happens, Han Yaru has great faith in Zhang Yi's abilities. In the mind of her who had seen Zhang Yi fight, always ended up in dangerous situations. Zhang Yi had the amazing thing of making the impossible happen. When his body was knocked down hard, Zhang Yi got back up again with a lot of dust. The birds immediately flew back over Zhang Yi's body. This time he will summon. Zhang Yi says that the female instructor can scream forever in pleasure, but it is important to know that he will not give her another chance. In fact, he did admit that he had never managed to defeat the Void Warhammer, even after challenging him 200 times during Zhang Yi's previous life. Even so, this incalculable challenge gave Zhang Yi useful combat experience. He moved again with the power of shared vision. With it, the beast tamer could see through the eyes of the monster they summoned. Now Zhang Yi was again right in front of the female instructor who was holding the chain. The attack failed to hit Zhang Yi's body. He moved so agilely that the scoring machine told him that he had successfully dodged the attack and earned 1,000 points. The female instructor was astonished that he was able to figure out the position of the attack. The attack was now heading southwest, and he had also successfully evaded the attack, earning more points. After a long period of evasion, it was now time for Zhang Yi to strike. In his hands, the power of electricity was ready to be used. The female instructor continued to attack from behind Zhang Yi's body. He immediately knew that the attack was coming from behind. As long as he had the shared vision of the summon crow, then he would easily earn 20,000 points just by avoiding it. The scoring machine told him that he had successfully dodged the attack again, and the points increased. In addition, he also successfully performed a skill attack. One of the black birds flew straight up in the air, and the female instructor who saw it was convinced that it was a crow. Then she went back into action by delivering an attack using the Void Warhammer Storm. At high speed, Zhang Yi immediately tried to dodge it. As he looked into the crow's eyes, Zhang Yi began to feel that his position was unsafe. The female instructor's chain hit the crow in the air. He witnessed the incident right before his own eyes. In his heart, he absolutely could not get points from dogging anymore. So the way to do it now was to end all of this as quickly as possible. Zhang Yi used his power called Hellfire Dragon Blaze Internal Thunderstrike. The power attack was right in front of the female instructor. In an instant, there was an explosion so powerful that it even made the scoring machine add up the number of points Zhang Yi had gained. In the end, Zhang Yi's efforts were not in vain. He was immediately awarded the open achievement title of Advanced Beast Tamer. It was the title Zhang Yi earned after completing his second job change. The female instructor sat down after losing to Zhang Yi. The scoring machine immediately congratulated player Zhang Yi for successfully completing this mission. He had officially become a second-level beast tamer. The 4 colleagues were immediately very happy for Zhang Yi's accomplishment. One of them never thought that Zhang Yi would finish the exam so well. Achieving 20,000 points in the test was extraordinary. Zhang Yi being a beast tamer was indeed recognized as great. Xiao Yao was overjoyed that the achievement was something she had hoped to achieve. Then we see the atmosphere in the Moonlight City. Mu Chen's arrival was so shocking that it cracked the floor. It turns out that he is feeling that he is full of great power. Roger, who saw Mu Chen, now has the strongest equipment in the apocalypse. So with that equipment, he will not lose to the power of Zhang Yi. Roger said that now is the opportunity for Mu Chen to kill people like Zhang Yi. During the meeting in the Moonlight City, Mu Chen wanted to confirm with Roger whether he would go alone in defeating Zhang Yi. Roger said clearly that he would lend his strong men as well. They had fought Zhang Yi before. With that experience, they should be able to help Mu Chen get the action going. Not long after, some of Zhang Yi's men entered the room. Roger said that he had previously given his men new equipment. Plus, his men had leveled up recently. Therefore, Roger was very hopeful that everyone would not disappoint him this time. For the sake of the operation to be carried out, they all had to listen to orders from Mu Chen. One of his men assured Roger that everyone could complete this new mission. After that, Roger immediately asked Mu Chen to take a scroll. The purpose of the scroll was given to help him in times of emergency, but Mu Chen must remember that the scroll can only be used once. Finally, Mu Chen accepted the scroll given. This time, he and Roger's men immediately rushed to go to launch the best possible action. You can see Roger, who is sitting accompanied by his dragon. At this time, he will show Zhang Yi the terrible thing that will happen when he becomes an enemy. Roger's dragon has a pretty scary face. After traveling quite a long way, Zhang Yi's group had now arrived at Dawn City safely. Han Yaru immediately asked if the BBQ shop recommended by her had good taste. Xiao Yao replied that the taste of the BBQ was very good. That way she gave the judgment that the food was the best she had enjoyed in the apocalypse so far. As Xiao Yao was getting happier, Zhang Yi did not forget to remind her for the second work trial training tomorrow. So, such an important matter should not be forgotten by Xiao Yao. She replied that we will all finish the trial soon and catch up to Zhang Yi's ability. Meanwhile, Qing Long, who was beside Zhang Yi, had heard the news. Zhang Yi will unlock the skills for the second job after completing the job change trial. Qing Long asked Zhang Yi to show his ability immediately. This was because he couldn't wait to see Zhang Yi's skills. Zhang Yi said that he would definitely show it to Qing Long, but it will be shown when we visit the Earth space again. Now Zhang Yi in his mind did not expect to have gained so many new skills. Therefore, he really needed to learn them well. Visible on the system screen was information about Level 1 Demon Substitution. He immediately read it carefully. It turned out that the skill could eliminate CC while fearing the enemy. Zhang Yi judged that the skill he obtained was extraordinary. When they were all still on the streets of Dawn City, suddenly Mu Chen and his entourage had arrived. Mu Chen was very happy today because he was able to find Zhang Yi. When he found out Mu Chen had come to see him, Zhang Yi immediately remembered that those people were from the Divine Guild. he became curious as to how they came to be with Mu Chun. Afterward, he called Mu Chun over and asked why he was in such a hurry. It's good for Mu Chun to enjoy his life well before death comes. Hearing those words made Mu Chun's heart feel upset. He knew that Zhang Yi had managed to escape. But Mu Chun made sure that this time Zhang Yi would not get lucky again. When he finished threatening, Mu Chun immediately asked for help. The four of them only needed to stop the other players. So, Zhang Yi would be directly taken care of by Mu Chun. One of the men immediately prepared for the attack. He would handle Duan Feng and the others would take care of the rest. Duan Feng immediately took out his sharp weapon. His enemy was very confident this time. Duan Feng asked his enemy to show what strength he had to be so arrogant. Finally, the two of them drove each other forward and would fight each other fiercely at night. When his sword was swung quickly, this enemy man did not expect that the weapon had good speed. He immediately took out a weapon in his hand that was quite long. Duan Feng was immediately confused as to what was wrong with his move, as his enemy quickly dodged into the air. Meanwhile, the others were also preparing to attack because it was their turn. In front of Zhang Yi, the enemy executed the action very well. Zhang Yi and Xiao Yao were shocked to see it. Suddenly, something happened around Xiao Yao's body. She shouted for help to her partner to be saved now. Han Yaru, who tried to help Xiao Yao. She asked Xiao Yao not to panic and be afraid, because we will all save her. Qing Long also panicked and asked her two female colleagues to be careful because there was an attack ahead. Zhang Yi, who knew the danger situation, wanted to help and move his body. But unexpectedly, his body was immediately unable to move at all. He was still confused about what exactly was going on because it was so hard to move. It turned out that both of Zhang Yi's legs had been shadow-binded. Skills like Shadow Bind are at level 4, which can control a single target and create shadows on the legs to prevent them from moving. Mu Chun immediately came over to Zhang Yi, who was unable to move. Mu Chun said that none of his colleagues were left, so there was only Zhang Yi alone in danger. Besides, Zhang Yi would not be able to move under the Shadow Bind effect. Now Mu Chun just wanted to see if Zhang Yi still had the strength to fight him. Mu Chun quickly pulled out his weapon to stab Zhang Yi, but it turned out that he had misfired and stabbed a doll. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was behind Mu Chun's body. Zhang Yi reminded Mu Chun that he would not allow himself to be stabbed by an enemy. Then Zhang Yi unleashed the power in his hands. The power was dubbed chain lighting, and then aimed at Mu Chun's body at the back. When observed by Zhang Yi, Mu Chun did not feel any damage after being hit by the chain lightning. Mu Chun turned around to look at Zhang Yi. Then he told her that he was now using the best equipment in the apocalypse. So, Zhang Yi shouldn't think it's easy to get Mu Chun hurt. He gallantly wanted to show the power of his heavenly star purgatory by himself. Without further delay, he immediately used heavenly star purgatory right in front of Zhang Yi. While still in the city of Dawn, Zhang Yi directly saw with his own eyes a sharp, hoofed hand that was believed to be Blackie. This time the large animal came to provide protection to Zhang Yi, who was in great danger. Zhang Yi called Blackie to immediately activate the Wings of Chaos. Blackie obeyed Zhang Yi's command. Now Blackie was heading towards where Mu Chun was. Retaliation through the eyes was immediate. Mu Chun immediately covered his face due to the light coming from Blackie. He was very upset that a monster was helping Zhang Yi. Blackie said that Mu Chun should have a taste for the feeling of being cut by a wind knife. Mu Chun was immediately taken aback and wondered how Zhang Yi could have a second-grade dragon emperor. Zhang Yi explained that a Blackie was a magical beast of a tamer that would evolve with his level of work. Right now, he should be proud of being a high-level beast tamer. Meanwhile, Mu Chun was still a beginner killer. That was what really showed the difference between Zhang Yi and Mu Chun. In just an instant, Mu Chun's body was immediately attacked by Blackie with that huge body. Then his body was immediately grasped very tightly. Blackie said that Mu Chun's strength would always be beneath him when his body was trapped, and it was difficult to avoid. Mu Chun showed an unhappy expression. In his heart, he felt bad that Carol had not told him that Zhang Yi had completed his second shift. If she had known that, Mu Chun's preparations would have been more thorough. The situation that was getting tense once Mu Chun immediately remembered that Roger had given him a scroll that could be used in danger. His body, which was still wrapped around, made him try hard to get the scroll out of Roger. He already had a scroll in his hand that he wanted to use. This time he didn't want to make Zhang Yi even bigger because he could conquer him. Blackie, who was still holding it, looked at Mu Chen and asked him to show his strength right now. Blackie wants to see for himself how great the Mu Chen really is. Mu Chen casually uses the scroll so that he can survive. When the power had begun to react, the Dragon Emperor figure immediately appeared and attacked Blackie. It had overwhelmed Blackie to the point of falling backwards. Finally, Mu Chen was free now, watching the battle between fellow dragon animals. The dragon ferociously pounced on the Blackie's body parts until it was in great pain. There was a voice from Zhang Yi calling out to Blackie in great danger. The deadly bite had sent Blackie's body flying. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor was roaring because he felt great that he could attack. Among the rocks, Blackie was blown away until his mouth was bleeding profusely. For that heartbreaking incident, Mu Chen firmly informed that today was the death of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly comes to Blackie's body that was hit by a powerful attack. His face becomes sad because he sees Blackie in this condition. On the other hand, Han Yaru and Qing Long were still dealing with other enemies. Han Yaru requested that Xiao Yao be released right now. Then the big body man wearing armor saw that Han Yaru and Qing Long wanted to help save his colleague. Before that, he defiantly wanted to see how great the abilities actually possessed by Han Yaru and Qing Long. So, handing over the trapped Xiao Yao was not easy to do. Without stalling any longer, Han Yaru immediately took out his ice alls to save Xiao Yao from the enemy's trap. Meanwhile, on the enemy's side, there was a sound that he relied heavily on skeletons to deal with Han Yaru. Skeleton had begun to move to release a pointed shape in his hand to attack. The pointy object that was previously small has now become very large. The name of the power possessed by the skeleton is Spiked Bone Barrier. The barrier would prevent Han Yaru's ice alls from attacking. The spiked barrier was so huge that even Qing Long's eyes were watching it intently. In this case, he said that, before the enemies fought back against Han Yaru. Then they all had to pass through the rain of arrows that would be directed forward. Qing Long immediately used his arrow and then shot forward. Thanks to the arrows, the enemy's situation became overwhelming. The skeleton was immediately blown down, and the surrounding rocks were shattered into pieces. Likewise, the barrier that was created earlier was immediately destroyed. While the situation was still very tense, the bound Xiao Yao tried to escape. The enemy man guarding her was caught off guard, so she managed to escape. While avoiding the enemy, Xiao Yao called out to Sister Han Yaru. Then the enemy man used his hand to cast a shadow strike. A huge explosion occurred again. You can see Xiao Yao, who has managed to step her feet near Han Yaru. She said that nothing would happen now, so Xiao Yao was asked not to feel fear. Han Yaru hugged tightly the body of Xiao Yao, who had just been free. On the other hand, she saw Duan Feng, who was still fighting using a sword with an enemy man. She immediately asked how Duan Feng was doing. Hearing that question, he asked Han Yaru not to worry. Soon he will end this battle as soon as possible. The enemy man who heard Duan Feng's confident words was immediately belittled. The enemy man said that he would defeat the Duan Feng first. The enemy man took out a bandage coffin that came out from behind to attack Duan Feng. As a result of this attack, Duan Feng's body was wrapped in bandages until only his eyes were visible. Although the situation was really tense, he was still able to escape from the rolling bandages. Duan Feng asked his enemy not to be arrogant because he had not agreed to end this fight. With very high speed, he moved into the air. Duan Feng uses the power of sword intent, single slash. The enemy man didn't want to be left behind and immediately followed Duan Feng, who went upwards. Now he had reached the top in a bloody state. Realizing this wound, he became confused as to why this kind of thing happened to him. Did this enemy man just think that the sword at his waist was just for show? In fact, its sharpness and prowess were extraordinary. Upon arrival, Han Yaru and Qing Long also arrived. Duan Feng told his partner that he had killed one of the enemies earlier. So now there are only 3 more enemies. Suddenly, another enemy immediately came and asked Duan Feng not to celebrate the victory. The enemy's plan is certainly not finished yet. On the other hand, there was a dragon that was given a very powerful attack that caused a huge explosion. Han Yaru and Duan Feng, who were in different locations, immediately looked in the direction of the explosion. She said that something was happening to Zhang Yi right now. Han Yaru was certain that Zhang Yi was the enemy's true target. The Dragon Emperor is very disturbed, but he just wants to eat prey quietly in this zone. The Dragon Emperor asked his opponent to run because he wanted to see how far he could go. The Dragon Emperor will give chase to Zhang Yi and Blackie, who are trying to escape. While flying to escape, he directed Blackie to stay focused and avoid dense buildings. The fourth-grade Dragon Emperor's attacks were too powerful. Zhang Yi felt he had no chance to get close and fight back. He also couldn't find his weakness if he kept dodging. Therefore, he had to be able to attack. When he finished thinking, he told Blackie to prepare for the attack. At a crucial moment, he strongly believed in the abilities possessed by Blackie. Rise up vigorously due to old grievances and grudges that are still stored. That's what makes he today determined to solve the problem once and for all. The situation was still tense as the Dragon Emperor released flames from his mouth at the command of Mu Chen. With such confidence, he doesn't know whether Zhang Yi is boasting about his skills or underestimating Mu Chen's power. On this auspicious occasion, Mu Chen said that his Grade 4 Dragon Emperor would annihilate them all. Not long after, there was a huge explosion caused by the Dragon Emperor. Mu Chen's face was immediately happy when the explosion happened in front of him, even if Zhang Yi did possess immortality. Then the magic beast called Blackie would not survive the dragon's breath for long. The impact of the explosion caused Zhang Yi to suffer damage until his cell phone was reduced. Despite the loss, the Soul Link skill was able to transfer all the damage from his magic beast to Zhang Yi in a short period of time. As long as Zhang Yi's immortality did not run out, Blackie would never be defeated either. The Dragon Emperor came right before Zhang Yi. He ordered Blackie to attack from the right flank. Zhang Yi knew now that the dragon's wings were its weakest part. If the wing was damaged, then the dragon would be damaged in effect. It was a very good way to limit his attacks. Immediately on command, the Dragon Emperor's right wing was severely injured. The attack made the dragon immediately in great pain. In the end, the Dragon Emperor was damaged by the claw attack from the Blackie. Seeing this incident made Mu Chen even more anxious. With the attack, it was considered very strange. The Dragon Emperor's HP was reduced quite a lot. The damage of the Dragon Emperor was clearly lower than usual. In addition, the damage suffered was greater. Zhang Yi, who was observing, thought that this was an illusion. Usually he knew that only illusions could deal very little damage, while taking more damage from attacks. Hence, he was certain that the Dragon Emperor was not a real animal, but an illusion created through a contract call. Illusory dragons could take damage with 1,500 HP, whereas a real dragon would get damage of only 500 HP. A contract call usually uses high-level monsters to be able to use the illusion for battle. The stronger the monster, the higher the price. A small cost results in physical harm, while a large cost can cause the spirit to be consumed. Mu Chen's hand was burned to the point of not knowing what was really going on. From afar, Blackie was seen chasing Mu Chen, who was standing in confusion. Then Zhang Yi landed himself in the middle of the fire that had begun to subside. He reassured her that this was the case. So, with the appearance of the Divine's men with the Divine Guild and the scroll, it makes perfect sense. It turned out that Carol was just using that idiot to deal with him. Zhang Yi went straight to Mu Chen and asked if he didn't know the effect of using the scroll. Mu Chen honestly still could not believe that her new boss would lie. Mu Chen says that she just became strong, so she can't end up losing. Zhang Yi asks Mu Chen to come to her senses by looking at her fragile body. That was the price to pay for using the contract call. He didn't know if Mu Chen still couldn't understand this explanation. Even though Mu Chen himself was a pioneer from the beginning, there was a Dragon Emperor standing near the two of them. Mu Chen's hand immediately blocked Zhang Yi from approaching. If he dies, it will drag everyone to feel the same way. The Dragon Emperor's mouth opened wide, surrounded by a red aura. Furthermore, Mu Chen said that he would sacrifice all his strength to the great Dragon Emperor. Zhang Yi couldn't believe that a madman like Mu Chun was so ready to merge with the Dragon Emperor. Mu Chun's behavior is even more disturbing now that he plans to turn the entire city into hell. In such a way, everyone will respect the power he has. The power released is called infernal lava. The chaos is getting even bigger due to the Dragon Emperor who made an attack. In this city, there was an explosion that made people panic and fear once. They all ran away with all their might because they witnessed the killing by attack. Zhang Yi was surprised that in this state of danger, Mu Chun still didn't want to act when he was on the verge of death. Zhang Yi felt that he was blind due to not realizing Mu Chun's true nature. Now Mu Chun still chose the path of evil that could lead to her own downfall. On top of the Dragon Emperor's body, Mu Chun stood up and called out to Zhang Yi, who was a regressor. Mu Chun didn't want Zhang Yi to think he could kill him if he had another chance. Mu Chun confidently said that he would kill Zhang Yi right now without exception. Zhang Yi's body is in the Dragon Emperor's hands. He really couldn't believe that Mu Chun had lost his mind to do something like this. It wasn't long before Zhang Yi's body was out of the Dragon Emperor's hands. There was a scroll at the Dragon Emperor's feet. In his heart, as long as Zhang Yi could destroy the scroll. Then he was confident that he could break the connection between the main body and the illusion. So later, the illusory body will vanish. When he wanted to carry out the action, Zhang Yi asked for help from Blackie to protect him in a precarious situation. He moved forward using his sword to destroy the scroll on the ground. Finally, the scroll was destroyed by Zhang Yi's sword. Mu Chun, who knew this, immediately shouted and confirmed that she would never fail. Suddenly, Zhang Yi saw Blackie, who was knocked down, and rushed over to help him. After the fight slowly subsided, Han Yaru, Duan Feng, Qing Long, and Xiao Yao were seen walking in the city, seeing many victims here. It was true that the Divine Guild was very cruel to people. Han Yaru quickly approached Zhang Yi to see if things were okay. She apologizes that she and the others arrived late. Currently, Zhang Yi is still looking at Blackie's weakened condition after the fierce battle. He tells her that Blackie is currently critically injured just to save her. Therefore, he must quickly find a way to cure her. Han Yaru is saddened to see Blackie injured. Looking ahead, Zhang Yi immediately envisions the man who masterminded this horrible mess. He promised to make that man pay for all that had happened. The atmosphere in a forest is very cool with a beautiful tree body. This location is outside the city of Dawn, precisely in a quiet forest. There was a Zhang Yi running around in the middle of the forest. Han Yaru, who saw that action, did not know what Zhang Yi really wanted to do. Currently, the Blackie Dragon's condition was so poor that it was bleeding from its mouth. There was an awakening potion that was very stepped up in the apocalypse. Whatever it is, it won't matter how bad the wound is. By drinking the potion, it was believed that Blackie would recover as before because it did have good properties. Zhang Yi was still walking fast to get the precious potion. He was anxious at the thought of Blackie, who was already in such a weakened condition. Drinking ordinary healing potions did not have any effect on his dragon's recovery. If Zhang Yi wants to save Blackie quickly, then he had to fight hard to get the magic potion. The system had informed him that the weakened state of Zhang Yi's magic beast had already suffered critical damage to the point of death. During this critical condition, it was certain that the Blackie could not wage war against enemies or anything like that. Zhang Yi was still working tirelessly. This resurrection potion could only be obtained by completing the potion production task through the Leifia pharmacist. Suddenly, while walking, he momentarily stopped and looked down. It turned out that this time he met Leifia again after a long time no see. It was seen that Leifia in green clothes was near one of the plants. Zhang Yi immediately told her that he had collected everything that Leifia needed. So with that, she had to move quickly to assist her in making the resurrection potion for her dragon. One of the plants was already in Leifia's hands, then quickly appeared a bottle of potion that she would give to Zhang Yi. When they both met in this forest, Leifia immediately asked if he came here to look for her. In a hurry, he forced her to act quickly. This time, he needs a mission to make a resurrection potion. Suddenly, she became confused as to why he knew that she was currently doing research on the resurrection potion. hearing that question according to he was not important at all to answer. Right now, he asked that she give him the milk. In this case, Zhang Yi must really save Blackie, who is already dying. In the blink of an eye, Leifia had a book in her hand. She wondered if he was talking about this book. She also suspects that it looks like the magic animal is indeed experiencing something dangerous. So she asked him from now on not to worry anymore. The existence of this diary contains useful teachings. Inside the diary was written a clue about a place that stored rare materials. Therefore, he would definitely be much easier in making the resurrection potion if she brought it with her. The diary was immediately placed in Zhang Yi's hands so that he could read the instructions as best he could. He said that he was now able to memorize these lines well. Hearing that made her curious as to how he knew what was said. Now that Zhang Yi has turned around, he doesn't explain anything about Leifia's question. Zhang Yi simply expressed his gratitude for all this kindness. The system informed him that the mission to create the resurrection potion had now begun. There was a side quest Zhang Yi had to do. It was clearly stated that he had to find two precious ingredients, the essence of life and the flower of dreams. After she read that well, the first part of the mission was to get the essence of life in the demon ceiling tower. With that, it seemed that she would have to travel there again. Leifia, who was behind, said that these three items were difficult to obtain. If she went alone, the time required would be half a month. Even so, he remained determined and assured that he would soon return with all the materials, so she was only asked to wait. Han Yaru secretly peeked out from behind the tree. She didn't expect that Zhang Yi was really struggling to do all that for Blackie. There was one thing she was still curious about. How did he know how to save magic animals using resurrection potions? In any case, he was too hasty for fear of something bad happening, even though Han Yaru really wanted to help him in this matter. She inwardly asked Zhang Yi not to worry, because the other two ingredients would be helped by Han Yaru in order to obtain them. In the forest, Zhang Yi walked to accomplish his important mission. After a long journey, the scene arrived in front of the demon ceiling tower. After traveling for over a week, there was one man who spoke that now he could enter the tower until he successfully fought several monsters. He had also heard that the last person to enter was on the 12th floor, so he was determined to catch up to that person. Among those few people, Zhang Yi entered at such a high speed that he didn't notice the people around him. One of the men who saw Zhang Yi's action called him rude for running so fast. Zhang Yi was only thinking about the fate of the Blackie who was on the verge of death. After that, he finally arrived in front of a very large door. Without thinking, he immediately knocked on the door several times, asking to be opened. He explained that he came here in a hurry to look for healing potion ingredients. There was a voice that said that he was very uncomfortable because he had been disturbed while sleeping. Is this human who called him already bored to live? A monster in armor instantly appeared in front of the door. Zhang Yi touched the monster's leg on purpose. The monster quickly fell to the ground as a result of being harmed by Zhang Yi. He came here with no chance to waste time with this monster. He asked the monster to tell him where the transfer gate to the next floor was. The monster was still enduring the pain, after which it snapped back, wanting to give Zhang Yi a retaliatory attack. The monster was so excited to see a human like Zhang Yi that it was upset. In this case, he would try to use the monster to test his new skills. The monster gets even angrier when it finds out that Zhang Yi has used a clone. Therefore, it has lost respect in dealing with humans like Zhang Yi. The monster fiercely said that he, as a demon warrior, would not back down in the face of anything. Then Zhang Yi will use Soul Search to overcome this increasingly violent monster. The second-level Beast Tamer's exclusive skill is used to summon demons. It is also used to probe the enemy's inner thoughts. In the vision, he saw the figure of the person wearing the monster's clothes. A notification appeared saying that the content had exceeded the allowed amount. So, with that, Soul Search will be forcibly stopped. Another figure came into the room. Zhang Yi was confused as to why these monsters had memories of their past lives. Was it possible that they had once been a real human? After that, he held an entrance in a different room. Usually, each level only has a blue transfer gate to take one to the next level. but upon entering this room she saw two different blue and red gates. Seeing these two colors made it appear in Xin's memory just now. On this occasion, Zhang Yi wanted to see for himself where the red transfer gate would take him. The system informed that the transfer had now started. The player named Zhang Yi had entered level 30 in the Demon Ceiling Tower. Elsewhere, there was a man monitoring Zhang Yi's actions on a huge screen. The master who was aware of this eventually found out that Zhang Yi was now in the Demon Ceiling Tower. He immediately pressed a button to start everything, and then the data was transferred. There was a female figure about to appear. Mr. Master couldn't wait to invite Zhang Yi to play. A few moments later, the transfer was finally completed. The atmosphere in the area where the Demon Ceiling Tower was on the 30th level. When viewed directly, the atmosphere was quite different from before. Moreover, the ground is like an irregular pile of sand. Then around this area, there was also a lot of dust or something that was indeed clumped together. Zhang Yi was in that place when he saw a building standing in front of him. The one building that stood at the top contained the essence of life that Zhang Yi was looking for to use as an ingredient for the resurrection potion. The system told him that he had now entered the 30th level of the Demon Ceiling Tower. He had never thought that the red door could take him directly to the 30th floor. This would save Zhang Yi from having to linger too long, so it will be easier for he to quickly obtain the potion's ingredients. He must be able to obtain the yellow-colored herb that is the target of Zhang Yi, even if he has to face any obstacles. The task at hand now was just to get the essence of the potion. Suddenly, in front of the door, a bright money light appeared. The light grew larger and larger, leaving Zhang Yi clueless as to what it meant. Zhang Yi seemed to know where this aura of power came from. The rumbling sound was so loud that it sent the surrounding debris flying. Zhang Yi really couldn't do much. Afterward, a woman with wings appeared. She was a six-winged fallen angel who was at level 60. The fallen angel's appearance this time came to block Zhang Yi's act. She unleashed her power by forming a carving. The fallen angel said that Zhang Yi was a man who wasn't afraid to challenge level 30. So, with that, she would show him how absolute power worked. When he was attacked, she jumped up and quickly dodged them all. Zhang Yi wondered if she had used such a powerful force from the start. He had to confirm once again whether this attack was real. On the other hand, there was a Bahuang lying on his back on the 30th floor. Suddenly, a pebble hit his cheek, causing him pain. Then he woke up holding his cheek. He immediately wondered where he was now, because the place was so unfamiliar. It wasn't long before he thought positively that he was resting on the 8th floor. But still, he wondered why he was here. Afterward, his eyes immediately glanced towards the front. It turned out that there was Zhang Yi avoiding the attack of the fallen angel. This then made him confused as to what had actually happened. He slowly realized that Zhang Yi had challenged this place right after the second advancement and class change. Was Zhang Yi coming to this Demon Ceiling Tower looking for trouble again? The tremendous explosion was caused by the fallen angel's attack. Zhang Yi did not know why the boss at this level had to be a fallen angel. He felt that he was not strong enough to fight back. Therefore, he was very confused about what he should do in this tense situation. He also found that there were many human skulls in this place. The system told him that the skulls were the remains of humans who were killed directly by the fallen angel. After making a good observation, he went straight down to land again. When she was attacked earlier, she saw with her own eyes that this fallen angel really was very cruel. She would probably attack anyone who dared to enter the 30th floor. Even though he was in great danger, Zhang Yi said that he had a solution now. He had to find a way to deal with the fallen angel using his own power. In front of him, there was already a skull head lying around. Not only that, but the hands and feet of the skulls were also scattered about. One of the skulls was held by Zhang Yi. Then his hand touched the floor as he unleashed his power. There wasn't much time for he to linger in a place like this. He immediately glanced behind him. This was the perfect time for the skull to avenge his past. There was the fallen angel giving him a very sharp stare. This time, he used the divine talent of Undead Summoner. In an instant, The skull comes back to life until it looks scary. Zhang Yi asked his skull warriors to rise up and attack the cruel fallen angel. Zhang Yi also asked the living skulls to surround the fallen angel so that it could not go anywhere. They all, with the red eyes of the skull body, began to launch their actions to immediately do as ordered by the master. On the 30th floor, the fallen angel demon ceiling tower was invaded by humans who had died as a result of Zhang Yi's resurrection skill. She could not move because her legs had been pulled. Then Zhang Yi immediately launched his action to go to the top of the building to take herbs as medicinal ingredients. Fallen Angel looked at Zhang Yi, who was trying to take the essence of life. Then she suspected he had deliberately used undead to block her movement. This was of course done by Zhang Yi to obtain the essence of life. She couldn't let him do anything in this place. Then her hands immediately spread out until a power that radiated like electricity appeared. The fallen angel this time wanted to request that her lightning bolt come and strike Zhang Yi in order to fail to obtain the essence of life. She then chanted the AoE spell Lightning Domain. The AoE spell is used to summon a magic storm that lasts for 10 minutes. Every 3 seconds, this storm will cause as much as 500 magic damage to all nearby enemies. So she really was a cruel creature who was willing to do anything to cripple the enemy. The dead skull was immediately affected by the AoE spell directly. Without waiting for long, the fallen angel had already finished the attack that had plagued him. Now it was Zhang Yi's turn to face her directly with the power of AoE. The fallen angel recited her spell through a hand that was already emitting a purple aura of power. Meanwhile, the watching Zhang Yi was shocked to the point of speechlessness. The AoE spell attack headed towards him quickly to defeat his enemy on the 30th floor. The fallen angel said that it was time for the game to end here. In his heart, he really didn't expect this. Not only did she use a spell, she also used her sword to make Zhang Yi lose and fail to achieve her own goal. His face became panicked as he had to hurry to avoid the dangerous attack. But an unexpected thing happened. One of the fallen angel wings was instantly blown away. Then, from above, a sword with yellow power appeared and pierced through her body. For this incident, she became shocked until she didn't say anything. It turned out that Ba Huang came from behind. She immediately glanced if there were indeed other people appearing at this 30th level. She was even more astonished and became confused about how this could happen with the presence of other people. In her mind, she was very curious why other players came here. In a screen displaying Ba Huang, who started to launch the action again after being unconscious for a long time. This is what makes the warning appear if a body will be damaged and the connection is lost. This kind of incident will indeed bring bad luck. The technology to control NPCs through data transfer was still unstable, so whoever entered the 30th level was declared to have been very lucky. Seen on the fallen angel's face were 2 figures, Mr. Master and the fallen angel. He immediately told Zhang Yi and Ba Huang that they would meet again later. A few moments later, the atmosphere in the sky improved considerably, and 2 bright lights appeared. In Zhang Yi's hand was also a bottle of life essence potion that had been obtained directly. He wondered why there was a Ba Huang here who had also arrived on the same floor. As far as Zhang Yi knew, this demon ceiling tower was a solo dungeon. The body of the fallen angel had already died from the deadly attack of the bear, although he didn't know exactly what his companion's purpose was. He was grateful that Ba Huang had come here to help him obtain the essence of life. Other than that, he was curious as to why Ba Huang hadn't shown any great moves last time. Hearing Zhang Yi's words made Ba Huang immediately surprised. He explained that he had managed to kill this very cruel fallen angel. If she wasn't killed immediately, she would have been even more ferocious in her relentless attacks. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Tower of Eternity was seen. In a building that stands, the moon shines quite brightly. On a monitor screen, the Master witnessed that his fallen angel had been successfully destroyed. Mr. Master wanted the live footage of the events here to be replayed because he wanted to see it carefully. He asked this favor to the Apocalypse Spirit. With that order, he will carry it out properly according to the direction of the Master. A few moments later, the recording was played back. The Master looked at the screen seriously as a Bahuang came suddenly attacking from behind as the fallen angel launched his action. They both in the room were very focused on knowing everything. He asked the apocalypse spirit to enlarge the screen towards the bottom right. When seen directly, the previous Bahuang was helpless, and there was someone wearing an unknown mask holding the back. For this, the master said there was someone who made a big problem in this place. The atmosphere at the main gate of the demon ceiling tower. There was a lot of smoke rising and a red aura surrounding the place. The system told us that there were 3 hours left before the demon ceiling tower closed. There was a Qinglong standing in this place alone. He was still wondering if the community leader, Ba Huang, was planning to get out in time before the gates closed. If it was true, he was worried about the condition of Miss Han Yaru. Meanwhile, the system continues to inform information related to the closing of the demon ceiling tower gate. This is done to warn anyone who is inside must be able to get out on time and not be late at all. After being busy worrying about his partner, Qinglong immediately looked at the door and was surprised when Ba Huang managed to get out with Zhang Yi. Qinglong immediately called the guild leader, who had come out right in front of the door. Meanwhile, Ba Huang's face was so relieved that she thanked Zhang Yi for taking care of her little sister. Especially the guarding was done during these few days when Ba Huang was carrying out other tasks. Hearing that, Zhang Yi asked him not to thank him like this. He was just doing something that could be done. Besides, she was sure that Han Yaru would be happy to know that Ba Huang was coming back. Qinglong's face became very happy that the young master he had been worried about had returned safely without any injuries. He didn't have to worry so much anymore. In this meeting, he wanted to tell her that Miss Han Yaru had been missing since this morning. He didn't know where she disappeared to because it was so sudden. She also didn't reply to any of his messages. Hearing this bad news, Ba Huang was sure that Han Yaru was the type of woman who was very careful when doing things. He was sure there must be a special reason why she had disappeared since this morning. Zhang Yi also strongly agreed, so Qinglong should think carefully about the previous events. Did she seem to be acting strangely before disappearing? If not, then she probably just went somewhere and hasn't returned yet. Instantly, Qinglong became confused and remembered what strange behavior happened to Han Yaru before disappearing. Afterward, he told her that he saw her directly in front of the plaza last night. Then he will explain in more detail. Han Yaru stood in the middle of the courtyard outside the place. Then she looked towards the statue as if she was praying for something. She was so focused that her eyes were closed because she was too solemn. Therefore, he did not want to disturb Han Yaru while she was praying. Zhang Yi listened carefully to the story told by Qinglong. When he knew she was in the plaza at night, he must have been on an important prayer mission. He immediately gave a detailed explanation of the importance of prayer. Prayer activities are one of the relaxing missions in the apocalypse, so a player must go to the main plaza at 9 at night and pray for 3 hours in a row. So by doing that holy thing, it is believed that there will be a chance to receive a gift from the dream god of a stone. Qinglong was very focused listening to Zhang Yi's explanation of the prayer activity. It was also important to know that the dream stone alone didn't have much use. The stone was used as an ornament, but if someone watered it, using the dream-spiring water found in the dream spirit manor, then the person who does that will get a dream flower. After giving that explanation, Zhang Yi now knew where Han Yaru was going, to the dream spirit manor. Ba Huang immediately invited his partner to immediately move now to find the Han Yaru. A few moments later arrived at a different place than before. The atmosphere looks beautiful with purple shades. This place is the residence of Christians precisely in the city of Frost Peak. Finally, the three of them walked up the stairs, a lot of butterflies flying around. When they had passed a stone with the words, Dream Spirit Manor, Zhang Yi asked Qinglong to send a message to Han Yaru. He immediately opened the screen, but it turned out that there was a problem, that he could not send a message. He didn't know what had happened to make this happen. Dream Spirit Manor is the territory of the god of dreams Lament. In this case, Lament had set up a protective formation to fight off enemy invasions during the apocalypse. In addition, Many dangerous monsters roamed freely in the manor. When players enter the protective formation, the risk is that they will lose the ability to send messages to other players. That was why Han Yaru could not send or receive messages in this place. Zhang Yi was very confident that she must be somewhere in the Dream Spirit Manor. Zhang Yi directly asked the two of them not to split up after we went inside. If the three of us split up, it will be a problem because we won't be able to communicate with each other. On the other hand, 3 people were walking in the grass. Then there was a man named Dunshi Knight, level 4-8. He said that he came here depending on Han Yaro when he and Liu Shu fought the Dream Spirit, while he knows that she is the highest level witch woman. Plus, she has pretty good equipment. Hearing the explanation from the Dunshi made her not mind to follow him, but if they dropped the dream-spiring water, then he must keep his promise and give it to Han Yaru directly. Liu Shu, who is a level 4-7 priest, immediately asked her not to worry. Liu Shu and Dunshi only want equipment and don't need the dream spring water. The atmosphere was already starting to get tense when in this quiet place, the 3 of them were visited by 2 dream spirits who were above the air. This dream spirit is an evil creature and likes to attack whoever comes. With that, everyone was asked to prepare for battle using their respective weapons. Dunshi already uses his armor and sword weapons to be ready. Han Yaru uses his staff, while Liu Shu, without any tools, is ready if the battle is about to begin. This white-colored dream spirit's body looks really scary, like it wants to pounce on its prey directly. These 2 creatures quickly gave chase, especially since their nails were very sharp when they hit the skin of the 3 people. Therefore, facing a dream spirit should not be careless. On this occasion, the Dunshi will not be silent because it releases a force in the form of a large monster that manages to capture the dream spirit. The figure that appeared was adamantine, coming with his anger. The 2 dream spirits have been captured directly without having to struggle to fight. Dunshi was immediately very proud because he had managed to stop the dream spirit using his skills. After that, she immediately shouted loudly because now it was Han Yaru's turn to attack. She raised her staff and used Frost Storm. In this case, she was really begging for her powers to work well together. She wanted to make the 2 dream spirits unable to move at all for this attack. Frost Storm is an exclusive skill of mages. It works by releasing a blizzard to attack enemies. The effect that will be caused is to cause 500 magic damage for 10 seconds. Without stalling any longer, the skill was used right in front of the dream spirit. The attack caused the dream spirit to be in pain and angry. Moreover, it was unable to do anything because its body had been ensnared using hands. In accordance with the effect that would arise, the damage finally reduced by 500 power. The snow attack that was given several times seemed to really make the dream spirit helpless. The 2 of them could only endure these attacks without any explanation. The huge body was still grasping the dream spirit and would not let go. With the existence of Han Yaru's power, it was indeed unexpected that the level 50 mage was really strong. Dunshi felt that he had a great teammate and was not troublesome at all. So she can indeed be relied upon to carry out attacks because she has extraordinary and great skills. Finally, now the 2 dream spirits who came were immediately knocked to the ground in a completely helpless state. A few moments later, there seemed to be a dark red aura directly above the dream spirit's body. Instantly, the body of the dream spirit was immediately enveloped by the red aura and a flower-like shape appeared. It turned out that the flower grew above the dead dream spirit. The color is blush red with a rare shape. Liu Shu quickly approached the flower and touched it directly out of curiosity. It was the first time she had seen a flower appear after her dream spirit had been defeated. But the action taken by she is not good because it can cause dangerous things. Seeing this, Han Yaru immediately gave a warning that Liu Shu should not touch the flower carelessly just like that. The 3 of their faces displayed worried looks at each other due to the flower that appeared and should not be touched. Suddenly, something happened in front of Liu Shu. She immediately stepped away from the dream spirit and wondered what was really going on. She did not know that touching the flower would turn out like this. The flower that was only one earlier now spread to the ground in large numbers. According to Dunshi, it would be unlikely that the elite monsters of the dream spirit cast a blood spell. Then later it can make the dream spirit reborn after dying under attack. Dunshi really didn't think that we here would experience something like this. After that, there were feet stepping towards the flower. She said that the 3 humans who were in this place were very pitiful for their actions. The mysterious woman who came suggested that the 3 of them should just go home. This is because being here is absolutely useless to be able to get anything. Simultaneously, the 3 of them immediately looked back with surprised faces. They have absolutely no idea who the mysterious woman is who has come while giving such insults. Even so, they still have to be vigilant. It seems that the figure of the creature that appears has a very strong evil aura. The woman's body was clearly enveloped in a red aura. Plus, she also wore a flower-shaped crown on her head. In both hands, there are also 2 different types of flowers, but have the same color, red. If you look at her face, it is similar to Han Yaru at a glance. The atmosphere in this place immediately turned red. Plus, it was very tense because she began to act to attack these 3 people. The 3 of them also received an attack that wrapped around their respective bodies. This woman said that the 3 of them had made a big problem, so she asked them to stay here with her. The bodies of the 3 of them could not move to provide resistance because they had been trapped from top to bottom of the foot. When the dream spirit rose and made them all entangled, Liushu became increasingly confused why the face shape and appearance of the dream spirit were very similar to Han Yarao, who was a witch woman. Hearing those words, Han Yaru immediately asked his colleague not to worry too much. This was the blood-red dream spirit's strongest skill, a dream transformation. Han Yaru can remain calm even though he is in a dangerous situation for himself and 2 other colleagues, in an explanation of dream transformation when facing the enemy. Then Aaron's Formo will become a high-level player on the enemy side. In addition, it can also copy the equipment and skills possessed. When the body is still trapped, it makes Liushu even more panicked and cry. She really asked for help so that Han Yaru could save himself as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Han Yaru was busy observing that these flowers were growing in a quiet place. If it was like that, then she would move to do something. She already had a purple crystal stone in her hand. The next step was to throw the stone directly between the red flowers to see the reaction. After that, in just a moment, the flower withered, and only the stem remained. She knows that the weakness of this red flower is afraid of light. Therefore, we can use light to overcome it properly. As per the observation, she succeeded in killing the flower. Finally, Lushu revived and asked to use the sun blessing. She raised both hands right behind the body, and a very bright light appeared. The power of sun blessing is a priest's exclusive skill. The benefits of the skill can bring up sunlight in a predetermined area. Another use of sun blessing can heal HP teammates in the area. The range is 500 for 10 seconds of running time. Finally, they can all be free from the bondage of the blood-red dream spirit. Liushu immediately showed a happy face because it survived well. Surprisingly, there was an arrow coming as many as 3, speeding very fast towards all of them. Quickly, Han Yaru immediately hugged Liushu to save him well. Meanwhile, the arrow landed on the body of the blood-red dream spirit directly. In the end, the evil blood-red dream spirit was fiercely attacked. There were many people coming and asking the 3 of them to get out of this place immediately. One of them did carry an arrow while the others used their swords. Then there was a man saying that the woman who was successfully attacked was a blood-red dream spirit. Then said that the ownership of this success was because he had made the final attack. Hearing that remark then made Han Yaru and Liushu very upset. Especially Han Yaru in his heart felt very unlucky. It turned out that the new light had attracted all the players around this place. She was sure that this group of people who came wanted to pursue the reward of the blood-red dream spirit. If that was the case, then she wouldn't want to allow it. Liushu firmly said that the 3 of us were the first to come and find the blood-red dream spirit. So they have absolutely no right to directly seize all of this, even though they have killed the figure of the blood-red dream spirit woman. Then Han Yaru directly whispered to Liushu. She asked Liushu to remain calm. Later, she will wait here and take a good look at the situation. In addition, she will also allow them to destroy the blood-red dream spirit first. If things start to get better, then we'll move back in to get everything. Unexpectedly, there was another group that came wearing red clothes and characteristic fanged teeth. One of the men asked that the observers retreat from now on. This is because there is a lot of blood around here. He requested that these other people leave immediately because this blood-red dream spirit belonged to the blood sect. In addition to expelling the blood sect, they also attacked the group of people who came earlier. Seeing this dangerous situation made them decide to run away, even though some had been injured. Meanwhile, Dunshi whispered to his two female colleagues to tell something. The group that came just now came from the blood sect. In the city of Frost Peak, the blood sect is very famous. He has also seen them dare to disturb ordinary players. Not only that, the blood sect also abused power to steal and kill others without mercy. While knowing about the blood sect made Hanyaru curious whether it was the person who appeared at the auction. It would be very troublesome if the blood sect recognized Hanyaru, so she decided to leave. From now on, it was much better. Secretly, the three of them immediately decided to walk and leave the place that was no longer safe. Suddenly, one of the men from the blood sect seemed to have seen a woman named Hanyaru. When the two women were walking suddenly, a gun was accidentally thrown and made the two of them startled. This time, Wu Henshui wanted to make sure that his vision was correct and that Hanyaru was the woman standing next to Zhang Yi at the auction. He immediately asks her where Zhang Yi is now. She says that she has no idea what he's talking about. Besides, she didn't know Wu Henshui at all. The atmosphere became even more tense when the three of them were immediately surrounded by the blood sect. Wu Henshui says that she lied to her. Hanyaru said she didn't recognize Wu Henshui, but he can recognize her well until now. Besides, he did not go to the City of Dawn for revenge. But who would have thought that Hanyaru would surrender herself directly like this? Dunshi, who heard those words, immediately spoke up. He said that there must be a misunderstanding going on right now. Hanyaru herself lives with us horses. If indeed Wu Henshui wants the blood-red dream spirit, then he and his two colleagues will no longer interfere. He asked Wu Henshui to continue his goal. Dunshi's body was quickly attacked until he fell to the ground. Wu Henshui said that this Dunshi was not welcome to leave before he became more violent in retaliation. Then Liu Shu explained that he and his partner only came here to travel outside the land. Meanwhile, the blood sects brought by were already too numerous in number. A few moments later, Wu Henshui was so fierce that he wanted to attack again. He jumped so high that they were both startled. If the two of them decided to leave, then he would make them go to hell. This increasingly dangerous situation made Hanyaru use the divine talent Undead Summoner. The power quickly appeared and held Wu Henshui's axe weapon. Meanwhile, another group was seen fleeing. One of the men said that the blood sect was too far away. Even Hanyaru couldn't provoke the blood sect. Then his partner said that we can't help. The people of the blood sect are much more vicious, evil, and like to bully others without a care in the world. He immediately called on all his comrades to run. The man with the hat said that the three people had given the blood sect the blood-red dream spirit. There were two dream spirits who were helping to block the weapon attack from Wu Henshui. While busy attacking Wu Henshui, says that Hanyaru's boyfriend has no feelings for leaving her here alone to fight the danger. He offered for her to come to him instead. Hearing those words made her not care at all. She would remain focused on delivering brutal attacks until the Wu Henshui could be defeated. She immediately pulled out another skill, namely Fireball. That power can produce a powerful fireball in order to attack the opponent. But the fireball was parried by Wu Henshui. She immediately fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Henshui said that he deliberately gave her an easy way out of money. But Hanyaru rejected it. So she shouldn't blame Wu Henshui for being cruel. She immediately screamed due to her loss of control. The atmosphere in the main gate area of the Dream Spirit Manor. In Zhang Yi's mind, he sensed that something was wrong. This was because he saw everyone fleeing from a disaster. He wondered in his heart what was really happening now. There was one man who was eager to be questioned by the Zhang Yi. When he got the question, the man explained that a blood sect came and made a great mess. In addition, they came to kill other players just to seize the blood-red dream spirit. Not only that happened, the blood sect also managed to capture a beautiful girl in there. Hearing that information made Zhang Yi even more anxious. He then suggested that this man return immediately because the situation was very dangerous. Other players were seen rushing out of the Dream Spirit Manor to save themselves. While Zheng Yi, Ba Huang, and Qinglong turned around quickly to rescue the woman inside. A young woman is in danger, captured by powerful enemies demanding she bring Zhang Yi to them. Despite her defiance, she's helpless against their strength. Her captors mock Zhang Yi, calling him a coward for not coming to her aid, assuming he fears their overwhelming numbers. The villains sneer, relishing her sacrifice for her boyfriend. The tension builds as they wait, underestimating the resolve of both Zhang Yi and the woman he's inspired. Suddenly, a surge of energy disrupts the scene as a powerful strike slices through the air, leaving Zhang Yi's enemies stunned. Shock spreads across their faces as they witness a swirling force preparing to counter their threat. Zhang Yi's furious gaze meets them, his clenched fist radiating intense power. His rage boils over, a clear warning to anyone who dares lay a hand on the woman he holds dear. The tables are turning, and his vengeance is just beginning. In a swift, decisive move, Zhang Yi strikes down one of his enemies, sending him hurtling through the air. The woman, relieved and grateful, is caught safely in Zhang Yi's embrace. As the defeated enemy's allies watch in horror, Zhang Yi reassures her with a gentle apology for the worry he caused, marking a tender moment amidst the chaos. Their bond, strengthened by danger, hints at an unbreakable resolve to face future threats together. Zhang Yi swiftly moves to protect his injured sister, entrusting her to allies for safety. He warns them about the blood sect's cunning nature, urging caution against ambushes. His allies promise to guard her, prepared to intervene if needed. Just before Zhang Yi charges ahead, he's handed a mysterious object by his companion, a token of aid and a reminder to be vigilant. With renewed determination, Zhang Yi braces for the fierce battle awaiting him. Zhang Yi receives a powerful artifact from his sister, the Ring of Death, a legendary item that boosts his stats and grows stronger with each enemy defeated. He smirks, recognizing the potential of this weapon and ready to unleash its deadly power. Determined, he equips the ring, viewing his foes as perfect tributes to amplify its strength. With this newfound advantage, Zhang Yi is prepared to face the blood sect with ruthless resolve. Empowered by the Ring of Death, Zhang Yi charges into the blood sect's ranks with devastating force. His movements are swift and lethal, cutting down enemies as he unleashes the ring's power. Flames and energy blaze around him, striking terror into the hearts of those who dared to face him. With a smirk, he taunts the blood sect, challenging them to endure his wrath, knowing they stand little chance against his overwhelming strength. With each enemy defeated, Zhang Yi's Ring of Death absorbs their power, boosting all his stats significantly. Amazed by the ring's rapid growth, he feels confident he can take on even the strongest foes. Meanwhile, the remaining blood sect members, panicked by his strength, frantically prepare their next assault, shouting orders to kill him. But Zhang Yi's smirk reveals he's already one step ahead, ready for whatever they throw at him. As arrows pierce Zhang Yi, he smirks, revealing his plan. The attacks trigger his passive skill, Hellfire Dragon's Blaze, a rare ability of his dragon race. With a chance to summon a demonic hell dragon, Zhang Yi unleashes a powerful counterattack, causing devastating true damage to all enemies nearby. His enemy's assault backfires, as they now face the unleashed wrath of the dragon, a force they hadn't anticipated. A monstrous dragon emerges, roaring with fierce intensity as Zhang Yi's AoE Hellfire Dragon Blaze skill activates. Flames engulf the battlefield, consuming his enemies in a scorching inferno. Screams of agony fill the air as the blood sect members scramble in terror, feeling the searing heat of the dragon's blaze. Desperate cries for help go unanswered as the relentless flames continue their bloodthirsty rampage, leaving devastation in their wake. One of the blood sect leaders, clutching his weapon tightly, convinces himself that Zhang Yi's strength must be a bluff, believing he only won previously by luck. Fueled by anger and a thirst for revenge, he charges forward, swinging his weapon with all his might. But as he strikes, his confidence shatters instantly when his weapon meets an unbreakable force, cracking under the sheer power Zhang Yi now wields. His attack is futile against Zhang Yi's newfound might. The blood sect leader, now visibly terrified, tries to threaten Zhang Yi, boasting of his guild's power in Frost Peak City. But Zhang Yi remains unfazed, holding him up effortlessly and mocking his empty threats. Calmly, he reminds the leader that he's already killed him once and won't hesitate to do it again. With a cold resolve, Zhang Yi vows to wipe out every last evildoer in the blood sect, showing no mercy. Zhang Yi coldly finishes off the blood sect leader, vowing to wipe out the entire sect if they dare come after him again. With a final slash, the leader's life is ended, and his revival chances exhausted. Zhang Yi moves on, leaving his fallen enemy behind. Elsewhere, his allies discuss the mysterious blood-red dream spirit, considering whether to destroy it or use a dream stone to interact with it, recognizing its potential value if handled carefully. One of Zhang Yi's companions places the dream stone into the hands of the mysterious blood-red dream spirit. Instantly, a glow surrounds her, and she speaks in a calm, commanding tone, inviting the warriors to follow her. Another companion, impressed and suspicious, asks the guild leader if he had accessed hidden guides to know this ritual, hinting at secret knowledge. The scene sets a mystical atmosphere, with the dream spirit leading them into an unknown journey. The blood-red dream. Spirit leads Zhang Yi and his companions through the darkness, her presence guiding them toward a mystical pool. She instructs them to follow her to the dream spring water. As they approach, she speaks with an air of mystery, calling for the slumbering spirits to awaken. The waters ripple and glow, reacting to her command, hinting at an ancient power lying dormant beneath the surface, ready to be unleashed. From the rippling waters of the dream spring, a mystical figure emerges, a being with an ethereal presence, identified as the God of Dreams. She acknowledges Zhang Yi as the chosen one, finally arriving as foretold. This divine entity is one of the 10 great gods of the apocalypse, linked to the powerful 10 divine talent cards. Her appearance signals a monumental event, and Zhang Yi's journey now intertwines with a destiny that holds unimaginable power. A luminous figure emerges, radiating an ethereal glow as she steps forward. Her voice echoes softly, filled with a melancholic yearning. She has waited here for what feels like an eternity, so long that she's forgotten the passage of time. Gazing upon the group with a gentle yet mysterious smile, she announces that she's prepared a special gift, reserved for the first one who dared to find her. Her presence exudes both warmth and an unsettling aura, hinting at a powerful secret she's ready to bestow. The group stands in awe, captivated by the promise of her enigmatic reward. Zhang Yi's companion receives the dream flower from the God of Dreams, a powerful item they had been searching for. Overjoyed, she hugs Zhang Yi, realizing that with this flower they can save Blackie. Zhang Yi, flustered but happy, embraces her warmly. Meanwhile, another companion, noticing their closeness, suggests patrolling the area to give them some privacy, humorously pretending not to notice their tender moment. The team feels a mix of relief and joy as they secure a precious item and strengthen their bonds. The hero examines an ancient text, determined to figure out the steps to create a resurrection potion. Recalling a past memory of how it was crafted, he carefully follows each instruction. With a flash of accomplishment, a notification appears, congratulating him on completing the mission and awarding him the precious resurrection potion. Holding the vial with pride, he feels a wave of relief. Turning to his companion, he offers the potion, reassuring them that this will help them recover from their recent hardships, a promise of healing and strength for what lies ahead. Zhang Yi carefully gives the resurrection potion to Blackie, who eagerly drinks it. Moments later, a surge of energy courses through Blackie, roaring back to life with renewed vigor. Zhang Yi's companions watch in awe and joy as their beloved Blackie returns to full strength. One of them, especially moved, expresses how much they missed Blackie, embracing the revived creature. The team shares a heartfelt moment, grateful for Blackie's recovery and feeling stronger together. As Zhang Yi's companion gazes at the God of Dreams, an intense energy fills the air, and the ethereal figure reaches out, activating a hidden quest, Dream Spirit Manor. A glowing card appears depicting the God of Dreams herself, signaling the beginning of a mysterious journey. The group realizes they've unlocked a rare opportunity, a secret mission tied to the enigmatic dream spirit, promising unknown challenges and rewards that await them. As Zhang Yi's companion expresses concern, warning everyone to be cautious, a sense of tension builds among the group. She clutches her chest, visibly affected by the strange energy surrounding them. Suddenly, a vision appears of a historical conflict 1,000 years ago. The Ghost Clan launched an attack on the world of Apocalypse. The scene shifts to show ghostly warriors advancing on an ancient stronghold, hinting at dark forces and ancient battles that may connect to their current mission. A haunting vision begins to emerge, a memory of 1,000 years past, when the Ghost Clan launched a brutal attack on the world of Apocalypse. The scene shifts to reveal ghostly warriors, cloaked in green flames, marching upon ancient gates, a chilling reminder of the devastation and conflict that once plagued this land. The God of Dreams recounts the history, explaining that Dream Spirit Manor was the only place left untouched by the Ghost Clan's invasion. To protect their world, the 10 gods joined forces and engaged in a deadly battle, ultimately sealing the Ghost Clan king. However, even in his imprisonment, the Ghost Clan king taunts them, claiming that all their efforts only delay their inevitable fate. The ominous presence of the chained king looms, a reminder of a dark power lying in wait. After the fierce battle, the 9 other gods mysteriously vanished, leaving the God of Dreams to fall into a deep, unintentional slumber. She explains that what the group sees now is merely an illusion she created before succumbing to sleep, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Chosen One. Her presence is a remnant of the past, holding on to hope that someone would come to continue the fight against the darkness threatening their world. The God of Dreams' illusion fades away, leaving the group with her final words, "Find me and awaken me." As she vanishes, Zhang Yi's companion reflects on the encounter, realizing that the legendary hidden quest, the Lost Dream God, has been triggered. The quest reveals the mystery surrounding the 10 gods who vanished after sealing the Ghost King. Now, the team prepares to follow her instructions, readying themselves for the mission area where unknown challenges await. Zhang Yi senses movement in the bushes and turns cautiously, his instincts sharp. Suddenly, a fierce-looking demon with red eyes and a menacing grin leaps out, brandishing a glowing weapon. Zhang Yi's companion shouts a warning to be careful as the creature screeches, preparing to strike. The unexpected attack signals the beginning of a dangerous encounter, and Zhang Yi braces himself to face this new threat head-on. A fierce battle unfolds as green energy blasts illuminate the night, forcing a group of fighters to stay on high alert. One warrior steps forward, ready to hold back the attack, while another confidently prepares an icy spell. With a powerful sweep, they unleash a frigid gust, aiming to freeze their opponents in place. The scene is tense, showcasing the team's determination to push back against their foes with all they've got. The icy spell successfully immobilizes one of the enemies, encasing him in a thick layer of ice. The team momentarily feels victorious, but soon realizes their tactics have limitations. Despite the freezing effect, the enemies break free, unaffected by the crowd control. With renewed intensity, the remaining foes prepare to strike back, their green energy swirling ominously as they advance. Realizing their enemies are resistant to indirect attacks, the team decides to face them directly, with fiery determination blazing in their eyes. Weapons glow with an intense orange aura as they charge forward, each swing of their blades cutting through the air with force and precision. They prepare to engage in close combat, knowing that a head-on approach is their best chance of overpowering these resilient foes. The energy radiating from their weapons lights up the battlefield, signaling their readiness for a fierce and unyielding clash. With agile precision, one of the fighters leaps into action, delivering a powerful strike that sends the enemy reeling backward. In a swift follow-up, another warrior's weapon slices cleanly through the air, splitting apart obstacles with ease. They move in perfect sync, their fiery energy trails marking their rapid movements as they continue to push back, overwhelming the enemy forces with relentless attacks. With a swift, fluid motion, one fighter swings their blade in a powerful arc, narrowly evading an enemy's counterattack. Meanwhile, On the other side of the battlefield, a skilled archer takes aim, their arrow slicing through the air toward distant foes. Each member of the team plays their part, balancing strength and strategy to gain an upper hand against the advancing enemies. The coordinated effort showcases their resilience and determination in the heat of battle. With a final, decisive strike, the warrior completes his attack, bringing down yet another foe. The battlefield is quieting as the enemies lie defeated. Another fighter stands by his side, confirming they have also finished their part. Together, they survey the scene. Their mission seemingly accomplished, their teamwork proving victorious in the heat of battle. After the intense battle, the group reflects on the unexpected appearance of their foes. One member, puzzled, remarks on how the area seemed safe earlier. They notice that the defeated enemies resemble ghostly warriors from a notorious clan. Another member questions why the clan, supposedly suppressed, would be here. The sudden emergence of ethereal butterflies adds to the mystery, hinting at a deeper, hidden force at play in their surroundings. The group realizes they might not be in the real world, but trapped within a dream created by the dream god. In this realm, normal rules don't apply, allowing suppressed warriors and self-replicating butterflies to appear. A flashback hints that the dream god had once instructed them to find and awaken her, revealing this surreal world as part of her plan, where illusions blend with reality. The group concludes that the only way to escape is by awakening the dream god. Surrounded by glowing butterflies, they prepare for the challenge ahead. One member activates a special ability, Treasure Hunter, scanning the surreal landscape in search of clues. As mysterious energy fills the air, they feel close to uncovering the truth, hoping this power will lead them to the answers they need to break free from the dream. The group spots a mysterious treasure chest glowing at the bottom of the lake, hinting at a hidden clue. Without hesitation, they dive into the water, eager to investigate. Using a special water evasion ability, they maneuver effortlessly beneath the surface, pushing toward the chest. The lake's eerie depths add to the suspense as they brace themselves for what they might uncover within the dreamlike depths. Using the water evasion skill, the group can freely explore underwater for 3 minutes. They dive deeper, following a trail of glowing butterflies that lead them toward a mysterious palace gate hidden beneath the lake. The sight is mesmerizing yet eerie as they sense that the butterflies are guiding them to something significant, perhaps even a clue to awakening the dream god and escaping this surreal realm. As they follow the butterfly swarm, they spot what seems to be an entrance to another area, possibly leading deeper into the dream god's realm. Just as they prepare to move forward, one member senses something unusual nearby. She pauses, alerting the others to a hidden presence in the depths, hinting that their journey below the surface may hold unexpected dangers. She freezes, alert and cautious, sensing an unknown threat hidden in the depths. The others realize they must tread carefully, aware that danger might be closer than they thought. As she cautiously examines her surroundings, something unexpected catches her eye. A shadow swiftly moving through the water. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lunges out from the depths, wrapping around her in a tight grip. She's taken by surprise, struggling as the creature's hold tightens, its presence a startling reminder of the dangers lurking in this mysterious underwater realm. The others notice her predicament, realizing they must act fast to save her from the powerful underwater threat. Underwater, a massive beast lunges, its tentacles whipping toward a lone figure struggling to escape. As the creature's powerful limbs close in, they pull the person deeper, squeezing tighter with a force that could crush steel. The figure barely resists, visibly weakened, eyes dimming as if slipping into unconsciousness. The water around them swirls violently, a desperate struggle as they're dragged down, seemingly helpless against the relentless monster. In the depths, a fierce struggle ensues as the protagonist dodges the beast's relentless attacks. Quick movements slice through water, yet the creature's wounds instantly regenerate, its monstrous body swarming with unstoppable vigor. A digital alert warns that their water evasion ability will soon wear off. Realizing they can't keep this up, they glance back, urging a retreat. The overwhelming power of the creature becomes clear. This fight isn't one they can win, at least not here. The hero stands firm, weapon ready, prepared to hold off the creature. Determination burns in his eyes as he tells his allies to make their escape and open a way out. He knows time is running out. Only 20 seconds remain for the water evasion ability. His allies turn and swim toward a stone door, understanding that his sacrifice might be the only way for them to survive. The countdown begins, tension mounting as every second ticks by. With only 10 seconds left, they race to open the stone door, pushing against the heavy weight with every ounce of strength. The hero fights, glancing back as his water evasion nears its end. Urgency fills the air as his allies shout encouragement, straining to force the door open. At the last moment, just as the water evasion expires, a countdown runs through his mind. With a final push, he braces himself, hoping his allies have succeeded as the timer hits 0. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door finally opens, revealing a glowing barrier inside. Their chance of escape is within reach, but there's no time to celebrate. The hero and his companion dive through the opening, their movements swift and desperate as the monstrous tentacles lash out, barely missing them. The water swirls with tension as they swim with all their might, heading towards safety, a glimmer of determination in their eyes. Together they push forward, escaping the creature's relentless grasp, united in their struggle to survive. As the creature's tentacle closes in, the hero extends his hand, urging his companion to grab on. She reaches out, their hands clasping tightly just as the red barrier hums around them. With a firm grip, he pulls her through, narrowly escaping the monster's grasp. The tentacle slams against the barrier, cut off from pursuing them further. Safe for now, they hold on to each other, breathing heavily, feeling the relief of surviving yet another deadly encounter. The hero and his allies rush through the barrier, urgency driving their every move as the creature's tentacles press dangerously close. One ally, positioned by the door, braces himself, ready to act. With a swift motion, he slams the door shut, sealing the barrier just as the monster lunges forward. The door slams with a heavy thud, creating a final shield between them and the creature's deadly reach. Safe behind the sealed door, they share a moment of relief, having narrowly escaped the beast's relentless pursuit. Catching their breath, the group realizes they're finally safe, protected from the monstrous octopus lurking outside. The relief is short-lived as they survey the eerie chamber. Strange, glowing symbols cover the walls, casting an unsettling light around them. One of them remarks on the odd, chilling characters, feeling a creeping sense of dread. The hero identifies the script. It's the writing of the Ghost Clan. With a determined look, he leads them forward, knowing they must press on and decipher whatever secrets this place holds before more danger finds them. Examining the glowing symbols, they confirm it's the writing of the Ghost Clan. The hero recalls the Dream God's warning. This place has already fallen to the Ghost Clan's invasion. As they walk deeper, the remnants of a fierce battle become apparent, skeletal remains littering the floor, a haunting reminder of what transpired. The ominous red light fills the chamber, casting shadows that seem to breathe. A chilling thought crosses their minds. This might be a glimpse of the catastrophic doom destined to unfold in the approaching apocalypse. A foreboding message echoes in their minds. An inevitable catastrophe will soon descend upon the world, sparing no one from its wrath. As they walk further into the dark chamber, one of them notices something in the distance. They look over to see a platform at the top of a staircase, surrounded by chains and eerie blue butterflies. Bound at the center is a figure they recognize, the Dream God, imprisoned and seemingly awaiting his fate. Their hearts race, realizing the gravity of the situation and the deeper mysteries that lie ahead. The group stares at the bound Dream God, realizing his captivity is no mere accident, but part of a larger, sinister conspiracy. The heavy chains clank ominously, holding him in an enchanted slumber. Suddenly a dark figure emerges, their presence radiating malevolence. With a mocking voice, the stranger addresses the intruders, eyes glowing with a menacing red light. They taunt the group, warning them of the grave mistake they've made by stepping into this forbidden territory. The atmosphere thickens with dread as the true threat of this place finally reveals itself.
Chains scraped across the stone floor as a dark presence advanced, radiating dominance and sealing escape routes. Eyes glowed with suppressed fury, recalling betrayal while power gathered. forcing opponents toward inevitable defeat and despair. Energy surged from one hand, forming binding restraints, shimmering with lethal strength, crushing resistance without hesitation. A sinister smile formed, revealing intentions to sacrifice others mercilessly, shattering hope and testing unyielding resolve. The chamber shook violently as blazing impact erupted, colliding forces igniting chaos. Chains rattled as captives stood restrained. Their allies demanded release. Tension thickening across the vast chamber. The captives' resolve remained steady despite restraints, determination burning within, refusing to yield before overwhelming hostile power. The captor mocked challengers, daring them closer, arrogance clear. Sudden bursts of crimson energy surged outward, chains tightening violently. Power ignited further, chains glowing red-hot, stretching skyward, tearing through stone, unleashing destructive force across the battlefield. Blue energy erupted as a hidden ability awakened, flooding the chamber with overwhelming radiance and chilling force. The summoning surged stronger, divine symbols forming, as long-dormant talent revealed itself in dazzling brilliance. With unwavering control, power expanded further, shaping spectral allies. Opponents faltered, eyes widening in disbelief. Spectral warriors advanced with fury, intercepting attacks midair, clashing violently. Bones shattered as overwhelming force crushed the undead servant. Chains lashed forward violently, releasing destructive energy, tearing apart defenses while mocking resistance with merciless precision. Golden brilliance erupted, forming radiant barriers, divine energy clashing furiously against encroaching shadows and crimson restraints. An ally surged ahead, blade glowing, unleashing sacred skill. Scarlet chains whipped outward, ensnaring tightly. Confusion spread as chains pulsed violently, strange energy invading, forcing movements against one's will without resistance. Dominant laughter echoed through the chamber, declaring absolute control over anyone ensnared within cursed crimson restraints. Resistance faltered as strength weakened, eyes glowing red, bodies rebelling against intentions, betraying comrades in forced combat. Corruption deepened further, twisting expression into rage, allies turning hostile, loyalty shattered under binding influences' control. Chains lashed outward, spreading chaos, while the tormentor reveled in spectacle, enjoying forced betrayal shaping the battlefield. Chains dragged downward, as corrupted force hurled an ally forward, launching a violent assault without hesitation. Shock filled the air as recognition struck, confusion mixing with disbelief at the sudden hostile confrontation. A desperate clash followed, weapons colliding fiercely. Allies rushed forward, determination burning, striking defensively, attempting to break control and restore corrupted comrades' senses. Chains rattled as the young warrior slashed relentlessly. A dark mistress watched with cold delight, believing his body enslaved, destined to obey her merciless commands. But his strength surged violently, defying corruption, his blade clashing against unseen force, reflecting enslavement's sinister power blood dripping. He stumbled forward. He advanced from shadowed cavern, transformed into something darker. Zhang Yi stood consumed by crimson chains, his eyes glowing fiercely as uncontrollable power surged through him. Before him, a desperate plea echoed, reminding him of family bonds, though darkness clouded his restrained will. His sister's tearful gaze trembled, torn between love and fear, knowing corruption demanded a heartless decision. Zhang Yi resisted violently, scarlet energy clashing against golden restraints, each strike rattling the ground with dangerous force. Golden arrows pierced forward, streaking toward his sister's unguarded back. Zhang Yi blocked the assault, crimson chains whipping violently. Observing carefully, he realized summoned undead had grown autonomous, striking with unnatural precision to protect their master. Chains of divine origin erupted, sealing space itself. With defiance burning, Zhang Yi lunged forward, blade flashing, refusing surrender, despite warnings of inevitable sealed fate. Back to back, Zhang Yi and his sister steadied themselves, determined to survive, desperate to find escape. Arcane summoning circles flared beneath them, light twisting as a colossal beast emerged from shadows. Zhang Yi and his sister mounted swiftly, gripping blades as the beast's thunderous roar shook surroundings. Their enemy appeared amidst rubble, wings flaring, chains burning with divine curse, her commands reverberating mercilessly. With overwhelming force, she unleashed a crimson arrow bound by chains. The impact exploded violently, flames engulfing everything. Zhang Yi rose unsteadily, bloodied yet resolute, while his sister rushed beside him with concern. He downplayed his injuries, hiding pain. Their foes' approach echoed, crimson chains rattling with each step, menace spreading like a tightening noose, declaring his companions and beast would soon serve the dreaded Ghost King, his eyes reflecting confidence that unsettled his captor. A monstrous dragon roared behind their enemy. Zhang Yi lifted his sword, astonished yet resolute. Realizing the summoned beast now responded unnaturally well, he clenched his fists, vowing no new chains would bind them, his determination sharper than steel. The dragon lunged forward, chains rattling across its massive body, striking relentlessly toward Zhang Yi's left side. Their foe sneered, noting Zhang Yi's strength growing, yet his corrupted brother's full awakening remained incomplete. Dark energy coiled into a crimson skull, its hollow eyes glowing as sinister power filled the air. Their enemy dismissed it coldly, refusing to be deceived, declaring such tricks insufficient to threaten her. Zhang Yi calmly revealed the artifact's purpose, an ancient skull spirit used to sever enemies' corrupted bonds. Her eyes narrowed, conceding his cunning, while admitting his dangerous growth left her with fewer guaranteed chances. Standing beside his sister, Zhang Yi steadied his blade, prepared to cut through corruption's lingering darkness. Zhang Yi's blade ignited with blazing light, his stance firm, demanding answers from the corrupted warrior. Her expression twisted with rage, chains tightening, declaring herself the only rightful path toward ultimate conquest. Crimson chains lashed outward, weapon transforming, her killing intent surging as she prepared a decisive strike. Dark energy surged as a crimson descended, threatening to shatter the fragile balance of existence. The warrior steadied his stance, wings of light shielding him, while divine power clashed against darkness. Time shifted unnaturally, morning skies collapsing into chaos, revealing countless abominations lurking beyond reality's fragile veil. The woman gasped in shock, sensing his dangerous resolve, realizing his intentions surpassed reckless defiance against gods. Flames ignited the warrior's blade, energy bursting forth violently as he charged forward. Chains burned with crimson energy, yet the radiant strike pierced through barriers, shaking the sealed entity violently. A sudden slash tore across the battlefield. The impact erupted instantly, engulfing everything in flames and sound, leaving nothing untouched by violent destruction. Light overwhelmed the chained being. Darkness lingered briefly before fading. Another presence emerged calmly, revealing unsettling power concealed beneath composed expression. Golden light faded as another staggered upright. Pain radiated through his body, yet determination forced each step forward across the illuminated battlefield's fractured ground. Nearby, a weakened presence stirred cautiously, confusion evident as unfamiliar surroundings pressed against fading memories. Observations revealed changes without external influence. The entity's demeanor shifted dramatically, reflecting fragile vulnerability beneath. Explanations emerged. Control had stemmed from ghostly influence, leaving exposed spirit weakened and robbed of strength. Chains glowed crimson around a celestial prisoner. Mystical energy surged, revealing the imprisoned being's true identity, radiating overwhelming aura beyond ordinary comprehension. Recognition spread quickly. Revelation confirmed this was no spirit. Power gathered instantly, summoning countless dream spirits, their shimmering essence manifesting at the command of awakening divinity. Radiant light filled the cathedral as summoned spirits assembled. The divine presence sat gracefully before assembled spirits. Apologies flowed gently, acknowledging corruption's grip while expressing gratitude for restoration and preservation against lingering shadows. Memories resurfaced, centuries of slumber forced by exhaustion after resisting the Ghost Claw King's relentless manipulation. Forewarning visions revealed resurgence, urging vigilance as ominous forces prepared to drag existence into chaos. Illusory trials were left behind, guiding challengers while reality endured chains, binding weakened divinity in silence. A system notification echoed loudly, confirming the trial's completion and declaring the arrival of well-deserved rewards. Golden radiance illuminated a treasure chest, shimmering with authority, drawing attention as anticipation filled the atmosphere. A solemn presence extended its will, commanding the chest to open, revealing divine blessings within. Resplendent light gathered. The relic descended gracefully, its aura resonating, affirming acceptance as astonishment, lingered across the surrounding onlookers' expressions. A radiant treasure was entrusted, glowing warmly as divine energy confirmed the bearer's worth and recognition. The bestowed relic pulsed with light, its essence merging instantly, binding destiny with the chosen recipient. Acceptance triggered an immense surge. Moments later, the scene dissolved gently, transporting participants from Divine Chamber back toward familiar lands. Arriving safely outside, the group steadied themselves. From the forest's edge, a cloaked figure appeared suddenly. Another presence rushed forward, urgency clear, issuing a desperate warning as imminent danger closed in quickly.